Reps about
Hey, what happened to
bacon.
DMOC? Has anybody seen DMOC lately?
Nope.
Yeah, he's been MIA for the past few days.
Yep. I think he's in a lab somewhere with a bucket
Sounds
and
about right.
a toilet paper too.
About 10 cereal boxes.
Exactly.
Selfie stick. Check. The mock is like the hacksaw Jim Duggan of Flat Earth.
Hey, what is this thing? What do you say? Just oh, stick his tongue out.
He's either that or the junkyard dog, but I don't know. Somehow he doesn't. He's not quite junkyard dog, but he's junkyard dog adjacent.
Junkyard Dog and Hacksaw Jim Duggan had a love child somehow.
Don't you wonder what Roddy Piper would be doing these days? Like he'd be on Joe Rogan's show.
Yeah, I think he'd be on Discord telling these Globers how they should wake up, stop obeying.
Man, can we have like Joe Rogan posthumously interview people? We need that. So Alexander Graham Bell, you invented the telephone, huh? Oh man.
How crazy is that?
I mean, like when I talk on a phone today, I don't even think about somebody made this.
I wonder, like kids that are coming up right now, did they associate so many things with that word that like we never associated with that word growing up? Like phone, where's your phone? That can mean a lot of things. Like, oh, I want you to take a picture, or I need to look something up. When I was a kid, it was, where's your phone? It'd be like, oh, it's in the kitchen on the wall.
Yeah. Hey, don't you think that I think school the way it is, I mean, I haven't been there, but I know it's still not as advanced as it could be. I mean, because kids right now, I mean, with Google and phones, it's just so easy to have, it's so easy to have quick access to, you know, the world's libraries, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But the way the format of a school is, you got to waste a whole hour or maybe even longer just to get there. Then you got to sit down, then you got to start, and then you got to listen to some teacher drone on about Alexander Graham Bell and Benjamin Franklin, all that bullshit. But it's like I could learn the same shit in like 2 seconds just by Googling it. So I didn't need a teacher to tell me or make sure I did homework. I mean, that whole school system is antiquated, in my opinion.
Yeah, to an extent. I mean, we've got kind of like a wealth of information at our fingertips these days, but most people don't know how to use it. You have to be somewhat autodidactic in order to be able to just randomly tap into the resource that is the internet. And even then, like, there's only certain access points to the spigot of information, and even then, you've got roadblocks and dams that are blocking a lot of the information as well. So, but yeah.
Well, I mean, kids will find anything they want to find, but I guess maybe as a foundation on how to learn would be good, and then from there, let the kids uh, learning, sprout like a tree and just flourish like a tree. But it
Yeah.
seems like go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we were having a similar conversation to this earlier, regarding, yeah, the lack of education or curriculum surrounding things like logic, reason, rhetoric. The trivium, the quadrivium. These principles of how to think as opposed to what to think, and how that's not really being taught in schools. Critical thinking even isn't. That's not even a class until later down the road, and even then it's like an elective, right? Do you want to learn how to critically think? Sure, we might give you a class on that after you've had 12 years of schooling. um, but then you have these elites that have the ability or the access to educational systems that may incorporate aspects of logic and reason into their education system, so that, you know fingers crossed, the kids come out, um, being able to see through some of the BS rhetoric that a lot of other people fall victim to. But yeah.
I think it's also important that you get a lucky roll of the dice to get a cool teacher that's gonna try and implement some of these critical thinking techniques for kids. But sometimes you're just gonna get one of them school teachers that is gonna want to spank you with a ruler, or do things old school, by the book, and kind of not teach what the kid's more capable of, right? So I
Yeah.
think it all has to do with the teacher.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't think children should be confined to the institutions that they currently are, the way that they are. I think that's, uh,
Yeah, and then
I,
the curriculum, right? It's like who gets together and decides that? Who's making money off of this, and who's saying, "Hey, we got to buy these books instead of these books?" And no, there's already, a government that's already appropriated these books, right? It's not like there's a
uh-huh.
free market for books, right?
Yeah, there is and there isn't. But no, it's definitely a specific curriculum, and not only that, it's like, I don't think children should be placed in a building and told to sit down and stay still and listen for hours on end. That's just not how kids are built, and they shouldn't be learning in that way. I don't think at all.
I'm about to get off, but I'll just. I didn't want to leave you hanging or nothing, but it was just you and me. But I'm just gonna go on mute. But I'll still listen to you if you want to rant a little.
I've ranted most of the day today. But yeah, no, it's just, children are energetic. They want to learn. They want to have they have questions. They've got a ton of energy. They've got a spirit about them that just makes them very inquisitive. And as a society, we kind of beat that out of them. Maybe not physically, but we we do as much as possible to take that energy and dial it back, to take that inquisitiveness and fill it with um, assumed knowledge, um, and don't allow for
Sorry,
the go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. I I wanted to piggyback off what you said about don't have kids sit down and study for 8 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
I did my high school through correspondence course, and I think I learned a lot more that way. Doing my homework whenever I wanted to, whether that was 3 o'clock in the morning with a flashlight or midday. It was definitely a lot more creative. Um, Personally, what I've noticed though is I wasn't able to establish the deep roots, like the hometown roots. That doesn't mean anything to me.
Mm. Yeah, I mean the social aspect of schooling is good, fantastic, but you can also be
Right.
social with less structure too, right? I found that a program like Boy Scouts was extremely beneficial for me, socially, and learning, how to work with my peers and communicate and all that kind of stuff in social situations that is just as easy as schooling as far as socialization is concerned.
I completely agree, and I got my Eagle before I went correspondence, but
Oh, there you go. Good for you, man. I did not. I made it to life. I am very good at going 95% of the way and then pulling out a very large shotgun and shooting myself in the foot, no matter what my
I feel
endeavor in
that.
life is. So yeah, I made it to life. My brother's an Eagle Scout. Two of my best friends are Eagle Scouts. Neighbor across the street, him and his dad, Eagle Scouts. I've got like 10 or 15 friends that are Eagle Scouts. Yeah.
My best friend's an Eagle Scout too. He's going through it right now.
My oldest son is an Eagle Scout as well.
Wait, Coach, your best friend is going through his Eagle right now?
He's getting he's getting all his badges and stuff.
How young are you? Or do you just have a really young best friend?
No, my best friend's real young. Yeah, he's still yeah, he's like a sidekick. He's like a
Oh,
sidekick. Yeah,
okay. All right.
yeah. Kind of like a squire, like a
Oh,
squire.
gotcha. Yeah, as happens in life, as I was growing up, I got many distractions around the the latter portion of the time frame that you have to complete Eagle, and I just kind of fell behind on that. Fell behind on some badges and stuff like that.
Is that the final one? Like, is that the highest? Is he Eagle Scout?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I was kidding about my best friend's not a child, by the way, but I was
I don't know.
messing
You
around,
could
but
be
yeah.
mentoring somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But I could be. I don't. I got to get into the sick stuff because I have an opinion about squires, but I don't want to get into that. I will say though that I also, because I didn't go to high school. I didn't even get a curriculum though either. But um, I still went to prom because I had friends that I had friends at the high school and stuff. So yeah, I do agree with what you said. Sport, the social aspect is important, and yeah, I guess that Cub Scouts is a good mediator because that if when I have kids, I hope to you know teach them at home. I don't want to send them to a public school, but I also don't want them to be home the whole time. I want to have them to be in like programs or groups and stuff like that. So for for the social aspect, yeah.
Yeah, that's key. I mean, a lot of a lot of people make the excuse like, "Oh, you shouldn't homeschool your kids. They're going to be awkward. They're not going to have any, ability to socially interact with kids their age." It's like, just because you homeschool doesn't mean that they can't participate in all of these other fantastic programs that are outside of the school. If anything, it's
Yeah.
it's the best programs to socialize them in, because when you try to get your kids socialized in like a public school setting, good luck. They're going to
Yeah.
get
And also,
socialized, but they're also going to get influenced to do some stupid ass shit. That's for sure.
yeah. And also, you don't want to do like homeschooled groups because, yeah, it's just I mean, I did a couple. I did like what was it? Like it was Lego robotics with actually we did it at my house, but we had a bunch of homeschooled kids come over and shit, and yeah, I don't know.
Like a
It's
workshop,
not
and
good
then
if
you're
that's
like, who are all these freaking awkward nerds that are coming into my house?
yeah
Get off
yeah
my Lego
some of them
NXT. Man.
yeah some of them were pretty strange, but no, the other thing was uh going back to what you said though, same topic, but you said about the oh no, I guess you didn't bring it up in this way, but I was thinking about this yesterday, but it was the same topic. But when you're saying like about the learning, you know, learning how to think basically, and I was gonna touch on that yesterday when we talk about like the censorship, and I think once it was bringing up being censored on Instagram, and obviously YouTube got put in front of Congress and stuff, and um yeah, so that's the problem I have with that. It's not so much that I think that everything should be open. I think it's a difficult situation. So I can't make a statement on what this private, public, whatever companies are doing. I would hope that they wouldn't censor or hide any of that kind of stuff. But regardless, the part that I realized yesterday, the part that makes me upset is not that they're that they're censoring that stuff. It's kind of the fact that they have to do it. It's like it's sort of a sad. It makes you think we're in a sad place if we're not at a point where we can rely on people to think for themselves, like to learn for themselves, basically. Like they learn from school, they learn from home, um, and so when they learn something on YouTube, when they're coming across new stuff, you'd expect discernment to be able to. Because it's even adults, it's not just children, it's adults too, that they're supposedly protecting some of this information from, like whether it's the pandemic or you know hiding the flat Earth stuff, or whatever. So it's like it seems odd that you can't just rely on people to be discerning on their own. You know what I mean? Whether it's truth that they're coming across or not. I don't know.
Well,
I figure.
I think you can teach kids discernment, right? You can teach individuals how to think, not necessarily what to think, right? You can teach
Yeah.
many different aspects of. I guess you can't necessarily teach somebody to be self-learning, but you can certainly help guide people. Some people need to be, have it really drilled into them in certain ways. But I just think we're trying to take a bunch of shapes that are as innumerable as snowflakes and squeeze them through one specific hole
Yeah.
to be able to have what we would
I was in
consider a proper
Productive.
product at the end. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Productive member of
I was a
society.
member of I was a member of a Discord server, and it was a bunch of biology and microbiology geeks, and of course, we're constantly posting papers and different things in there. And that whole server got nuked for medical misinformation. There was
Yeah.
no misinformation there. It was all legit, peer-reviewed, and we were discussing the papers. But
Yeah.
the algorithm can't tell between that and
In the real shit. That's what I'm saying though. That's kind of where that's where the problem brings us is it's not because like I said, you can't look at this as censorship from the top down. it is there is a overall so there's the air of censorship, and because of that, people are going to cover their own ass, and they're going to do it in a sloppy way and a lazy way, right? So they could carefully look and see, if someone's saying something really dangerous or something like that, versus someone just bringing up the topic. But yeah, being lazy, they're just going to, target anyone who's bringing up the topic and just cover their own ass and just get rid of them, even though there's no need to.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? I hope not.
Yeah, the coach, now Xanax said you got to
Coach,
speed the
okay.
plane up. Xanax said you got to speed the plane up the whole way if you're going north to south to gain a tangential speed. You said the winds do it. So which one is it?
Nope,
The thing Xanax said or the thing you said?
No, sir.
Yep.
You said the winds. You said the winds do it. Let me tell it to you once again, sir.
You said the winds. I never said wind. I was yelling at you because you kept saying wind.
Yeah, dude. If I was anywhere near you, like even 100 miles, maybe 200 miles, I would make the trip, dude. Just to give you what's what.
We're gonna touch tips, or
yeah, we're gonna touch tips. The tip of my knuckles and the tip of your belly. That's right. But regardless of
you with a body shot.
Yeah, I'm gonna punch you in the gut, dude.
Belly?
Yeah, I'm gonna punch you in the stomach. I don't hit my friends in the face. I'll punch you in the stomach. Yeah, that's not the point, though. That's not the point, because here's the problem: is I've already told it to you explicitly. You cut me off every time I told you. That's okay, but every time I told you, I didn't say the winds do it. Okay, I'll say it once more. In this scenario,
this is all being recorded.
I knew it was going to happen. I was like, I should just stop talking now because I knew you were going to do it. And you just did it right as it started.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Yeah, dude. The plane is traveling south. It's at some point north. Let's just call it 60 degrees north. So from 60 degrees north, it's about 500 miles per hour tangential velocity. Some people have a problem with that term, but regardless, 60 degrees north, 500 miles per hour. So it's traveling to the equator at a specific point, and also when it gets to the equator, the surface will be going 1,000 miles per hour. So all throughout this journey, from where it starts and where it's going to be entering into a newer part of the air that it's in. And as you said, because I agree with you, as you said, it's going to, it's not just a ballistic; it's actually a controlled flight. So it's going to stay with the atmosphere, but it doesn't do this automatically. It does this by virtue of the air increasing eastwardly. So that's gonna act as crosswinds onto it. It's gonna experience it as crosswinds, and if it didn't correct for this, and it was moving slow enough, it's very possible that wind would put it in the right tangential velocity the whole time. But unfortunately, that's not what's going to happen because it's moving at its own pace, a faster pace in that. So the winds will move it a little bit, but regardless, it's going to have to correct for these crosswinds. And by correcting for them, they're doing what Xanax said. They're adding that velocity. So Xanax right, you're right, and we're all right.
Okay, so you're telling me the plane speeds up the whole way from when it goes north to south to make up for that tangential speed, and it's using more gas on south north, and it's also doing the reverse. It would have to slow down. Plane slowing down the whole way, meaning it's using less gas going from south to north.
No. See, I heard you guys talking about that part. I heard that part, and I disagree with that part of it because no, it's the same amount of energy. It's the same energy in both directions. It's not slowing down or speeding up. It's accelerating.
If the plane has to accelerate more throughout its flight, it's going to use more gas. And if it just slows down the whole way, it's going to use less gas.
Yeah, well, this is a fun fact about physics, and it's alliteration time. Alliteration for the fun fact in physics. And the fun fact in physics today is that when you slow down or speed up, you're accelerating in both cases. So,
Okay, and which one uses more gas?
they use the same amount because
You're
you're not
telling me
actually
you're telling me if I slow down the same amount of gas as if I speed up, accelerate.
No, I'm not saying that because you're not exactly slowing down or speeding up. What you're doing in this case is you're correcting for crosswinds. You're correcting for crosswinds in either direction. In one direction is eastward winds, and the other direction is westward winds. That's all you're doing is staying your course in with respect to these apparent crosswinds. They're not actual winds, like I said. I don't want to confuse anybody. They're not actual winds on the surface, but in reference to your plane, they're gonna act as winds.
Okay, so when you're going north, when you're going south, the plane needs to speed up throughout the course of its flight.
Sideways.
Yes. Okay, so what does it need to the plane needs to go faster, and it does that by how does the plane
by
go
adjusting
faster?
by adjusting
How?
its path so that it doesn't so it sees I'm veering off path. Okay, let me just go back on path. It takes a little bit of energy to do that.
So by staying on course, it's speeding up.
Yes, and slowing down, whichever direction it's going.
Okay, so if you're in a vehicle that uses fuel and you have to speed up, you're going to use more gas than if you just have to slow down.
Like I said, here's the problem: is the forward velocity, the thrust, that's going to be the same in both cases. The difference is it's like pretend that there's no Coriolis and there's only crosswinds. If you think of it in that way, it's just crosswinds in the opposite direction. That's all that's happening in both cases. It's just crosswinds in opposite directions, and so as it's correcting for these crosswinds, I'm doing quotation marks. It's basically it's applying. It's almost doing the same thing, just in a different direction. It's not, and it's not even. They're not even going to notice that it's Coriolis because it's going to be, masked by, bigger crosswinds. Because it's not a very big effect. It's a small effect. It's like I
Okay,
said,
so the plane
110
speeds up
feet.
okay, so when it goes north, when it's going north, it's got to slow down the whole way. It's going south, it's got to speed up the whole way. But this doesn't use more gas speeding up and slowing down.
Sure, but when you say speed up and slow down, what you mean is adjust the plane's tangential velocity eastward, or adjust the plane's tangential velocity westward, or no, to the right or to the left. No, in both cases to the right, but eastward or westward, yeah. Like in the case of flying north, you're adjusting the plane's tangential velocity westward, and going south, you're adjusting
Okay,
the
so
plane's
if I
velocity
didn't
eastward.
adjust, so you're telling me if I'm going north and I don't adjust for Coriolis, I would use less gas because I wouldn't have to adjust.
Yeah, if you don't adjust for Coriolis, if you don't make any adjustments in your ballistic flight, then in both directions you're going to use the same amount of force. You're going to use zero force, and you're going to end up deviating in both cases. You're not going to end up where you're supposed to be ending up.
Okay, so you would use less gas if you didn't adjust, but you would be off course. So why not just fly the plane where the city's going to be and use less gas?
That kind of doesn't. I mean, that's. I don't even know what that means because that's what they already do. They fly where it's like they're not referencing. Their reference frame is the Earth, and so to them they're going in a straight path to where they're supposed to be going. You know what I mean? So it's like it would
No,
make
they
sense.
keep adjusting for Coriolis effect, wasting gas. They keep using gas, adjusting for the Coriolis wind when they could just fly in a straight line to where the city's going to be, and they would use less gas.
Yeah, but I think that you would see that if you were to draw this out, like the path that you think they would be going. Because I remember I made you a GIF for this like a long time ago. I forgot where it is, but if you drew this out, it would be the same path. Like you're describing the same path in just two different ways.
No, it's not the same path. It's definitely different paths because for one of them, you adjust the whole way, so you're doing a curved line, and in the other one, you're just doing a straight line where the city's going to be and not adjusting at all. So definitely different paths.
Yeah, but imagine you're in each reference
Okay,
frame.
so they're different paths, right? They're different paths.
No.
Uh,
Like if you drew the path from the rotate, like the thing that's different about them is that they're different frames. And so if you drew it from the rotating frame, it would look different than drawing it from the inertial frame. That's true.
so they're different paths.
No, but yeah, they're not different paths though. They're different
They
paths
have
in
to
those
be
different
different
frames.
paths. In one of them, dude, in one of them you're correcting the whole way, and the other one you're not. That's two different paths. They can't be the same paths.
Yeah, but in this scenario where you're correcting the whole way, we're imagining it's a perfect flight to where he's correcting for it as soon as he's needs to. So he's basically going the direction he'd be going if he instead didn't know about that path, but just knew that he's going to go where the spot's supposed to be. He's going to be. It's the same route.
Hey,
It's exactly the same route. The only
It's
difference
absolutely not
is
the
looking at
same
it from
route.
two different frames.
hey, Jeremy, is the ball that's going across the merry-go-round, is that two different paths or is that the same path?
Well, if you want to throw it to where the guy, well, I mean, you couldn't do it with a ball on a merry-go-round because you'd have to have the ball. In one scenario, you throw the ball to where the person's going to be, and in the other scenario, you have a powered ball that can adjust the whole way and adjust accordingly to where the person's going to be, so it would chase him the whole time. Those would be two different paths, sir.
No.
I don't know what
I don't think they would.
I don't know what cockamamie shit Kosho's on right now.
No, I don't think those would be two different paths, though, dude. Think about what you
Absolutely
just
would.
said. If me and you were on a merry-go-round, okay, it'd be a fun time, and we'd have a
Not fun.
Nerf football, the one with the tail, and it's actually a pretty long merry-go-round, just so we can throw it far enough. But if I were to throw it to where you were gonna be, and by the time I threw it, you were gonna be, instead of right in front of me, you were gonna be like at 90 degrees from that, like perpendicular. I would just throw to that perpendicular point, right? I would just like think, okay, even though he's not there, I'm just gonna throw to that point. By the time he gets to that point, he'll be there. Okay. Now, if instead I had a like a fucking AI Nerf football or something, one that could constantly correct for the Coriolis or whatever, like I would aim it. Basically, what I would aim it. It would do the same thing in both cases because from our frame, from the rotating frame, it still would make a beeline to where you are, right? It's just it would follow. It's basically because I'm turning it, because I turned it, or because I aimed it at that point. It's going to be like it's angling there. You know what I mean? Because like if you were to watch one that was correcting, it would also angle towards that point.
You're missing the part of the analogy in the merry-go-round where there's a strong wind blowing in a direction across the top of the merry-go-round, also affecting the travel of the ball.
Well, in the case, yeah, that's true. Because if on a merry-go-round, we'd have to have the air going with us.
Dude, they're not the same paths, dude. If you have a drone, pretend you have a drone. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Pretend you have a drone and there's something strafing from left to right in front of you. If you fly the drone where the target's going to be by the time the drone gets there, that's going to be one path. If you have a heading directly at the target the whole time and adjust for it accordingly so that you always have a heading for it, that's going to be a curved path. So one's going to be a straight line, the other one's going to be a curved path. This isn't difficult. I don't know why you even said what you said at first.
You say, but check this out, dude. You say it's going to be a straight path, okay? You're saying that, but you're only saying that because you're considering it from the inertial frame. Admit that. Admit that you're considering the path where you aim for where it's going to be. You're considering this happening in the inertial frame.
On the ground. Okay, on the ground. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes, but just agree with this. Let me know that you. I'm going to say, yeah.
just hold on. Forget the reference frames. If we had
Oh my
stakes,
god!
just hold on. We have stakes.
Don't fucking say anything about stakes, dude.
We have stakes, and I'm gonna put a stake down on the ground
Oh my
everywhere that
god!
plane, everywhere the drone goes. Right. In one case, the stakes are gonna form a straight line right to where the target's gonna be. And if I put stakes down in the other case, there's gonna be a curved line where it always has a heading towards the target. So it's gonna
Can
be two different paths.
Can I ask you a question? These stakes are in reference to the inertial frame, right? The ground, like not the rotating frame, right?
Bro,
Correct.
any frame it's in, it has different paths, dude. This is not hard. I don't
I
know
know,
why
I
you're
know,
fighting.
I understand that. That's what I'm trying to say to you. The straight line that you described a minute ago, when you say like, okay, in one scenario, I'm aiming the ball to where you're gonna be, and so I aim it, and it goes to that point in a straight line. We're agreeing that that straight line is only, or not only, but that straight line is, we're deciding that it's a straight line because we're considering the inertial frame. That's the only way we can think of that and come up with that straight line. I think you'll find that if you consider the rotating frame, that would not be a straight line.
Okay, so you're telling me if me and you are on opposite sides of a spinning merry-go-round, and I have a drone and I fly it to where you're going to be, right? And then I fly
Sure.
it in a curved path so that it always follows you. Those are going to be the same lines if we were to put the stakes on top of the merry-go-round.
Dude, this is so confusing, dude. What? The drone's following me? I don't get it.
It's gotten kind of convoluted at this point. Jeremy had a real simple point to begin with. That was rock solid.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't rock solid at all.
Yeah, it was rock solid.
It was not solid. It wasn't even, like any kind of solid. It was very flaccid and limp and that kind of thing.
It
And
was it was Ashford and Simpson solid as a rock.
it was not solid. It's not solid as a rock. It's not solid as a rock, actually. What it was is
It's still solid as a rock. Can you guys hear me?
yes, we
Yeah.
can hear you. We can hear you, dude.
Okay,
but it
listen.
needs to be made clear.
Just
It
listen.
needs to be made clear that there's not those aren't two different paths.
Yes,
Those
they
are not
are.
two different paths.
Just listen. Okay, just listen. If I were to put the stakes, we're on a merry-go-round. We're on a spinning merry-go-round. I have a drone. I'm going to fly it at you. I can do two different things. I can fly it to where you're going to be, or I can keep a heading and just keep adjusting the whole way, and it would be like chasing you. You're telling me if I put the stakes on the merry-go-round now, the non-inertial frame, those would form the same line. They wouldn't be different paths because now
Well, first
we're
of all,
using your non-inertial frame.
in one scenario, you would have to throw the drone so that it's a ballistic path, right? So it just has one. It's not making any kind of corrections at all. So it's not even going. It's not even using the air. It's literally just flying as a ballistic. And in the other example, but it's going to where I'm supposed to be. So it's going to end up where I'm going to be, right? And the other scenario is you fly it consciously making corrections the entire time, so that it ends up also where I'm going to be. And yes, I'm saying that's the same path.
You're absolutely tripping like white girls in scary movies.
Well,
Tell
the thing
me,
is, your
Hey, Jeremy.
your refutation is flawed. You're refuting it by saying that one's going in a straight line and the other one's not, but that's not the case because you can only say that if you're describing it from two different reference frames. That's just like
Tell
I
me if
told you.
I can
tell
put
me if it,
stakes down in any reference frame. Hold on. I can put stakes down in any reference frame on the surface of the merry-go-round or on the ground itself underneath the merry-go-round. And no matter what you do, they will not be. The ones on the inertial frame will be different paths, and the ones in the non-inertial frame will also be different paths, dude. You're bugging. I can't believe you're even arguing this.
Fucking doing construction. I'm cutting wood or cutting metal and shit. I'm taking a break. I'm gonna embarrass you. Hold on. Speak now, man. If you want this to stop, I could stop this right now, but I'm gonna keep going. Are you going to be able to make an observation into the live stream one text in about 10 minutes?
Sure. Let me know.
You sound a little scared.
I'm not scared. I don't think they'll be the same path. So
Yeah, I know. Actually, to be honest with you, I'll admit this. I know you're not going to admit it, man, but I've actually was a little worried a couple of.
I'm not worried. You should be worried. You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. I was worried not tonight though, but the other morning. I just woken up and you caught me off guard. So, but no, I'm going to
I
model it
caught you
now.
off guard with what?
What with the question? You came in real hot, dude, because somebody else had triggered you the night before, and you were taking it out on me and Moyak. And on top of that, BB was there. He was back. He was like being your like little cheerleader, and the way he does it, which is like by making fun of everybody for some reason, and for being a part of the conversation. It was nice to hear from him, though. I honestly thought that was a troll account because because I don't know. I thought he wasn't in the community anymore. But.
Do any of the Globers want to back up this bullshit Kosho saying that it's going to be the same path on the non-inertial frame on the merry-go-round?
It's not necessary.
I want to have as many Globers be wrong as possible. So is anyone going to back Kosho up on this?
Sounds like a hard no. That's okay.
Where's Zanuck at? I bet you Zanuck wouldn't even back you up on what you're saying right now.
What, that if I do a ballistic path versus a controlled path? First of all, let me just tell you, the reason I know I can model this to you is I know I've already done this, dude. I've already modeled this and shown it to you.
Okay,
I was the only one who was right.
model
Out of
it
me,
out.
Bob, and Zanuck, and I think Bacon, it was the four of us a year ago or 2 years ago, whatever it was. And we had 4 different answers, and I was the right one. Keep that in mind, dude.
Okay, you're wrong now. I don't care what happened 2 years ago. You may have got lucky 2 years ago. A sun
Same
shines on a
question.
dog's ass. The sun shines on a dog's ass once in a blue moon, right? Is that the saying, or?
I mean, I guess if it stays indoors, but I don't know. I mean, if it's outside, then it's all the time. So I digress. You don't remember that? Like you and Brummy, by the way, you always pick great
Model it
partners.
out. And let's see it.
All right, fine.
Brummy. I know Brummy was on my side in the Coriolis argument.
Yeah, and that was back when you were like obsessed with the fact that you thought Rumpus was agreeing with you, and you kept trying to get him and Zanuck to get in the room together so you can, and then you brought Rumpus in the room, and then he agreed with me. He disagreed with you. You don't remember that, huh? Actually, he disagreed with me actually for something different though, because we were saying that like everything exists in all reference frames, and he said that was nonsense. But it's
That's
not,
dumb.
obviously.
That makes it worthless. Yeah, that makes even mentioning reference frames worthless at that point.
No, it doesn't, because objects.
There's no point in even if you're saying it makes even mentioning reference frames a worthless endeavor at that point. There's no point.
Because as
Listen,
I said,
model this goofy thing out that can't happen in reality, and let's see it, and so you can realize you're wrong.
Well, anyways, Rumpus eventually let me respond. It was like a 45-minute thing where he does the thing, he doesn't let me respond. Then a bunch of flat earthers are arguing with him, and at the end of it, I remember this
That doesn't
distinctly because
sound
at the
like
very end of
anything.
it, he let me respond finally, and I said, "I know I haven't spoken this last 45 minutes, Rumpus. So let me just explain that I'm talking about objects. Objects exist in all reference frames at all times, whereas observers are reference frame dependent. So you have to make that distinction between objects or observers. And he agrees, like, oh, yes, okay, yeah, that's right, yes, yeah. I was like, yeah, exactly. That's all I'm saying. Right?
Okay, model this. Okay, model this thing out where you do a curved, a straight line path, and a curved path, and it's the same in the non-inertial reference frame on the surface of a merry-go-round. Let's see it.
Funny thing is, I wonder if it's going to be faster if I look for the animation I already made showing this, or if I just make a new one. Might as well just make a new one.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do, bud. There's no way.
I'm
It's
supposed to be.
impossible for it to be the same path. It's literally impossible for it to be the same path. But I mean, the fact you even think you can do this is
I've done it
crazy.
already. I've done it and shown it to you
Okay.
already.
No, you haven't. Never. Never.
I'm not gonna make it. I'm just gonna get the old one. Hold on.
Go ahead. Get the old one.
Problem is, I have like 50 thumb drives. Like I said, I did hear Zanuck, and I can't say I agree with him completely because, like I said, the going faster or slower, southward or northward, it's like true in certain. If you say certain, context, but it's not true in the sense of that we think of speed. It's only true in the tangential velocity, in which case you can just describe, accelerating towards the east or accelerating towards the west, but it's the same amount of acceleration. So it's not extra fuel.
Bro, show me the same path on the non-inertial reference frame when you go at the person, when you lead them, and when you chase them. Don't try to change the subject, bro. You made some nutcase crazy claim that is not true, and you're trying to change the topic off to Zanuck. Zanuck's got his own problems. Don't worry about Zanuck right now. Worry about that nutcase claim you just made.
You gotta admit, Zanuck's right most of the time.
Not about this.
We have to admit, he's at least right 50% of the time.
On what? How
Most
about when he
things.
says the ground is actually accelerating up to meet you when you drop when you free falling? Is he
I've
right
already
then?
talked to him about that. I've already talked to him about that yesterday, dude. The problem is that he's just taking it to the furthest level it needs to be taken to, when it doesn't need to be taken to the first level, because it's disagreed about on the ground level. So,
Well, I mean, that's the problem with when you start using general relativity. You come up with scenarios that could be true in your reference frame, but aren't true in reality.
what does that mean? Wait, what does that mean? It's true. It's
It
true
means
in your
if you,
reference frame, but not true in reality. What does that mean?
yeah, in your reference frame, you can say, yeah, the ground is rising up to meet you, sure. But then there's reality, the reality reference frame. Remember we talked about that?
No, I remember you say that term, but that doesn't mean anything.
The actual reference frame where we know the Earth's not expanding, whatever reference frame that is, the one where we know Earth isn't expanding. That reference
I'll tell you what.
frame.
I'll tell you what. Because it's going to take me time to find this other
Dude, it's going to
animation.
take you a million years because that shit does not exist.
It does exist. It won't take me a million years.
The thing you're saying is going to take you whatever to find does not exist, bro. That you can't do it.
Okay, well, in the meantime, I have something for you that I
In the
conveniently already
meantime
made.
of
Also,
forever.
it's not forever. Dude, I have both GIFs, dude. So just give me a second. I'm not even going to say anything anymore. I was going to post this GIF. This is the GIF that is usually appropriate for SE because he makes the same argument that you're making. But since you're making it now again, here it is. Hold on.
Dude, all I want to see is stakes on the ground on the top of a merry-go-round where you're doing two different paths, but it's the same path. That should be easy peasy. Sounds like, right?
It almost sounds like a porno.
Well, I mean, you're going two different paths, but you think it's going to go the same path, which is crazy.
Wait, hold on. Wait a second.
Yeah. Oh,
you're saying that
you were wrong? Are you realizing?
No, I'm trying to understand how you're saying it to see what you're misunderstanding about what I'm saying, because they're only two different paths in two separate reference frames. They're only two different paths because you're describing it from two different reference frames. When you realize that you can consider either of those scenarios or you can consider both those scenarios. In the meantime, check this out. I'm not gonna dox you, but what color car do you drive?
Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. About this though, this GIF I just posted.
Dude, is
Hold
it
on,
the GIF
actually,
that shows the non-inertial reference frame and it's going in two different paths, even though it's going in or the same path, even if it's going in two different paths?
you mean the one I made with the balls?
The one I'm telling you that's impossible to happen that you think is possible? You're saying in the inertial and the
Yes.
non-inertial reference frame, I'm taking two different paths. In one case, I'm going straight at the person, and in the other case, I'm chasing them the whole way. You're telling me if we trace that out on the surface of the merry-go-round, the non-inertial path, that is actually going to be the same path.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let's see that shit because that's fucking amazing. That would be
Okay.
amazing if you could show that.
Are you gonna show it to your wife?
That's profound. I'm gonna show that to fucking everybody.
All right. Okay. Well,
I'm calling up
this is
Trump.
what it's all about, by the way.
If
This
you
is what
show
makes it
me
all
this,
worth
I'm
it.
calling up Trump. I'm calling up Trump if you show me this.
Is he in jail right now, or he just got in trouble or something?
Stop stalling.
Same president. I'm not showing you that GIF just yet. Anyways, I still have to find it. Okay.
You don't have
In the
it. It doesn't
meantime,
exist. It's impossible.
I do have it.
What do you mean you can't
I
find
do
it?
have it.
No shit,
I
you can't
absolutely
find
have
it. It's fuck. You might as well look for a You'd have a better chance of finding a unicorn before you found something that showed what you're saying.
I can pull that up too because I have the flat Earth flag, and the mascot is a unicorn because you bring it up 5 times a day. So, but no. In the meantime, I posted this GIF yesterday as well. If you notice, there's it's 4 different perspectives of the same event, and in all 3 events, all 4 scenarios, the same event being that the car in the middle appears from either reference frame, either the one behind it or the one in front of it. It appears to be accelerating towards that vehicle, right? And it's doing it at the same time, and you can see it in the final frame when there's being viewed from a helicopter, moving separately than either of those 3 cars. So it's not a contradiction.
I don't know if you're showing something. I can't look at my screen right now. I will stop to look at my screen if you have this impossible unicorn thing, but
yeah, of course, for unicorns you'll look. Well, okay, I'll
other
keep
than
looking for it.
that,
Hold on.
yeah. In the meantime of infinity, while Kosho's looking for this thing, what else you guys got? You literally can't show this, dude. You're telling me something's taking 2 different paths, but it's going to trace out taking the same path in the same frame. It's impossible. Like, are you high right now, or?
It's not taking
How
a
high
different
are you?
path. It's not taking a different path. It's staying in the same path.
It is taking a different path, though.
The angle's changing. Does that mean it's going out of its lane?
What?
In the GIF.
Oh, I don't know what kind of goofy shit he showed in the thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm talking about something else, yeah.
Got it. Yeah, I'm looking at the live stream. What Coach had posted.
He's trying to just distract from the crazy nutcase claim he's making here with a gift that he'll never find.
Yeah, because this one here in the live stream is nothing.
It's the standard relativity claim, Jeremy. It depends on how you look at it. and where you're
No, from
looking
the
at it from. No,
and the
Kosho's gift.
and this thing he's saying about the non-inertial reference frame, and it takes two different paths, but it's going to trace out as one path. It's fucking crazy. I'd love to
It's
see it though. If I'm
crazy, but
wrong,
perfect sense, dude.
I'd be shocked, bro, if I was wrong.
How often are you shocked?
Rarely.
Okay.
I mean, right now you're telling me something takes two different paths, but it traces out as the same path in the same frame.
Yes, of course. They take two different paths because you're describing it in two different frames. That's true. And then when you describe either one of them in the same frame, they both take that same path as the other.
Yeah,
That's
dude,
also
we're in the non-inert. You're saying we're in the non-inertial reference frame on the surface of the merry-go-round. We're going to put stakes down everywhere the drone goes. And if I put the stakes down on the merry-go-round when it takes a curved path, when I'm chasing you the whole time, and I keep your heading at you, that path and the path where I fly the drone where you're going to be, that's going to trace out to be the same path on the surface of the merry-go-round.
I didn't catch all of that, but yes. I didn't really catch. I was thinking about something crazy.
They can't be crazier than this shit you're saying.
It's crazy. This is normal stuff, dude.
Bro, we got
This is normal
stakes.
stuff.
Okay, we got stakes. We're gonna put the stakes down every 5 feet, every foot or every inch, whatever the drone travels. It's gonna do a curved path to get at you because I'm gonna keep the heading and constantly adjust in one path.
Yep.
We're gonna put the stakes down on the non-inertial reference frame on the surface of the merry-go-round. Then
Right.
I fly the drone. Then I fly the drone straight at you for where you're gonna be. I lead you, and we're gonna put stakes down there. And you're telling me they're just gonna be the same stakes? It's gonna be the same path, you think?
And then not you're doing that one also in the rotating reference frame as well. Like that's where the stakes are.
Yeah. Why are you switching reference frames?
I'm making sure that you're not, because I'm just making sure that we're on the same page.
All on the
Because
surface
yes,
of the
those are going to be
merry-go-round.
the
Yeah.
same. Those are going to be on the
Okay.
same path. Yeah.
Hold on,
All right, let's get it.
Jeremy. Can Kosho, I think you're misunderstanding what Jeremy's saying. Yeah, because
You must be, right?
no, because what Jeremy's saying is if you throw the object to where he is going to be, right? So if you're at 12 o'clock and he's at 6 o'clock, right?
Or 9
and
o'clock.
you throw an object to, let's say, 4 o'clock, right?
Or 9, yeah, 9
'Cause
o'clock.
that's
Yes,
where,
right.
Right, so if you throw the ball at 4 o'clock, because that's where Jeremy's going to be by the time the ball gets there, that would be a straight line from you to 4 o'clock. Right?
That's right. But in what reference frame? Which reference frame is that a straight line?
But the other path that Jeremy is talking about is if he throws it straight at you when you're still at 6 o'clock, but yet the projectile has to follow Jeremy round to 4 o'clock. They are two different
I understand
paths.
that as well. No,
Yeah,
no.
think-
No,
I
you're
think
right. You're
that's
right. You're right. You're right.
I
That's
think
what he's
that's
saying.
Jeremy's saying. Yeah.
I know, but consider what you just said about the first scenario you just said about drawing it in a straight line. And which reference frame is that a straight line?
From the reference frame of the projectile.
Well, from the reference frame of the stationary frame outside of the rotating frame. So on the merry-go-round, it would be the grass. Yeah, it'd be the grass outside of the merry-go-round. Right.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. But if you instead
people on the merry-go-round, that's a curved path. Yeah,
exactly right.
Yeah, right. So both that paths are the same route, right? But the other thing that he was talking about when you throw it at him, but he is still at 6 o'clock, but yet the projectile then has to follow and chase him to meet him at 4 o'clock. That's a different path from throwing it direct to 4 o'clock.
If you do it in the non-inertial frame and you do trace both the paths out on the surface of the non-inertial frame, or you do the inertial frame, no matter what, they're two different paths. Like, I don't understand. There's no scenario unless you start mixing frames up. Take one path from the inertial and one path from the non-inertial, then you might get a straight. You might get the same path if you mix them up, but what? Why?
I'll bow out again because I just thought I'd try and point that out because I thought maybe you were misunderstanding Jeremy, so I apologise.
Let me try to put it this way. If you're in Alaska and you're trying to travel to the bottom of South America, there's one path where you could like draw a dotted line across the surface of the earth from Alaska to the tip of South America, and you could follow that line and always stay above it heading towards your destination. Then there's that's going to require acceleration, deceleration, fighting against the winds, whatever. And then there's the route where you're pointed towards Australia and you fly towards that and you take a curved path along the surface of the earth, but still get to the tip of South America because the earth is going to move beneath you. You're not keeping up with it. You're not staying above the dotted line in a straight path to it. You're heading towards Australia and it's going to get out of the way, and South America is going to take its place. Those are two different routes.
I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I totally forgot I was supposed to find that GIF. Hold on.
Is it like no one talking or?
I'm looking for a GIF, but I have to look through a lot of fucking files, folders.
Oh wow! Is it
We're praying right now.
They're praying. While it's quiet, Kosho, there's a question I was going to ask you like a long time ago, earlier today, but there was so many different things going on. But I was going to ask.
2020, it's 2023. Why not? I'll do it.
Wow. Bring your knee pads. No, that's not what I was going to say. I was going to say. I was going to say. Okay, so have you ever seen when there's a double rainbow?
Yes.
Have you ever been
There's
questioned or asked why it's inverted?
And is it inverted?
Yeah,
I know that
from
there's
top to the bottom.
there's always a double. There's always a double. If you were to see the rainbow in its full image, you would see a circle enclosed inside of another circle rainbow. Two rainbows, circular, and enclosed inside the other. That's what you would see.
Okay, so when there's a double rainbow, they're inverted. Why is it inverted on the second rainbow? What in your mind, in your logic and reasoning and understanding, what would make that a an
I didn't know that
explanation?
was I didn't know that was the case. I always thought it was the same rainbow. Like
No,
I
it's two
think
different
that
rainbows,
yeah.
but they're inverted though. The colors are the rainbow on the top. The colors go opposite than the rainbow on the bottom. They're inverted. Now, in your
I got
mind,
you.
what do you think that could be? Other than a logical explanation that it's because it's shining through something, like some type of it's a
Like the
reflection
rain,
through a barrier.
like the rainwater or something.
Well, it's I think it's more argued towards that it's a reflection off of the actual um uh
Dome.
firmament. Yeah, I don't like
Firmament.
saying dome
Okay.
because that always brings like a I'd rather say firmament than dome, even though both of them are going to bring their own baggage with them and bias. And you say firmament, someone paints a picture of you, but I think it's just if you say dome, it's a worse picture because then you start visioning everything that you've seen online, like a pizza with a glass over it and it's flat, floating in space, like all that dumb shit. So I'd rather just say firmament and that we don't know the ends and all that stuff. But back to the inversion. Like, why the inverting? What do you think can explain that?
I have no idea.
Should look into it maybe.
Well, I gotta find this GIF that I made already.
Yeah,
In the
yeah, yeah.
meantime,
Well,
I'm gonna post other GIFs.
I like what Napalm put. So that was inverted.
But
Tom Cruise, Top Gun.
I'm solely here for your entertainment, Apocryphon.
Works for me. I'm cooking a pizza right now, so I have time to kill. So I jumped into Discord.
Amen. All right, guys. So, how's everyone's day going? Sounds great.
Good, man. How's your day going?
Not too bad. Definitely a long one though.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
I was on Discord yesterday on the way home from work. I had to jump off because I had a freaking guy pull a gun out on me on the freeway, dude.
Nice.
Yeah, like unprovoked too. Like, oh god, horrible.
Did you cut him off?
No, he cut me off, and I was like totally cool about it because I'm like in my work truck. I can't be anything other than that. And then so I get over to the lane that he came from because it was moving faster. Like there was really no reason for him to like force himself like he did into my lane with no blinker and then causing me to like literally hit my brakes with cars behind me, you know?
Yeah, I hate when
And
fuckers do that.
dude, it was like so bizarre. And then whatever. So I jump over, I go past him. I didn't even look over in his direction, dude. I just go past him. And I get like maybe like 5 or 6 cars up and I jump back over to the lane I was in. Here he comes again, dude. I wasn't even paying attention because I thought, you know, it was all said and done with. Does the same thing, dude, even harder, dude. I'm like, oh my God, like I really had to hit brakes out. So I get over in the other lane and I come up next to him and I kind of put my hand up in the gesture like, what's going on? Like, what's that? You know what I mean? And he freaking picks up a freaking gun, dude. And
Oh no, sure.
he's not pointing it at me. And then he goes to turn it the other way, which looked like obviously he's got to come past my direction with the gun to show me that it's a fucking real gun. And I didn't know what he was doing, but I caught it in like the back passenger window, and I was like, "Oh fuck, dude, that shit's real." So yeah, that's.
You know what's funny? What's that guy? There's a guy in this community, not Snacks of the Future, but what's his name? What's up, Luca? A different what's his name? Damn it! Hold on. Hitchhiker's Guide. That's right. You know Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Earth, or whatever. He's
no,
a flat earther. Anyways, he he was in Gems one time. And he has a gun, and he said that someone cut him off one time, and he was scared he wasn't scared. He was surprised because he had the urge to reach in his glove box and grab for his gun. I was like, dude, if you have that urge because somebody cuts you off, you probably shouldn't have a gun in your car.
yeah, dude,
Mm.
it's not a
It's
good
not
idea.
an uncommon impulse, but yeah, I definitely wouldn't have a gun in my glove box if that were the case.
Well, you know, it's like, how does he know that the next guy doesn't have a gun and shit, and then now you got a fucking
Exactly.
shootout on the damn freeway, dude? What the hell's
Exactly.
going on here?
That's LA for you, dude.
Dude, it's getting so bad. Homeless population's like freaking insane right now, dude. Seeing this old lady sitting at a bus stop with a freaking gash in her freaking above her eyebrow, her left eyebrow, bleeding, just sitting there staring. I'm like, holy shit, dude. I gave her $5, but it's just
Hey
there's
man,
so many.
you gotta pay people for their services, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I'm sure you got what you wanted, so. Yeah, I'm trying to find this video because me and my friend were at a Walmart and we were leaving in the. There was just like there's this crowd gathering, so it's like hard to get out. Then we got out to the parking lot and there was like a Walmart cop, and he was trying to he was trying to subdue this old man, like a really old man, and the old man had already pushed down another old man, and so the cop was trying to like, you know, like gain custody of him, I guess, or gain control of him. But the old man wasn't just letting him do it. So he was like there's a crowd gathering around. People had their phones out and everything, and the old man started like putting his fists up, and he was like hopping back and forth, like he was gonna fight the cop. And I don't think the cop knew what to do because like like it's not like he can't tase him, he can't shoot him, and so he's like actually still trying to grab because he's an old man too. Like it seems like somebody could just grab him, but the old man was like getting froggy and stuff. And actually, he's trying to grab the old man, and the old man actually was able to like hit him a few times and get away from him and stuff. And so after he pushed the cop, I think he pushed the cop down on the ground. And at that point, like a couple of people jumped in to help the cop out. I was like, dude, it's embarrassing. You're a cop and you can't even win against the old man. It was like a schoolyard fight. Like everyone was like circled around it. But like I'm sure so many people were videotaping. I'm sure it's like online somewhere, and I can't find it. Tell Jeremy I'm still looking for it. I already went through a whole 254 gigabytes. The next hard drive.
Fuck, dude. Sorry I dipped out of that conversation prematurely, dude. I had people talking to me.
Oh, so you're gonna be looking for that fucking thing forever, dude. 'Cause the shit you're saying is not possible. You're saying something's gonna take two different paths, but it's gonna be the same path in the same reference range. That don't even make sense. If I told a 5-year-old the thing you're saying, they'd be like, "That's so silly. Stop."
What up, Fundy?
Hey man, not much. How about you?
Another day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bit of a long one. Yeah. Did you just tell me to eat shit and die?
Sure didn't.
Oh, must have been a sneeze.
Oh, that's my girlfriend. She's sneezing.
Oh, okay.
You ever heard of you ever heard of the condition some people have when they see something bright they sneeze? I thought
I think that's
I
pretty
thought
normal.
everyone had that. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Apparently it's like 15% of the population. You must
Wow.
be with me because when
Yeah.
I gotta sneeze, I look up towards the sun and it's like a surefire way of making myself sneeze. And then also if I just like walk outside from my house and accidentally like look in the direction of the sun, I'll sneeze a few times. And when I brought that up to her, she's like, you may have convinced yourself. That sounds like a mental thing you got going on. And she's like, I look at the sun in order to stop myself from sneezing, honestly. I'm like, what the hell? And then the next day, serendipitously, Veritasium uploaded a video on this very subject, and he broke it down. I don't know if I trust his science and all, but as far as he reports, there's there's just a condition that 15% of the population has that when they go from a dark place to a light place or haven't looked at something very bright to looking at something bright, it'll cause them to sneeze. And but it's actually it's a minority. But it sounds like you and I are brothers.
Yo, when I look at the light, if I got to sneeze and I look at the light, it definitely helps, dude. Big time. The brighter the light, the better.
Yeah, yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Do it all
my
the
kids
time.
do it. My kids do it too. Like every time they walk out the front door, it's like instant.
Apparently, it's not everyone, though. The explanation Veritasium gave, as far as like an evolutionary style explanation, is that some people designed like the habit where if you're in a dark place, it may have come from being in like inside of caves or something, or inside of like dusty area, places with like debris like trapped inside of a room. And then when you go out, when you leave the like confined space, you see the daylight, and it's really good to like blow all that shit out, any like the dust that was inside that room, like just get it out of your system, and just like it triggers it to like, I don't know, flush you out from whatever you might have breathed in while you were there. But I don't know, man. It could definitely not be that too. But apparently it's a minority according to him. But I don't know. I always grew up thinking everyone did it. I haven't really taken a poll though. But if I did start a poll right now, it'd be two for two. You and Jeremy and myself.
3 for 3.
3 for
Yeah.
3, yeah.
You're fundy.
We're gonna
4
martingale it.
for 4. Did Bread just say him too?
Sí, señor.
Oh, okay. De nada. Okay. So it sounds like everyone has this little quirk.
Well, we all are on Discord too.
Yeah, maybe we're drawn together. I'll be back. I'm gonna look up the technical.
Oh, shit. Got quiet in here again. What happened? Yep, right here. What the hell's going on with you guys tonight? Am I gonna have to stream a Wheeler video, bro?
No, bro, no wiener videos.
Yeah, when I googled it, it says that it's somewhere from 11 to 35% of people have this condition where, you know, looking at something brighter than the area that they're currently involved in, where it goes from like darker to lighter, causing a sneeze reflex. Um, Veritasium definitely used like a 2 word title, but Google's calling it an autosomal dominant compelling helio ophthalmic outburst syndrome, or ACHU for short. Oh, geez, they got me. ACHU for short. Oh, they got me good. I have ACHU disease or syndrome.
There is hope for that, bro. They got a hot.
Well, yeah, really surprising. I just thought it was like a universal trait, but 11 to 35%. That's super surprising. You ever heard someone make a case against an argument, but you can't help but think they're like really just like supporting the side that they're claiming to be against?
Huh?
I said, you ever hear someone try to make the case against an argument, but they explain the side that they're against so well that you're like, how did anything you just said, like, how do you view that as wrong? Like, they explain it so logically and well that you're like, so you understand that side, how do you not agree with it? Like, I was listening to a video today about this dude talking about some philosophical concept that he's opposed to, and I never quite got around to hearing him say anything like against it. He just like sarcastically described the belief system and of a certain group, and I was like, yeah, that checks out to me. You explained it really well. I mean, I think more people are going to come away believing in the thing that you are against because of how well you put it.
Well, sometimes people can say things without really knowing what it is they're saying.
Hey, Dice, you know how Ken Wheeler has a deep respect for original Buddhism and how he calls it not a religion but a liberation ontology or something like that.
Yep.
Do you think when he says liberation, it that he views it in the way that, like, I guess the word liberation would sort of mean you're trapped somewhere and you want to like escape, like it's like you're liberated from a prison or from your shackles or something. You know what I mean? You think he views like incarnation as like a prison to escape?
Um, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, he talks about this becoming the Brahmin, essentially, which is the Tathagata, essentially, which means the body of the Brahmin. Um, and it's yeah, it's essentially the liberation of the soul, I guess. I'm just kind of reading through his stuff here.
He definitely believes in the soul. He's made that pretty clear. And if I guess if he's talking about the liberation of the soul, then he must feel it's like stuck, to say the least.
He says the well-centered spirit is the path for the attainment of Brahman. This is
He's also
immortality, that being the liberated spirit, Chitta, or Nous, which does not cling after anything. Whatever form, feelings, perceptions, experiences, or consciousness there is, the five aggregates, these he sees to be without permanence, as suffering, as ill, as a plague, a boil, a sting, a pain, an affliction, as foreign, as otherness, as empty, as selfless. So he turns his spirit incorporeal, i.e., a non aggregate, away from these. Therein he gathers his spirit within the realm of immortality. And this is tranquility. This is that which is most excellent. There is an unborn, an unoriginated, an unmade, an unformed soul or Brahman. And if there were not this unborn, unoriginated, unmade, then there would be no way out for the born, the originated, the made, and the form. What follows is a being who has a diamond spirit, that one who has destroyed the taints and has both liberated spirit and is liberated by wisdom. Just as there is nothing which a diamond cannot cut, be it stone or gem, so too is one with a diamond mind who has destroyed the taints and has both liberated spirit and is liberated by wisdom. This is one who's possessed a diamond spirit. And then his last little bit here says, I do not have followers. This is all coming from Lord Gautama, essentially, who was the originator of Buddhism. And he never identified it as Buddhism. He called it the path of the absolute. And that got twisted into modern Buddhism. And modern Buddhism is most famous for what it never originally taught. So I'll just finish off this last thing here. It says, I do not have followers, insight into anything, or Dharma, which, when made to become and made to expand, that brings great bliss. And the spirit is made to become and made to expand, brings the greatest bliss. I don't know. Good luck making sense of that.
Oh, but dude, that's what that makes sense. What he asked, what Ken Wheeler says about
This isn't Ken Wheeler's
Buddhism
words.
is not
These
a.
are quotes. These are quotes
Yeah,
from
I
the
know.
Falling Nicaeus.
I'm telling. I know, but I'm telling him the words that he used, that Ken Wheeler used. That he said, it's not a religion, it's a freedom, or whatever he said.
A liberation
Yeah, liberation. Yeah,
ontology.
yeah, right. And that's how I've always understood Buddhism is like a distinction between Christianity and Buddhism, or the practice of Christianity and the practice of Buddhism, and even the practice of Hinduism, is that Buddhism doesn't consider itself a religion. Like it's not a you're not supposed to worship the Buddha. You're not supposed to
Well,
you don't
modern
owe
Buddhism
anybody anything.
teaches that there is no soul. That's what they talk
Right.
about, and but original Buddhism never alluded to the fact that there is no soul. It's the difference between possessing something and a consubstantial relationship, and that's what most people don't understand. Like, when I ask you, where is your soul? I mean, not that you believe you have one, not that you don't, I don't know, but point being is that there's no Cartesian location of quantification that you can identify, the soul within. So to say that you possess a soul is, contrary to logic. And again, it's a consubstantial relationship of spirit and matter, which is consciousness. Yeah. But anyways, he analogizes it pretty well with the hand radio, and he says essentially we're all, modulating a signal essentially from a single source, if that makes sense. I'll read this last little bit real quick if you don't mind. He says, that which goes against the stream of the world is subtle, unfathomably hard to discern. Those dyad in lustfulness and the darkness of aggregates will never discern it. The Brahman, the Buddha, is a designation for becoming Brahman. And yeah, I guess that's all I got.
I know a lot of devoted followers of any particular tradition would hate what I'm about to say, but I think I'm best off,
Oh,
um,
shit.
kind of uh, taking
This is
deep consideration of things I've learned from that tradition, as well as Hermeticism, as well as Gnosticism, as well as Christianity has its place in my heart for what parts I think it has to offer me in good value. I just, but I guess like
Oh, can I say something
it's crazy what. Sure, man,
before we get too far off? Because I should have read this first, and I didn't realize it.
go for it.
It says if you cannot paraphrase the entire core of something in a few passages, then you definitely don't understand it. Um, these translations that I just read are a copyright of Ken's, but free to anyone. And he says in these 13 passages from the ancient Polynicaeas, circa 450 BCE, you have the entire core of original Buddhism. And he says in parentheses, no such word exists until recently, a few hundred years ago. The only time these teachings were called anything was in SN 5.4 and deemed Brahmanyana, which
The
means the
path to
path
the
to the app.
absolute.
Yeah, and
Right.
this is an ancient, dead, and mostly lost language. The oldest parts of which Udana, Sutta, Napata, it whatever the fuck, are painfully near impossible to translate by anyone on this earth. Rather literally, I like to keep the things simple. And yeah, there you go. So that's what that was. That's what I was reading to you guys. But go ahead, funny. If you can pick up where you left off.
Thank God for Ken Wheeler, dude. He can just break down these things that, I mean, everyone knows nobody else can grasp it the way he can, but he shares it with us, and it's amazing.
It's
You have
free,
to
man.
love him.
It's free.
It is free. But I gotta say, I usually never agree with him, but I did agree with what you were saying that he was saying about Buddhism. Well, first what you were saying. Honestly, dude, people who say arrogant things that just turn me off completely. So it's like
Yeah, I
I
can pick that
stopped
up in
listening
your
to them.
sarcasm there.
Well, yeah, it's a bit it's kind of like okay, it's just sort of like
Hey,
if
I'm with you.
you're
Well,
Don't
let me say
if you're the
let me say
king,
something
if
real
you're the
quick.
king, you don't have to tell people you're king. And
Let
if
me
you
say
understand
something.
something, you don't gotta express that to people.
Let me say something real quick. It's like claiming to be a Christian or whatever sect or denomination of any religion, right? And never having read the scripture that you claim to be a follower of, but yet knowing, you know, the essence of what it is you claim you're following. So and that's kind of what modern Buddhists have done, right? Like they never dived into the original writings that things are twisted around and
But he
and
has.
supposedly he says he can read that language, the
Right. Well, then
Polynicaeic text.
how come they can't?
Well, I guess there's only a few people that can, dude. There's like a
That's what I'm
limited amount of
saying, dude.
people. Well, I mean,
People
you
who
can
say shit
verify
like
that
that, just
yourself
like no, I mean, it's whether it's true or not. It's like I
because
don't know, dude.
you
It's
have to
like,
understand, bro. Like the language has been dead for so long. Like there's nobody's nobody's got the fucking time, dude, in their life to go try to unravel a dead language that is never going to be used again. Like people have a hard enough time like trying to learn a language that they're living in the country of, like let alone some 1,000-year-old dead text, dude, or whatever it is.
I don't think any of these
2,000 years.
traditions or philosophies are really all that complicated. It it just depends what foundation you're gonna build upon. You're gonna you're gonna have to claim you're gonna have to claim some aspect about something that there's only the ability to reason for based on your
Well,
perspective. You're like, okay,
Ken's
this is where
trick.
I'm coming from, and then explain the rest from there. And I respect all approaches, but that's what
Ken's
every approach has to do.
Yeah. Well, Ken's trick isn't really like the fact that he's got like some different perception of things rather than the fact that he uses a primer to decode whatever it is he's deciphering, which is crucial in trying to decipher anything. You can't do it without it. And that's kind of why like a lot of that hieroglyphic stuff is merely intranslatable because they don't have the key or the legend or the primer to decipher it. Like it's like trying to read a map without the key, the legend, or the direction. Like good fucking luck, dude. Like so there's a way to approach things, and unless you have that ability, then you're left with subjective interpretation, kind of like the what is it, the green emerald tablets or whatever. I don't know. There's a bunch of things that people have deciphered in many different ways and shit. And like I said, that you're gonna get that every time without that primer.
I totally understand, Dice, though. Uh, Kosho, um, I don't know if I don't know if you want to or have this all thought out, even from any perspective, really completely. But like, what's your breakdown of existence?
Yeah, it's a pretty hardcore question, dude.
Yeah, yeah,
Pretty hardcore
it's
question,
hard.
dude. But
It is hardcore. That's why I don't expect you to,
Fuck, I missed it.
maybe even even have
I
an
have
answer. Maybe
I
even
have
a
my answer, of
attempt.
course.
Or, oh
It's
yeah,
a fluid. It's a fluid understanding. Means I'm not
okay.
tied down. I'm not claiming. It's just. I mean, everybody should have a
You should try it,
something
like
like
an
this where they have a
attempt.
fluid. They have a fluid. Grasp of reality, and it's ever changing, and it should be unique. Well, not extremely unique, but unique to
Be,
their
but
understanding, of course.
you know how physics makes like the speed of light a constant. You know,
Hmm.
it's something that all sorts of other things are based upon, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Like what's your breakdown of like just giving a bird's eye view description of uh everything that you could ever talk about? What's your breakdown of the totality of everything? How do you break it down?
My question is getting even more kind of nebulous. I'll just answer it the way I first understood it to that what you were asking, and it's basically the same
Yeah,
question. But
maybe I didn't make myself clear the first time because that wasn't really what I was asking. Um, let's let me give you an example. Say a Christian, if I asked a Christian, like,
yeah,
what's
they
your
say
break,
God,
what's
yeah,
your breakdown of reality?
God
And
made
they'd
the
say,
universe, and
they'd
like a
say,
test for me.
there's God, and then he is just like on his own somewhere, sometime, I don't, some transcendent realm or whatever. And then he says, he speaks this separate, existence into he speaks this existence into existence, and then he populates it and fills it with different things, plants and trees and stars and suns and people and whatever,
Hmm.
you know. Like,
Yeah, right,
but
right. That's yeah. I
what's
understand
your
the question.
breakdown?
Then, yeah.
What's your breakdown?
Uh, I would say something sort of similar, except for I wouldn't make a claim about what or where or that God exists anywhere else. But I will say that in my understanding, there is an entity that in our existence constitutes every single thing in the universe, and we call that some people call that God, or the spirit or whatever you call whatever you want, but it's
Are
important
you
to understand that.
calling the universe in its totality an entity onto itself?
Yeah, I
Okay.
am. I'm calling it an entity, and I'm saying that this entity, in my understanding, had some sort of conscious influence in the initial conditions of this existence, including the rules that we as humans are discovering all the time, more explicitly and
Cool.
confidently, coming closer to shining light on it more and more. But we all find out that the more we learn, the more we learn we don't know. So it's kind of a catch-22. But regardless, yeah. But right. But back to the question is that
Breakdown.
that that God, or this entity, this the all, it created the initial rules to the universe, and then set it in motion, and then is sort of is the player. I don't even call it a player, or
Sure. Yeah, that's
the
fine.
main
That's fine.
character, or the only character, the only thing the only thing experiencing the universe, but is restricted. His experience is restricted, um, at first, because the rules that it made only allow it to do this and that, and then eventually stars are made, and it's got a lot of power but no real influence. And then through life, it can play as these characters, or these avatars, but it doesn't have complete control of these avatars. It only has slight influence, and the avatars are dictated by their physical, the physical existence that in these rules. And so, like you as a human, or me as a human, and down that stage in evolution, because obviously I'm describing the Big Bang and evolution, all this kind of stuff. But in evolution, there's humans, which also this being can control, but they are mostly most living things are influenced by their physical nature, and so it's not like a guarantee that this all powerful beings absolute will is going to be exacted onto these avatars, because they have they kind of have a conflict listening to their biological physical urges versus like this other entity that's somehow influencing them. So yeah, I think that is
Okay.
what I think about existence in the current state of the universe. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I understand. I threw you a really tough question, and that's a tough answer to really comprehend. It it kind of sounds like there's some things to clear up there, though, in your answer.
Sure.
It's like what um where's this where do you draw the lines of separation, right? So you said the entity, and at first you're describing this entity as like a grand architect, someone who sets the blueprints and the rules and the restrictions of what's possible to happen in this thing that he created will, unfold onto and, play out within. But then you involved humans, and you said that I think you involved like free will at that point. And
Well,
so,
not necessarily, because imagine, put yourself in the perspective of this entity. And by the way, I didn't necessarily describe it as an architect, because I don't know that it exists somewhere else outside of this. I'm claiming that the rules set in motion were set in motion by this entity, and this entity is also the
upon
only
himself,
entity.
I mean,
I'm just
do you think that it's like a, say, a video game designer who designs a video game and then he designs like characters to play as in that game?
no.
And okay, no.
It doesn't design any characters or anything. And also, I'm not, like I said, I'm not explicitly describing them as consciously uh, whatever this entity is, they did set the rules in motion. So they must have had they must have dictated these rules somehow. I don't know if it's like, like I'm using these words because these are the words that we understand, people doing them, but I'm trying not to make a claim on uh, exactly how it is that this entity made these rules, if that makes any sense. So I'm just saying that
Sure.
it made these rules, it put them in play, but these rules are very simple. Like they're complex, um, in nature, like quantum mechanics, uh, fundamental particles, the forces of four fundamental forces, like these kind of things, universal constants. But they're few. So it's like if it were a computer programmer, and it knew the actual entirety of the laws, of these descriptions, then actually could write this. But like I said, we don't yet know all the rules, so I'm not claiming to be able to describe them to you. I'm just giving you an example of what some of them are. Anyways,
Okay.
but it is a few set of rules, and only these are the only rules that are the initial condition, and then it lets off like
Right.
an initial force, then call it dark energy or expansion of the universe, and then naturally whatever plays out, just like in John Conway's Game of Life or any of those simulators where they set this initial conditions and then they see what complexity comes from that. Um,
So
that's one part to what you asked.
so laws or rules, laws or rules, and then a force, and like both of the initial overarching rules and the initial, force that sets it in motion. This is what if you want to call it God, set in
Yeah,
place in the beginning. It
right,
it
yeah,
it gave it a set of rules and it set it in
yes,
motion.
yes. They gave it a set of
And
rules so outside of those set of rules, it didn't establish. There's no other way um to make like magic things happen. You know what I mean? Like it's not gonna make something magical happen. Like those
yeah,
rules
yeah,
that it made are the rules, right?
yeah, the laws, the
The
unbreakable
laws, exactly.
laws. Yeah,
Right,
and just carrying on. I'd like to say like rules are like things we like I don't believe, like, in a way of putting it, like the things that we call laws, like our justice system or whatever, to me those
right,
are rules. To me,
right.
laws are things that can't be broken, right? Like you can't
Okay,
break
fair.
the law. You can break a rule, the like the speed limit, right? That's not a law. That's a rule. And you can break rules, but you can't break laws.
Right,
So
okay.
so speaking that way, making the distinction between laws and rules is laws being something that can't be broken, like
Or what
absolute
if they're just all
limitation.
rules? What if they're just all rules, and then you can like either you can just only bend the rules, but you actually can't break the rules. That way, that the rules are actually like the laws.
Well, I'd
Then it's an
say
easier conversation.
law. I don't know if it makes it easier. I just say the same thing. Like laws are the things that can't be
Yeah, there's
bent.
only the one
Then
thing.
I'm just trying to understand Kosho here because I mean it wasn't too clearly put as far
Well,
as
but
the overall breakdown.
if that part is cleared up for you, the only other part, like I said, because I was trying to explain a lot in a short amount of time. But the other part about the humans, and so now that it's established this universe at the very beginning, and
Yeah.
it's basically there's no life, there's no, and by the way, it doesn't have any eyes, it doesn't see the colors of whatever star, it doesn't see any of that stuff, but it can exist in all things. And so in a star, like it's existing in a star, and it's has this powerful life, but its influence in the universe is dictated by those rules that it made. So there's a physics of a star, the evolution of a star, and the death of a star, that is not there's no optional, uh, you know, there's no options. It's
Oh,
basically
I
going to
totally get you.
experience what it's,
Yeah,
yeah. So
I
so
totally get
it's
you.
not until biological life was established that uh, this entity starts to be able to influence things that have a direct the sort of decision, like it has the ability to change things in a more optional way, but it
Sure.
doesn't have this. It doesn't have the direct control over these things, because these
Right.
things
It's
are
unfolding.
right. Yeah, and then they're unfolding based on those same laws, and so those laws dictate our physical urges, which allow us to reproduce and survive. So they're very
Okay.
necessary, but they're also
So
very influential.
so that so you've given us our place in this scenario, but that thing that you were referring to as it or as God or whatever you want to call it, right? I don't mean to, I'm not trying to
Oh yeah,
corner
yeah.
corner
I
you with
use
some terms.
God because it's familiar, so
But
you can call it whatever you
yeah,
want.
yeah,
God is fine.
yeah, that's I totally understand. But my earlier question, I still want you to think about. Um, where do you draw the lines of separation between it and like you just involved humans now or like living
Right,
beings? Where do you draw the separation between it and human or it
right.
and anything else? Is
So
there no separation really at the end of the day? Is
no,
God or it everything?
there is and there isn't. So let's let's talk about any of these things without that spirit, like a rock, a star, or a person, an animal, whatever. It's it's built off the laws that were set in place, and the urges and everything. Hold on a second. It hold on.
Sure.
I think that alarm means that Kosho's shift is over.
No. But so right. So without this entity, they're influenced only by these rules, and so you naturally have a desire for breathing and water and food, and then sex is usually the fourth, and those are all very necessary, because if you don't have those urges, um, it's the life form is not going to be able to reproduce and persist, and so those are necessary components just for this part of this we'll call it a simulation. I'm not saying it's simulation theory, but I'm saying that this entity's thing that it's made, like those are necessary components for those things, and so that part of let's say we're talking about a person. That part of that person, we'll call that their ego, their physical entity, and that would be that those influences are part of that, right? But at the same time, this entity that exists in every thing and every object, it's also exists in those people, and so in any given living thing, there's always a conflict between, there's like a dialogue and a uh, argument between these physical urges, which are influencing this life form, and also this uh, this universal spirit or whatever. And I mean, at least I feel like I experience that in my reality, and I feel like in my experience, in my understanding, it seems like everything is deciding is deciding to be virtuous, or uh, you know do things that almost don't seem like it's benefiting that thing individually, but are altruistic and it's coming from somewhere, versus selfish urges, which come from like a necessary biology. That makes any
Let me
sense?
let me ask let me ask you two questions. Um, these laws, um, restrictions, rule, whatever you want to call them, the things to be followed. Um, I think you'd agree. I'm just trying to understand you. That there, what? Let me ask the first question here. Um, what term would you use to describe that which is following or obeying the law? We would just call it
Um,
reality. Reality
yeah,
obeys
yeah,
laws. There's laws to
yeah,
reality that reality obeys.
yeah. Nature, everything in nature is just that. It's just reality.
Yeah,
Yeah, just
Right.
follow
So
it.
it's like
Nate.
that's
Like that saying,
nature.
nature adores a vacuum.
Nature
Okay.
adores a vacuum.
Okay. So there's that which obeys the laws. Now, I know that I can play a game with myself where it's like I don't know, say I'm a high schooler, it's like I can tell myself I'll allow myself to play video games after I finish my homework. Those are like self-imposed laws, right?
Hmm.
Or self-imposed rules. So, do you think that, God, whatever you want to call it, do you think that the laws you're describing are things that it's imposing upon itself, or laws that it is imposing upon something it made?
No, well, it's laws. So it's like if I can imagine this more easily, maybe than um like because I'm a programmer. So like when I think of, for instance, John Conway's Game of Life, I can imagine having created that because I have created versions of that. But it's like you write this code or you write these rules beforehand without really even knowing what to expect, like what is going to emerge from those rules. And so you almost sort of have maybe there's a goal in mind of where to direct that. So whatever comes about, however, whatever happens, like maybe you have a goal uh, in the end, regardless of what happens, and so like you have some interest in trying to guide that this unwieldy like simulation that you don't really even have a plan for how it's going to play out. Um, I forget the question exactly. So
Let me ask you again. Are the laws being imposed onto a subject, or are they like laws that you're subjecting yourself, like, God, whatever? Is God setting rules for himself to
oh right.
obey, or is God setting rules for something separate from himself to obey?
But see, I don't know about, like I said, when I said, as I was saying, I don't know how that entity exists outside of this. I don't know if that's all. I don't know if that's all that it is. I don't know if like it doesn't exist outside of this thing. I don't know if there is anything outside of this thing. Like, I don't know
Do
the,
you,
the true nature of that.
okay.
I don't have a.
S-
I don't
Do
really
do
have
you,
a. But
yeah,
but
I
but
mean,
regardless, I
I
can
was
still
like,
answer. I
anyone
can
really
still
knows.
answer that question though because
Go for it.
the rules that are applicable to the game, if you want to call it that. It's applicable to the game. It's
Well,
not really restrictions for. It's restrictions in general in the realm of this game. It's not
but is
just
it
restrictions. It's just
voluntary?
the rules.
Is God subjecting himself voluntarily to obey rules that he sets for himself to obey,
He doesn't
or
have.
has
There's no choice. It's
there
it's
is no
it
choice?
is it is this realm. So it's not like in my idea of God. It doesn't have extra powers or something like that. Like it has the collection of all the knowledge of all things ever, but it doesn't have any extra knowledge in this realm. If that makes sense. I don't know if that does make sense, but like for instance, it
It
can't have
doesn't
seen
it
things.
doesn't make sense until you make a distinction of separation. I mean, you can just say all is God and I'll follow you there, or you can say God and creation are two separate things. Either way you want to go, I can follow you. I just want to understand what you think. Do you
I
think
don't I don't know.
what what feels right in your heart? Is God separate from creation, or is creation synonymous with God?
I don't know both. Neither. I honestly I don't know. Like maybe some combination of both. But I've thought about it both ways. I couldn't answer that definitively.
He's trying
Like
to Google it right now.
yeah. No, but for real, like I've thought about it both ways. So it's obviously
I'm pretty dissatisfied with both options, honestly. Neither of
yeah.
them make logical sense to me. There's there's some there's some leak where it doesn't hold water either way I view it. Like,
Yeah, and there's more.
God,
There's more to the world if it were one way, and there's more questions than answers. Yeah, no matter which way you think about it.
yeah, which is why I think that the answer that all philosophers are looking for can't ever be found while alive. Like
Perhaps.
we're inside of the mystery, and we're trying to think our way out of a thinking box,
Yep,
and
that's what
it's
Ken
the
says.
it's the only tool we have, and it's sort of like a Chinese finger trap, right? Like
Right.
like if you try to escape, it only gets tighter, and you can spin your wheels in the mud and you'll go nowhere. Uh, that does point towards one solution where it's like you are in the place you're trying to get to, so like stop trying to go somewhere because you're already there. But at the same time, ultimately that doesn't pan out to mean anything at all. It just negates itself. So yeah, at the end of the day, I think that all this philosophy is sort of just for fun and just for our own entertainment. Not to say it's not worthwhile. I think we should be having these conversations. I think we should be searching for answers, but
Well, especially because I
it's
disagree with you, but
okay.
it's not based on anything except for hope or whatever. But I personally think that we as humans, being the most capable life forms, I think that we one day will maybe be able to verify these things.
Mission.
Through
Okay,
research.
so what you're talking about is the idea that existence has a mission and that someday it can be mission accomplished, which would result in the end of existence. If existence is a mission and it can reach a conclusion, then that would mean that the ultimate goal of humanity or of all living beings is to end the universe. That this is something that we are trying to get to the end of. That once we do it, it'll be mission accomplished and the game is over.
I should have been careful not to insinuate anything like that because when I said that this thing possibly has like a goal in mind and is trying to influence whatever it can to so that so that it can influence its creation or whatever. Uh, I don't necessarily think I know what that goal is or if that goal is even specific. Like
Yeah,
it might just want to learn as much as it can about its creation.
experience, right? Wisdom, experience.
I think it can only know what the collection of what everything knows or what everything sees or
So,
experiences,
so like,
and so yeah.
That sounds like a sick joke, though.
yeah, but like,
Like if
what?
if there's any view of a creator or a god being all knowing or any sense, subjecting himself into an ignorant state just to recollect his memories to just achieve absolute wisdom once again. It just sounds like a sick joke where
Well,
God like voluntarily experiences amnesia just to
yes,
recollect his memories, and then
yes,
once he does recollect his memories and achieve complete godhood gnosis or whatever, then that would just start the cycle once again because
maybe,
okay, now I'm God. Now I'm bored. Now I'm doing
yeah,
nothing besides knowing everything. What am I gonna do now? Well, I'm just gonna repeat the same
like,
process. So it seems like a very
what if,
nihilistic cycle of God hitting himself over the head, losing all his memories, remembering everything, and then returning back to where he just once was, ultimately
right?
going nowhere,
It's
just
a great,
returning back to where he once was.
that's a great finish to your sentence, which was, but I also think like, what if God just has like, a lot of good qualities, but also every mental disorder?
Well,
Like,
those
it
are
Well,
kind of goes
that
to,
then
or
that
like what,
then that's an eternal struggle, right? Then that's the
well,
same thing as an eternal battle between good and bad.
or like that'd be, or what is the difference between having like God and the devil, or having like bipolar God? It's like just one God, buddy. Like, he goes off sometimes. You watch it when he drinks. You know what I mean? But or
Oh yeah,
or
that's where
or
rationality leads you. Yeah, that's
or if
where
we take
rational thought leads you.
if the idea of like a polytheism or one god that's just like multiple personalities. Yeah,
Yeah, that's where being
we don't.
rational leads you on your view of God, that God is imperfect and he's on the eternal quest of being perfect, even though he'll never get there.
But we really want
I
like rational God, though. That's what we kind of want,
Yeah,
right?
everyone wants a perfect God, but then when you reflect on what the world is, and then you say, okay, how does this imperfect world have some sort of umbilical cord that relates it to a perfect God? And it's like, okay, God created evil. That's one of those big philosophical questions. It's like, why did he even bother? This seems like some sort of sick joke again.
It's not a
I
sick
don't.
joke. I can tell you what I've figured out
Uh,
over the last 2 decades. Sorry if I just make a
no,
big
you're fine. You're fine. When you're
beeping
done, I
noise.
just wanted to respond.
No,
Someone
I'm trying to
corrected
find my
myself.
mic. Sorry, I
I'll
stay
have
muted
that.
a lot. Hold on.
I didn't see it.
Alright, there it is. Okay, so I think that the purpose of
Sleep.
evil is because
Yeah.
what would be considered righteous? If there is no evil, then nothing is righteous.
Yeah, but right. That's so. That's what I was going to say. Is I was going to correct, at least on my philosophy, but not correct them in the universe, but correct them on what my philosophy is, that I don't. I never. I never even express God as, or the God I'm talking about, as being all knowing. Uh, like I said, it's only in this realm, at least, and I don't know if there's anything outside this realm, or if it exists outside this realm. But in this realm, I think that it's only a collection of all the knowledge and experiences that have yet been experienced, not anything that's been experienced or to be experienced, but the only things that have only yet been experienced. And so, yeah, I don't think it's all knowing.
That's
And then
like
also,
the anything under the sun is not new. That it's all been done before, right?
Who's
no,
that
there's new
talking?
things. There's new
Hmm?
things,
Who's the
yeah.
new
But
voice?
This is
My
called
name's
sleep.
Sleep right now. That's my handle here. I got invited by a man who claims to have 1 million followers. His name is Villain, maybe?
Oh,
That
correct. No.
that sounds like a little bit of a white lie, but
There's
I want
no
to ask you the
villain?
same I want to ask you the same
Correct. No.
question, Flea, that I asked
well,
Kosho earlier. Okay,
before you
good.
ask the
Yeah,
question,
go ahead.
I wanted to clear up
Go
the other
ahead.
part of the thing, and the other part was just about evil and good or whatever. Righteousness is, in my paradigm, like I said, there's only this will, this universal spirit's will. That's one influence, and the other one, the one that we call sin or devil or whatever, that doesn't exist. What exists is the natural urges of biological life, and when those are allowed to, when you succumb to that alone,
Fester.
those are perceived as sin. Yeah.
Okay, so
That's it.
Flea,
So,
I wanna ask Flea the same question I asked you earlier, Kosho. Um,
That's
if
not.
there's any,
You say flea.
yeah, I thought that's what.
Sleep.
Sleep.
Oh,
Like
sleep.
to go
Anyway,
to bed.
Okay,
no, I was gonna
my
say
Dreaming.
something
my
about
bad.
free will too, because like
Go
that's
ahead.
that's what it comes
Well,
down to, you know.
sleep will. Fight or flee. I'm sorry.
Oh, my
No,
bad.
neither. I think that everyone's in freeze mode. The
Understand.
fight, flight, or freeze. There's one more to it too, isn't there?
yeah, so that's just
Isn't
true.
there a
Yeah.
fourth?
And
The
then,
other F word.
is there a fourth one? What's the
I think
fourth one?
so. What
One of
is
the
it?
other F words.
Fight, flight, or freeze, and what's the fourth one?
The
I
F
think
word.
there's a
Rise,
I think
rise
there's a
above.
fourth
Fake it.
one.
Fake it till you
Mm.
make it.
Well, I was gonna say that too, is that we never really can necessarily I'm not even sure what the right word is I'm looking for, because I don't get to talk about this
Well,
often and ever. I'm glad I got invited here. We had to, other people have said this, just you rise above them. You know, you rise above the sea, like the ascension, you know, that's the whole, you want to ascend above this hedonistic culture that we're the modern world. You have to live above it.
Where's Professor
So,
Clay?
what's okay? So, what's your breakdown of everything, as simply as you can put it?
What does everything mean?
Yeah, let's not get into that.
I mean, you mean
As
like life?
yeah.
Life?
As much as you can speak to, like what is the breadth, what is the range that you can describe in words to me? Like what is your breakdown as much as you feel comfortable speaking on to?
Of life? Like what is life?
As broad as you can begin with.
I
What's
mean,
your
it's
breakdown?
definitely
What's your
knowledge.
breakdown of everything in
Wouldn't you
general?
say that it's knowledge? Because we teach, it's the most honorable thing. They lie and hide knowledge because it's so
That
valuable.
sounds like a
Why don't you
relationship
give
between.
her the same example you gave me? Right, the
Is it a trick
Christian one.
question? I mean, is there a wrong
No,
answer?
Yeah,
no. There
every
is no
answer's
wrong
wrong. It's always
answer.
right.
Okay.
There is no wrong answer.
I would say
I mean,
wisdom.
I think to wake up happy is like
I
success.
would say wisdom. Wisdom's the only thing that transcends.
It's very hermetic,
Wisdom is
and the
good.
first
Yeah.
principle being all is mind. But um, I guess to be more specific in my question, it's like you're you, and I don't need to explain any, like English plays a pretty good role in what I'm trying to express here. Like you're you, but then there's all the rest of what isn't you. There's me, there's Kosho, there's Daislo here, there's the room you're in, there's everything other than you.
I think
Ex-
that
you
that's overwhelming.
yeah. The rest of well, there is a word, right? There's a few words. There's nature, there's existence, there's the universe, there's reality. There's all sorts of words we have for it, right?
Okay.
Those four words specifically are the common ones: existence, totality, reality, the all. Like what's your breakdown from the most general, like starting from the basics? Like how do you view all of that there is to speak upon? Uh, Kosho said, give you the example I gave him earlier. A
Yeah, give
Christian
me.
would say,
It's the, yeah,
there's
you're new. So, like, can you explain the grandeur of the totality of the
Me?
eventuality of all
Me?
existence? Yeah, can you
Me?
just speak
No,
on
no,
that?
no, 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 no.
No, just
I'm
like
here
put
to
a couple
learn that.
words. Like, what do you think about the rapturous beauty of the complexity that's infinite and
Am I
unchanging?
being
What do you,
trolled?
well,
I'm
he's
just
trolling.
I'm trolling him. I'm
Well,
trolling
he's
him, and I'm
mocking me.
helping
Yeah,
you. But
Okay, thank
we're
you.
all
yeah.
friends
Don't
here.
worry.
We're all friends here.
Yeah.
I'm just having a good time.
He's mocking me,
I'm trying to break
thinking that.
ice right now. That's all. It's you gave her a
eh,
tough ask. That's all. I'm
Well,
also just
it's what I'm interested in asking. That's all. You're definitely not helping in this person's understanding of my question. A little bit of distraction there. It was funny though. I'll give you that. Um, but you seem to understand what I'm asking. Could you put it in simpler terms for me
Me?
and ask? No,
I
no, the
think
person who's
Good. Okay.
I mean
I'll try.
no,
I'll try to
I mean
answer.
provided
no.
I think she understands the
No,
question. Just give it a shot.
The person who is mocking me. Could you ask my question
Oh,
more
okay.
concisely than me for me, please?
Yeah. Can you touch on a few points of what you think generally the experience of living is?
Well, I definitely didn't mean that.
All right. Because maybe you could
Really
you could start from
specific.
there and then kind of go out, but you're asking her to just like start vaguely on everything. It's a difficult way to phrase it.
No,
And I don't know. I think you.
that is exactly what I'm
All right.
asking.
Cool.
I am trying
I
to
get
be
it.
vague in general. What's your answer, by the way? What's your general description of everything?
It's difficult question because there's what we can know, and then there's everything that we never get to know, and then there's everything that we never care about knowing, or never had access to knowing, or hasn't
So
happened
where do you
yet,
begin? So where do you begin?
or has happened before.
I
So
mean, aren't you
yeah,
supposed to just control
what's that?
yourself? I mean, It seems like you're casting that net out there, kind of.
Right. There's a bit know thyself, heal thyself.
Some people have you know, a clear, concise understanding of how they view these things, and some people have never thought about it before or have never tried to put it into words. Do any of you want to try to put your view of everything into words? A Christian would have an easy job at this. Maybe you're not Christian. I don't know. There's no requirements here. Do any of you have your description of everything, kind of from the most general up, you know, just the basics?
The
Like I
basics of
believe
general of everything. Yeah.
the basics
There's
of everything you
stuff.
believe in.
Yeah.
How about ether?
Oh yeah, Ken Willard
That's
would say, you
ineffable.
know,
It's you can't touch it. You can't. It's difficult. It's like trying to say music, you know. But in a way, the harmonic stack, I feel like the whole way that things order out and have harmonic relationships to each other, you know, maybe that's at the core of how things work. But I wouldn't say that that's my experience. You know what I mean? So deeper truths don't necessarily represent the mundanities of our casual existence as bipedals.
It's like a
so
flame not having a shadow. What you're trying to ask? How do you describe that?
What's that? A flame not having a shadow?
Yeah, it doesn't, because light, you know.
Well, in the absence of the light, I mean, the shadow's not a thing of itself. It's just a privation. It's just the absence of light.
I think
They don't
rather than
actually.
focusing on like this large picture of what it is, it should be more your own domain. And then,
Individualistic. What were you think? What were you
well,
saying about free will? What's the free will interest you had? That might be
well, I
interesting
think
if
that,
you'd like to talk about that.
well, what he was talking about, I think it was snacks down there at the bottom. I'm not sure who
That's me
was
now.
earlier was speaking. Oh, okay. Well, the other gentleman was
I'm the
saying,
guy that's I guess being the wise ass to Fundy, but I'm not trying to
the
really
other
be.
guy
I'm
was saying that
just
God
trying not to give you a hard time.
was not perfect and was evolving himself or something like that, and cannot intervene or something. I can't remember. It was 5-10 minutes ago. But it was
oh yeah,
the main thing. The
that
main
was
thing is free will.
remember
That's
it.
why all of the manipulation, all of the brainwashing, all of the chemical warfare, psychological warfare, it deadens you from your intuition to know when you're being lied to make your own decisions. If you don't know the truth, then you just don't know. What do you know? You don't know anything. But who knows the truth? It's a matter of like faith. And faith is accepting the unknown. It's being okay and comfortable with the unknown. And that's a very uncomfortable thing for everyone to an extent. Not being okay with, with the unknown.
I
Can
don't
be
know
like,
how.
oh,
It
it
sounds like
is
a
what it
shaky
is.
foundation.
It's like
Yeah.
it is what it is. It's people say that they hate that. They hate that quote. It is what it is. But how many people right now alive are just accepting that? Everyone.
Is it
Eighty
isn't what
percent
it
of
isn't?
people. 80% of people. No, it is what it is. Ugh, it is what it
And
is.
it
What are
and
you
it
gonna
isn't
do?
what it is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't.
I don't understand
And
the
it
second part of what you're saying.
if something is what it is, then it is
Hmm.
not what it is not. But I would
Right.
go as far to complete the whole four corners of the cross and say, it is what it is, it isn't what it isn't what it is, and it is what it isn't.
I don't know.
I think the other two would be
I feel
it
dizzy.
might be what it
I feel
could
dizzy
be.
too.
Can I just, Coach, if you're here too, you hear about the intelligence model called Bayesian architecture or Bayesian intelligence? You can look it up if you like, but it's just basically that the system knows what it knows, but it also has an idea of everything that it cannot know and doesn't know as well. So it like kind
What's
of
the
works things
system?
out in parallel. You know, do we work like that a little bit too? Like in this dream world that we go to sleep and we're kind of wondering about what we know and what we don't know. and kind of playing these things out. You know,
Isn't that
That's
why
why we
people
use
meditate or
logic.
pray?
is it?
Yeah,
I
meditate,
don't
they
know.
pray, but
I
we
don't
also
meditate.
we do thought experiments and logical syllogisms, and those are meant to represent truths that aren't yet
So would the
experienced. Right?
dream world count, Fundy? Does the dream world count as the
Well,
tangible reality that we're to know?
well, isn't that where Tesla got all of his
Oh, he leaves.
inventions? The dream world. Somebody left. Is the
I
fly
mean,
on the wall a troll? Is that somebody that you guys know?
I have a feeling it is, and a feeling they're just not talking. They're just here to be fun.
It's bizarre.
Yeah.
I wish people like that weren't allowed to be in here.
No, it's most likely a alt.
He joined right after
some
somebody
battle
else
right
got
now.
kicked.
She just left, dude. She said that and then split.
Oh
Who
yeah.
got kicked? Who's the person who got kicked
Nice.
when they joined?
Dude. Wow. Major collapse.
Yeah. It's sus.
The bubble.
So who was it that got kicked whenever they joined?
I don't get it. But why is this fly in here? And who is the fly?
Well, yeah,
I feel he's got an accent, a thick accent.
No, people have alt accounts make names like that. So
Can you server change his name, Dyslow, to like harmless fly, housefly? Maybe that was. It seems too sus. Fly on the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm
like that means like you should be suspicious of it because it's just I'm just a fly on the wall. You know what I mean? Like you.
right. It's sus for sure. Do we know who Buster is?
I think I heard that guy talk. Is Buster a musician? Yeah, Buster's the guitarista.
No. Chick got all freaked out.
It's all right. She was getting bugged out. Was I wrong? Give me style points on that. I'm not trying to like. Sometimes it's a little bit. Fundamental is so strong with his mentals that it is difficult for newards to sort of.
yeah, I think you maneuvered through that fairly well, actually.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm. All right, cool.
I didn't think it was too bad.
All right, cool, nice.
Because I like what he was doing, but I just I know how it can.
It's a good question,
especially. Yeah,
I think he's just ready to get down to like the atomic structures of things sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're always very down to earth, Snacks. That's what I like about you. Always you have a very more down perspective than I do. I know that. I can sometimes be in the clouds.
What?
Hold on one second. Get this microwave to work, so hold on.
I guess I always like give new people some type of slack, unless she wasn't like actually new and she'd been here before. I don't really know. But she made it seem like she was new.
Yeah, sorry to be heavy-handed with it.
No, you good. Be you, dude. It's cool. Ready to talk about important, meaningful things. I didn't mean to,
It was funny, man.
Yeah.
It was funny. No problem. There's always room for comedy.
You have such depth, you know what I mean? I'm not poking fun at it. I'm just, I was just trying to make it okay for the other person. She was like, what? Like, I think she's a deer in the headlights kind of situation with that. But whatever.
It's definitely a me thing. I got this real arrogant position I come from where I think that I can kind of see where things are heading, and I don't know. I'm kind of angry because I've looked, I've spun around in a circle, and I've tried to go down, every direction, and I see that any direction you head towards is kind of a dead end. And I'm just kind of, I don't know, in a rush sometimes to walk people in any direction they want to go towards to where it reaches its ends, and then say, "Hey, look at this. We went in your direction. Let's unfold what you're saying as far as it can go, and recognize, oh, this really just, we're gonna backtrack because we got as far as we could go in that direction, and it didn't ultimately result in anything." And then you can return to the center, pick a different direction, head towards that, down that lane, and then where does that go? Nowhere again. It's fun. It is fun though, the whole process of it. But I don't know. You kind of find yourself right back where you started every time. With a question. We're stuck inside of a mystery that can't be solved, unfortunately. We're in a labyrinth with no exit, but it's fun to walk around it. I definitely want to
Sometimes,
participate.
like I can follow like chains of or portions of some of your thoughts, but I do feel like I'm trapped in like a Street Fighter 2 Zangief 20 hit combo chain wrestle move, and where I'm just like I don't even know what happened now, and it's like oh KO. It's like you have a wonky hammer. You have a tremendous wonky hammer. I think just to be able to sometimes have some confounding not only ideas but uh, novel ways of trying to describe them too. So like it can be a little challenging sometimes to keep up with you.
I hear you.
It is fun though.
That's all that's left. Let's have some fun.
Yeah.
Here we are. Let's enjoy ourselves.
Are we really here?
Existential conversation.
I think at the end of the day, uh, we're all troubled, uh, in different ways. Um, but try to acknowledge the traumas you've gone through, work through those, and then after you've done that, kind of known thyself, at that point just go with your gut. That's really, I think, my message at the end of the day. Like, I don't want a sociopath to go with their gut feeling, like, and maybe there's people who are tied up in a knot that can't be unraveled, but as far as the knots that life has tied all of you guys in, including myself, unravel as many as you can, and then after that point, just go with your gut, because that's really all there is to go off of at the end of the day.
When is the end of the day? Somewhere in the mid-30s. Like, at what point do you like? Oh yeah, like I've just about shed all of the things that I can. Now let's play this game. I guess.
Well, the thing is, like, as you try to unravel knots, like, things will knot you up, as you go. So it's really just the
No, that's
pursuit
not my
of being
experience.
as oh, you've achieved Christ consciousness. You're free from all restraints. You're not under any delusions.
Those are your knots you're describing to me, not my knots.
I'm asking you,
You
man,
might have gone
legitimately.
knots, right?
I mean,
I mean,
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, man.
buying what?
Unless you're, I'm not buying you're
Am I
the
selling
one
something?
like
You're
untroubled person in the
you're
world under
putting
no
that.
delusions.
You're saying you're
I
saying
am
everything I
assuming.
try to solve, I only find more complexity, more problems. Are you serious? No, that's not the way. I wouldn't even bother if that were the case, dude. So you know
Oh,
what I mean?
you don't you understand that every answer leads to another question?
That may be your experience. Yeah.
So you found the answers
The
and you have
bottom
no
of the
more
rabbit hole.
questions.
Is
You
that what
found
it
them.
is to have one question? Is to have every question incessantly for the end of time? Is that what it means to have ask one question? I must ask every question. Is that what it means? Or
No, you can choose to stop.
do you think?
That's you have that permission from whatever, granted you that
If you
ability.
say so.
You have that permission to rest, to stop, to not search any
All
further.
right.
You can be
Okay. If you
satisfied.
believe I can do that, then I do that. And
Yeah,
so then therefore
you didn't
it doesn't manifest
it's
into
not
further and further questions.
I mean, it does if you continue seeking, or you can give up. You can end your journey. You can commit suicide whenever you want. You can quit searching whenever you want.
Oh,
You
I'll
guys
just
hear
do that
about
now.
that guy?
Thanks. This is really good.
There's all
Here,
sorts of
Yeah.
ways to
you guys
quit.
hear about
That's
that
sick,
guy?
dude. Yeah. Sweet
He was
combo.
communicating with a chat GBT or some fucking AI thing about climate change for like the last 6 months. And I guess this like AI thing told him that the best solution would be for him to like basically off himself. So he did it.
Well, that's dumb.
Yeah, I heard about that today on AM radio. Dude, it's crazy.
Possibility that ChatGPT is not really AI and just a bunch of people getting paid very little amount of money.
Oh man, wouldn't that be funny?
It's a huge mechanical Turk.
Yeah,
His
man.
name. It
Nice
had a
reference
name.
there.
Isaiah or some shit like that. Azael. Azael. I don't know, dude. That's crazy, bro. And I guess this dude had a wife and everything, and this dude was just like nonstop and incestually just interacting with this thing for like over a course of 6 months. And yeah, bro. Fuck that AI stuff, dude. I haven't met ChatGPT. I don't think I will.
Yeah, I'm gonna set up a fucking badass little crazy computer sometime soon. I really just want to run like image stuff on it though.
Uh,
But why stop there?
yeah. Hopefully, it's funny you didn't get butthurt. Just did.
Did he? I don't know. He dropped out before too.
I don't know. He might have been mad I changed the station.
Oh.
You guys sounded like you guys were about to start getting buck wild or something.
No, I'm just just feeling chatty.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta hit the hay here in a little bit.
All right.
And I'm not even tired. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I crashed out a little earlier. I woke up, had some energy. So.
Yeah, I gotta be up super early, and I'm like tired right now.
Yeah, man.
You get your Easter basket ready?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Probably get them eggs colored up pretty soon.
There you go.
Need some kind of like new fun thing to do with the eggs though. Some about spray paint. That's okay, right?
Holy crap! Somebody mentioned earlier that the moon was bright, and I'm looking at it now, and it seems like it is pretty bright. It's weird.
Yeah. Well, it was full or it is
So
full.
there was a crazy full moon out tonight.
Yeah, dude.
I was saying that like 2 days
Right
ago.
up.
The moon, I saw the moon and like a rainbow around it. And usually when I see that, it rains like a day or two after that. Raining right now.
I don't know how true it is, but my dad told me anytime you see a ring around the moon like that, it's usually snowing on the east. I don't know.
Yo, whatever happened to Mango guy? No.
I think I actually heard him on like Bro Sanchez. I think he was on Bro Sanchez. He called in or something, and Bro Sanchez like kind of was taking him seriously. It was a bit of a shit show. That was the last I heard of that guy. Maybe a couple weeks ago or something.
I don't know. He just like abruptly vanished. So I just figured like, oh, maybe he like had the end of that. It was like this kind of immature thing, and he was like, oh man, I need to really like grow up. I need to be a little more adult. I need to take more responsibility for myself. Maybe he just like kind of grew out of it. But no, he's still there. Oh man.
All right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, man. All right, take care.
Yo, where the fuck is everyone at? And second of all, Kosho said you could take two different paths earlier, but it's the same path. And he's looking for a gift right now that shows that. What do you think?
I think he said he was going to be right back.
He's gonna be looking for that shit for infinity.
It's one path that's two paths?
Here's the scenario.
All right, write it down.
You got to write this down. You got pencil. Get your crayons out.
I have.
There's a merry-go-round or a roundabout or something.
Okay.
There's two people on opposite sides. It doesn't even matter where they are. In one case, I'm gonna throw. This scenario involves stakes. So in one scenario, I'm gonna fly a drone.
Yeah.
To where Kosho is gonna be. Right. So it's gonna be a straight line path. I'm gonna fly it to where he's gonna be. It's just gonna go straight.
Okay.
And there's another scenario where I fly it where Kosho, I keep my heading on Kosho the whole time. So I'm constantly adjusting. Like it's like a drone or something. So I'm just constantly adjusting for every time he turns out of the way of the thing. He's saying those paths, if you put stakes on the ground for both those paths, there's going to be the same stakes. You won't even have to put any new stakes after the crazy.
Can you just run B scenario by me? I get the straight line to where he's going to be. The other one is where he isn't.
The other one, so in one case I lead him. I fly the drone to where he's going to be. There's another scenario in where I start moving with the drone. I'm always going at him. So like I go at him, he turns out of the way a little bit. I adjust course, go at him, he turns out of the way a little bit. Adjust course.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, yeah, they're different. Those are different paths, I think, Jeremy. But I'm a simple man. I know complex kosho geometry. Yeah, maybe the GIF explains it better. Probably got a GIF. Guys always do. Does he have a time limit on this? Are you just going to give him to like whenever to find it?
What did you say next?
Does he have a time limit? You know, like in Jeopardy, that they run the clock and stuff, and then at the end you have to give the answer.
I mean, I told him he's got infinity, so because he's gonna need that fucking long to find it, because that shit don't exist.
So
That's what happens when you try getting out of everything using reference frames.
You had to put your stake down.
I've been killing them with the stakes. I'm like a vampire hunter, bro. This is the second scenario I killed them with stakes. Call me
Vampire Hunter
Buffy the
Jack.
Vampire Slayer. I'm like Van Helsing out this bit.
How you gonna get Nate on it? He's a
Am I
big
gonna
time
get what?
vampire, bro. The big time vampire, Nate. How you gonna get him on it? What are you gonna do?
What am I gonna do?
Yeah, you gotta bring him. You gotta bring the stakes to him, man.
Yeah, bro, it's over. I've been killing them with the stakes. Stakes on a train, stakes on a fucking merry-go-round now. What's next?
Right. And it's like, I know this stake isn't real, but the Matrix. Yeah, it kind of forces you to like really think about it in a more concrete way. You think about staking it. Are meant to design you like a Nerf stake gun or something like that, or some 400 vampires specifically. That's just an idea. Oh, if it isn't math computation, Leah, hi, how are you? You know. You like steak, Leo?
I like chicken and stuff. I don't know. I'm not too much of a fan of just pure steak.
Do you like them medium Euclidean?
Huh?
It's like straight lines, steaks.
I just told you I'm not too much of a straight steak eater.
Okay, got you. I like coffee myself. I'm gonna make some right now. Okay, dokie.
You know, I talk to a lot of people with like newbie questions, and a lot of them say, if the earth is flat, how can you fly in a straight line and end up where you started? But thing is, when I tell them, well, you just flew in a circle, say, no, 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 no. If you're on a globe, then that'll be a straight line. Well, it's like if you assumed that you're on a globe to begin with, then how is that a proof? You know what I'm saying? Because anyone else would just assume that they just flew in a circle. Wild.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah. Well, straight line path is going to be a heading based on a compass reading.
Yeah.
That's a straight line. That's just as a heading, right?
Yeah. Every heading is a straight line.
Because every heading is a circle around. If it's just located around one northern point, so central point. Yeah.
No, then it would be an arc. But just point to point is a straight line.
Well, you have to keep adjusting to maintain the heading. That's why it's like it's almost like a hinge, or you know what I mean. You're just going to get a circular shape out of that.
Are you saying that like what are you saying? Like north
Like
to south is a
if I lock one half of my path to a particular point, and I just try to maintain straight with the other side of this point. If these two things are locked, then I'll just draw a circle. I'll describe a circle over the top of a flat plane. If I, you know what I mean, if I just hold to like that, the North Pole is the North Pole. Right.
and if you're going east west?
Yeah, if you're going east west, you would just have that happen. If you're using the compass, if you're just flying a tangent based on any, you could wrap around it like whatever. or it just goes straight off. I mean, you wouldn't wrap around it at all. You just go straight veer right off.
But the compass has two straight lines, right?
Okay.
And so how do you wind up where you began?
Because the
If
east
you're going
west
to,
is really bent because it's constantly adjusting to position relative to north.
So you're not going straight then.
even on a globe, the only way you're going straight on a globe is if you like. I mean, I don't know, maybe the equator. There's a few great circles you could do that go around, but like east west, I mean, if you're going in a straight line and you go back to the same spot, uh, you're looking at some kind of Pac-Man scenario, Pac-Man map.
Yeah.
Like if the sun is going in a straight line at the equator on an equinox, uh, that's you get some Pac-Man map scenario going. Or if a human was to do it, or it's a globe. Like if a human just follows the equator and comes back to the same spot and just doesn't deviate left or right, I don't know how you would do that, but
You just go in a circle.
what on the equator?
Yeah, if you fly and you wind up where you started, then you just went in a big ass flat circle.
Well, unless if it's a globe and you went straight, you could just end up in the same spot without
No, see,
deviating left or right.
no, see, these guys got into your head,
Well, if you don't maintain the heading, you're going to be
Jeremy.
corkscrewing all around it. You know, it's like
Oh,
trying to
look,
peel
if
an
it's
orange.
I'm just saying, if it's a globe, you could go straight, meaning not deviating left or right, and end up in the same spot.
Yeah, but globes are 3D. Left and
Or
right is only 2D.
or it could be a Pac-Man map and be a flat Earth, and you could go straight and end up in the same spot. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. 2D, 3D. I'm talking about straight, as in not deviating left or right.
Yeah, left and right is 2 dimensions, right? But on a globe, you'd be going also up or down because it's
Yeah,
3D.
but we're not worried about up or down. We're just going to stick to the ground.
Well, then you're just going in a circle, a big flat
I just
circle.
gave you multiple options of where you might not be going in a circle. A, on a Pac-Man map, you could go in a straight line on flat Earth and end up in the same spot. Or if it's a globe, you're going in a straight line. Both of these are mean not deviating left or right, and you end up in the same spot. It's obviously not straight on a globe because you're going around you're doing a circle. I'm just talking about deviating left or right. That's how it would be on the globe. If you're on the equator and you don't deviate left to right, you'll end up in the same spot.
Well, how would that be a globe proof? Because that's how this started. Is people offer that
No,
up as a globe proof? I would just say that you went in a big circle.
you could say you went in a big circle, or you could say you went straight on flat Earth and it's a Pac-Man type map. I don't know how you would prove you didn't deviate left or right because that'd be tough. You could use the sun. It's
I
not
mean,
you actually doing it, but
yeah. It's tough to know that you're, yeah.
Yeah, the thing about saying, well, a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. No, the shortest path between 2 points on a surface. The thing about that is, then that means that any line could be a straight line, a squiggly line, a zigzag, like.
Or you're getting too wrapped up
Wild.
into this. You're getting too wrapped up into this straight line thing. It's
Wild,
just saying
Jeremy.
It's just saying that if you travel, stay to the surface and don't deviate left or right. Okay, if you take that path, they're saying that's the globe proof, and you end up in the same spot.
But how if it's only 2D? You just went in a circle.
What's up? What's 2D? Why are you bringing up 2D and shit? I don't understand.
Circles are 2D.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what you're saying, Jerry.
I'm saying people bring this up all the time. If Earth is flat, how can I fly in a straight line and return where I started?
Yes, what they're saying is, okay, you're taking the word straight line too literal. They're saying if I don't deviate left or right and end up in the same spot, it's a globe. A, that's not true because you could do it on a flat Earth too. And B, they just mean straight. They don't mean straight. They mean not deviating left or right. You're getting wild hung up on this geometry thing. You've been hanging out at Bev's?
Dude, it's like having cheat codes, man. All the nonsense goes out the window when you just use basic logic and geometry. All this space-time, gas pressure, all this bullshit goes out the window. It's nonsense.
I hear you. The geometry is good, but when they say that, I mean, they don't mean an actual straight line. They mean not deviating left or right.
Yeah, when you exclude the z axis, then you're saying that
No
you're
one's
flying over a.
excluding it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you are,
but
because
no,
you're only saying left or right.
they're not excluding it. They're just saying if you stick to the surface of Earth and you don't deviate left or right and you end up in the same spot, that's a globe proof.
Well, it's a circle proof, sure.
Well, they think that would prove a globe, and there's ways where you could have a flat Earth that would do that too. You're getting too hung up in the geometry. The geometry is good, but you can get lost in it.
Not really. I mean, it's pretty simple, don't you think?
It sounds like you're like borderline like lost in the sauce right now with this geometry thing. Have you been hanging out at Bev's?
No, I just listen to a lot of his stuff, sure. And it's like having cheat codes. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, cheat codes to some gay porn in hell.
Yo, did you find that thing yet? You find that thing where you're doing two different paths, but it's the same path?
Porque?
Have you found the thing yet where you were saying earlier you can take two different paths, but it's the
You
same
probably
path?
think.
What's the two different paths with the same path?
Well, Kosho thinks you can take two different paths, but it's the same path somehow. He's got a gift to prove it.
Oh, I thought you were asking Jerry that.
No,
Yeah.
Kosho.
Sound like you were
Kosho said
asking
it.
Jeremy that. Or it
No,
sounds
no.
like you're asking Jerry that.
No person in touch with reality would ever say that.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
thanks, man.
Kosho said it. Yeah, no, that's not Kosho said. He said you could take two different paths, but it's the same path. What up, Buster? Not. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Bevs, man. You know, the geometry and shit is dope as fuck, but you know, I know that's not a straight line. The Globers think it is a straight line with spherical geometry because you're not turning left or right.
What's spherical geometry?
It's when you go in a straight line and you don't turn left or right, but you're actually going in a giant circle, like around the equator on a globe.
What?
Yeah, man, spherical geometry. It's like great circles and shit. So where you go in a straight line,
It's where you
and you
say
end
a
up in
circle's. It's where you say a circle's a straight line.
yeah, that's it. You're on it.
See, the thing about that is, like, if you say that straight can mean curved, then a flat earther, quote unquote, could say that, sure, Earth is curved, but curved could mean straight. Therefore, Earth is flat. That's the great.
Well, that's
Yeah.
That's where we're hanging out with Bev. We get in trouble.
Now, Bev doesn't say
Straight
that.
lines are geodesics. A geodesics is a general form of a straight line. A straight line is the shortest path in a 2D or on a plane on flat Euclidean space, and a geodesic being curved space. A geodesic in curved space is a straight line. In non-Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, so you could say Earth is flat if you just say everything's straight, which you guys do, but then you say, no, it's not flat.
No,
So it's weird.
you misunderstood. It's the
You mean like
the shortest
like
path.
a
The shortest
geodesic
path.
sphere? On a geodesic sphere, all of the lines on that are straight. That form it. It's not.
No,
Nothing's curved.
geodesic on a sphere is the shortest path between 2 points. Same as a straight line
Talking
in
about a bunch of
flat Euclidean
rings.
space.
You're talking if you snap a geodesic like lines on top of a ball, that's what you have.
No, if you just draw any line on any surface, you can call that straight. That's basically what he's saying.
No, I'm saying when he terms something a geodesic, like.
Yeah, that's just a big fancy word for curved line that's straight, and vice versa. It's just it's a fancy word for this can mean that, but also not that at the same time.
But isn't it like a tiling over a spheroid? Is right? Or is that to mean reference to the geoid? Like what is the geodesic? Like definitionally.
It's,
Like if we made some sort of breakdown of our geometry, like Epcot Center in Disneyland, everything would be triangular facets, right? It's not actually a sphere, but it's a bunch of triangular facets that approximate a sphere, right? So the geodesic to me would be anything that's within that geometrical like shape, like those lines within that. Those would be on the geodesic to me, but I'm just a simple man. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But you don't have to make it triangles. There could be a variety of other different geometries you could use. So that's why to me it's a little bit of a gray area, even if I'm correct in my understanding of how that word is being used. But I'm just asking Kosho, how's that word? What does that word mean, man?
Well, it's basically all about the surface. So any surface, just take any surface, and then all of your terms and axioms derive from that surface. There's
I
no,
get you, but
yeah,
in terms of when he's saying geodesic, it's like having you know you got like a chalk line or something like that, and you snap it down on the floor. You get a straight line on one, you know, the 2-dimensional plane of that, right? If I have a ball and I snap a chalk line to it, I get a curve. Assuming I could actually snap a chalk line to a ball, but you get the idea. So like when
yeah.
he's saying geodesic, I'm not sure if he doesn't mean that the actual construct that he's talking about is some type of geometry that's then snapped down to a ball, and then he's saying that those are ground positional, like accurate curves that are created from straight lines. Hope I said that right.
I don't know. He seems busy right now. Oh, speaking of straight lines, here's Jesse.
Hey, Jerry, how's it going?
What's going on?
Not too much. I'm just thinking about wrestling up a little food here for dinner.
Huh. So you're gonna do a test with a piece of string or something?
I'm hoping to.
And
Yeah.
what does that entail?
Well, the string is 6 kilometers long. 6 Chinese kilometers long, so it might be like about 5.5. And it's PE braided fish line, so it's slightly lighter than water, slightly buoyant. And the idea is to stretch it at the surface of a lake with the ends right at the surface of the lake, maybe a couple of millimeters under the surface, and get it as tight as we can and see if the middle sinks under tension but floats not under tension. Does that make sense?
If it sinks under, no, that's where you lose me.
Well, if the lake is spherical in nature, if the surface of the lake is spherical in nature, curved, and the string had equal density with the water and we stretched it tight, it would form a straight line and it would be below the water surface in the middle by the distance of the sagitta, right?
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
But it's not exactly neutral density. It's slightly lighter than water, so it wants to float a little. So I don't know whether we can get it tight enough before it breaks to overcome its buoyancy. But if it pulls even a few inches below the surface in the middle, assuming, of course, a calm lake, then that's going to be pretty good evidence for a curved lake.
What if the string is curved?
What do you mean if the string is curved?
If yeah, what if you don't pull it tight?
Right, then it will float and follow the surface, whatever shape that is.
So it's on. So there's no way to tell then.
So which?
Well, if it's floating on the thing that you're trying to determine the spherical or lack thereof nature of, then it's just going to follow that. So there's no way to tell.
Except many people, including currently a few flat earthers and non-globe earth, gentlemen like yourself, still maintain that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And so if the string were stretched tight it would try to form a straight line. And if its attempt to form a straight line overcame its buoyancy, then the path of the string would depart from the surface of the water. And in the middle, if the Earth was a globe, the string would appear to sink, but only when under tension, right?
Uh-huh. But if you can't pull it tight and it's just floating on the top of the water, then it's just going to follow the surface of the water.
Right, exactly.
Right. So there's no straight standard to judge against if your standard is following the thing that you're trying to measure.
Right, but let's say the string does sink, say, 6 inches in the middle when the string is under tension. How would you explain that on your flat lake? Are you going to monitor it all the way across? Everyone knows that there's such a thing as the string gradient. So that's part of your Dan string theory. How's it going, Dan? Hi. So in the past, when we thought of pulling anything tight, it became ridiculous due to its own weight. Absolutely. So that's why I'm using a string that is slightly lighter than water, but not much. So the specific density of water is basically 1 gram per cubic centimeter, or whatever it is. And and the string I'm using is like 0.993 grams per cubic centimeter of density. So How far are you expecting to stretch something? I don't even know if 6 kilometers. That's You like don't- 3.7 miles, I think. Yeah, you don't need to go that far to prove your point, and you're going to complicate it by going that far. Plus, your material is stretchy to begin with. Like, by the time you have that much out, I'm not sure you could get. I don't see how you could get it tight. Now, you could probably change it from being loose to being taut, and that might be enough for you. But if you think you're going to get it tight, I'm not. It's just waves, currents. You're not going to get it straight. The equivalent of the temperature gradient is going to be the gradient of your straightness and your inability to really measure it its entire way. Well,
what if you use dental floss?
But you certainly would rather just do it over 1 mile than several. Well, the problem with 1 mile is, and by the way, I'm not doing it over 7. It's 6 kilometers is like 3.7 miles, under 4 miles. But anyway, the problem with 1 mile is the sagitta, however you say it, is only 2 inches. So it would be, and it's not going to dip the full. It's the string is not going to be straight because it does have buoyancy. So at most, at 1 mile, it would dip a fraction of an inch, and that would really be ambiguous. Did it dip or didn't it? And nobody would really know. But at 3.7 miles, the sagitta is like 36 inches. So it might have a chance of dipping a few inches. Why don't you just try and pull a line tight at 1 mile and see what happens, and that'll give you a gauge if it's worth trying. Otherwise, the waves alone will pick up those 2 inches. You're right. But
the wind will blow it too.
I don't think you can work with line that way. But I think you could try it at a shorter distance. Maybe put some in a fish tank and see what happens. And
shine a green laser on it.
It's so funny to tease. But yeah, you should consider. I mean, it's measured in a lot of different strengths, but that stuff does stretch out like crazy to the point I think you can't pull it taut.
Well, so my plan is to put a motor on my canoe
So I can stretch it, and I can just go and go and go with the boat, and I can see how far I can stretch it. And then I've got 500 feet of paracord, nylon paracord, which I plan to use as a leader. So I'll get the end of the 500-foot paracord to the shore and then start pulling in on that to tighten it. But yeah, you very well may be right, but someone's got to try this, because the constant plea is that we've got to come up with, from both sides, and especially the flat earth side, is that we've got to come up with something that doesn't rely on the straightness of light, right? And
Are
this
you
is the
doing
only
this over water?
underwater, and this is the only thing I can think of. I'm open to
Yeah.
better ideas.
I don't
Do you
think you
have
can do it.
hang on? Do you have like a cat or a gerbil pet?
What's that?
Uh-oh.
What you do, you put a little platform above the water, make sure it's flat, like a wooden platform. You tie the cat or the gerbil there to the point where if the line goes down, it'll crush it, and you'll know for sure that it's bending.
What was that straightness of light thing you said?
And if it's flat, it won't crush the cat. So that's good.
And while I'm at it, I could use the laser pointer and get the cat to chase the string and the laser pointer. Buster, what I said was that the plea is that we can't use light to measure for lake curve because we don't know that light is straight. And so
Let me stop right there, Jesse. I have a laser pointer. It's a green laser pointer, pretty buff. I can shoot it down the block. There's some high buildings. It doesn't bend. It just goes straight.
It's
Are you
straight
trying
as
to tell me
shit.
my laser pointer is bending when it looks completely straight?
The claim that it's bending needs to be supported by demonstration in different circumstances to show that it bends differently, or that different light bends differently. But so far, everything parallels the 8 inches per mile shit when we bring light down close, and then you go, oh, you can't do it close. It's like, well, how else are you going to see us paralleling the Earth
It's
with
kind
a
of like them.
straight beam of light?
It's kind of like them saying you can't be 100% sure on anything. It's all just at best 99.9999999%. It's fucking ridiculous.
Jesse, I didn't know anyone's doubting that light shoots straight beams.
well, if light shoots straight beams, then it's over for flat Earth, because all we've got to do is use light to measure the angle to the tops of mountains, and there's your globe curve right there.
You don't have to do that. That's a roundabout way. You got to get smoking gun, kiddo. Can you do it?
Well, that's what this string experiment's all supposed to be.
String between mountains.
No,
And you
underwater.
You have to ignore perspective to make that assumption when you're doing the angle, whatever the fuck you said, you know.
Oh no, I account perspective 100% and very carefully.
Then what's the problem?
Well,
what are we so confused about?
Well, the problem is when you apply the correction for perspective, there's still missing height on a mountain. That's the problem. It's not a problem for me.
Jesse, like, wouldn't you say though that surveyors use the whole straight light thing to map that area?
What's that?
Wouldn't you say that surveyors use the assumption that light travels in straight lines to survey the area and then represent those distances on a map with a straight line scale? Wouldn't you say that they're accurate?
I wouldn't say that's how they do it.
So surveyors don't assume that light travels in straight lines?
No, they assume that it's straight right to left on average. They allow for a transient deviation to the left or the right just based on turbulence and stuff.
Uh-huh.
But they don't seem to make any correction for it, because they don't know at any given instant whether it's going to be to the left or the right or straight on. But on average, they assume that it's straight on.
Yeah. Okay. So when they use those measurements, right, and then they give them to cartographers who then map the area and they put a scale on there with a straight line, wouldn't you say that that's good enough?
Well, no, because when they're doing surveying where they also measure the zenith angle, then they don't assume a straight line in the vertical axis. They actually correct for the curvature of light based on about 1 degree per 932 miles.
Right. So if you have a scale map of the entire state where you're doing this in, wouldn't the curve come into play somewhere there? But there's not. There's a straight line scale on that.
Can you show me what you're talking about?
Yeah, just search for any scale map of the entire state of, where'd you say you're from? Washington?
Washington, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just find any, state kind of sanctioned map where they had people go and measure the entire state and then represent those distances with straight lines for the scale.
Yeah, I don't remember straight lines. I mean, when you zoom in on enough, the curved lines look pretty straight unless you like really compare a straight edge to them. But
No, the scale on the map, that's a straight line, right?
do you have an example?
Well, you could just search for one. Search scale map of the state of Washington.
I know you've got a really nice one that you post.
Yeah. Do you want it?
Please, thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. Let's see. Where am I looking? Oh, there it is. It just showed up.
Yeah, so that scale applies to the entire state. And that's a big ass state. It's 1 to 842,000.
Yeah, that is a very nice map. So the longitude lines are straight, but they're not parallel, and the latitude lines are not straight. I'm not. What are you? What's your claim specifically?
Well, the area was curved. Don't you think that the scale would be, I don't know, curved?
It is.
You think that the scale is curved?
The latitude lines are not straight; they're curved.
That's not a scale, though, is it?
Yes, that is the correlation to the spacing.
But like latitude and longitude don't come from the Earth, right? They come from the sky, right? You agree with that, surely? Like what comes from the Earth is the actual measurements, straight lines, horizontal, vertical.
Oh.
No, you can also get the longitude and latitude from surveying, doing like the great triangulations.
Yeah, but see, the thing about those triangulations is every illustration in that 900-page tome has a straight line scale right under it.
Wait, make him explain how he gets longitude and latitude from land-based measurements.
Well, yeah. Go ahead, explain that.
I mean, that's what they did is they surveyed these great arcs to.
Arc of what?
I don't remember what they were called exactly, but the point is they did this triangulation from mountain peak to mountain peak, and they did it in this like chain mesh that would cover a large section of continents, of a continent, and maybe they would bridge it to another nearby. I don't know. But anyway,
Wow.
the point is they measure the distance and the angle that they traverse as they go from one end of the arc to the other, right?
So
But
then
the
you
arc
believe
of
that
what?
then? You believe it?
But like
Wait,
arc of what?
no,
Though?
wait a minute. Is that how they got longitude and latitude from that measurement? The whatever?
Well, no, it's how they map longitude and latitude of each specific location along that arc. They may use like for example, even if they just says, okay, we pick a spot right on the North Pole. Obviously, there's water in the way, but you could survey from the North Pole if you set up survey stations on tall piers all the way out to the South Pole or whatever. You wouldn't need to use the stars anywhere along the way if you had line of sight and you could do a triangulation the whole distance. You're still mapping out the distances along the surface.
Triangles with 180 degrees.
The books that record this seem to show a little bit more than 180 degrees, but
Well, you went from triangulation from mountaintop to mountaintop, going from pole to pole. So, like, how do we follow that?
I know this is a fascinating discussion, which you've already had with other people who've provided very good information to you about this. Um, and I see that you're trying to run this off the topic here. So,
I wasn't. You ran it off the topic. You were going from mountaintop to mountaintop, and then you went from pole to pole. That wasn't me.
Bro, this is kind of devastating. Like the lat long is from the sky, the celestial curved space that's up there that we know is curved, and then the ground measures flat. It's just really easy to see. Uh, wow.
Yeah.
no, but when they actually measure these zenith angles from mountaintop to mountaintop, they're getting Earth curve there too.
No, you just believe what they're telling you. That's really all it is.
Well, that's all you do is believe what people tell you, right?
Well,
Because I've been
how do they?
Let me say it this way then, Jesse. I believe things that comport more to reality.
because I've really been interested in hearing about your personal direct verifiable observations. You know, you used to ask people for that all the time, but you never gave it. You only had one experiment with an invisible laser over a frozen lake, and no documentation of it.
Did you say
So,
invisible?
yeah, remember your logger's rangefinder?
Invisible? That's a new one.
But remember you used the logger's rangefinder over that frozen lake?
Mm-hmm.
And did that
Tell me
have?
more about my experiment. Tell me more
Yeah,
about the whole day, would you?
yeah, you used a logger's rangefinder that
Mm.
used an invisible infrared laser to bounce a signal from 5 miles away or something.
Invisible infrared. When did I tell you that?
Because that's what laser rangefinders use, right?
So I told you that?
Would you like to tell me that I'm wrong?
No, no, no. I'm just asking when I told you these things.
So I'm right. It was an invisible laser that you bounced off that shore or whatever it hit. And see, here's the
Wait a sec.
problem.
I just asked you when I said that, where I said that, and you said, so I'm right?
Yeah, no, but
What?
you're red herring me here because you and I both know that if you went to, because you did tell me that you went to a logger supply place and rented a laser rangefinder, right?
I sure did.
Okay, and you and I both know that laser rangefinders on the commercially available market use invisible infrared lasers, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so doesn't it stand to reason then that the logger's laser rangefinder that you used also had an invisible infrared laser that it was
But
using
the
to bounce
mistake
on?
you made is saying I said it.
Well, you communicated it to me. You gave me the information, one way or
All right.
another.
So what does this have to do with everybody being able to go out and see that there's no Earth curvature?
Well, because when other people go out, they see there is Earth curvature.
Some people. They claim they do. They want to see it. It's in their head, in the back of their mind, fogging the front of their mind.
Okay, well, help me out. I took 36 measurements to a given mountain 75 miles away. Very carefully, I did it at different times of day, different times of year, over several years using 11 different instruments. And all my measurements were within plus or minus 100 feet at 75 miles, and the average missing height was 3,200 feet. So, isn't that evidence of a curve?
If that were the case in all those places, sure. But just like with how you think that my measurement is ambiguous at best, I think that all of yours are ambiguous at best, with a bias in the back of your head for you wanting it to appear as if whatever you're seeing is Earth's curvature.
Is it possible that you also have a bias in the back of your head that causes you to want to see it as flatness?
Oh, it's possible for sure. It's certainly not the case, but anything's possible, yeah.
Well, and it's certainly not the case in my case either,
Great.
just for your
Great.
information.
Well, I'm glad we're on the same page there, then.
No, but seriously, I can show that a line of sight close to water has great variation. I've documented the horizon and objects floating on the water appearing above eye level, and a few days later, appearing below eye level when the line of sight is close to the surface of water, showing that the thermodynamics near the surface of water makes your line of sight observation very inconclusive. You
So
really
why do you
can't
have to
just
go
take
through all
one.
this
You have.
minutia?
I'm almost done. You really
Sorry.
can't just take one reading and say, "Aha! I proved it." You have to take a bunch. You have to see, is it consistent? What's the variation? And that's what I did. So how would you explain my 36 readings that were so close over multiple years on a flat Earth?
I don't understand how you would think that it is smoking evidence to anybody and everybody watching that that's the Earth's curvature that you found. It seems like you went through a lot of minutia to find very split hairs and continue to split them even further, where the Earth curvature should be so much easier to see, let alone detect. You went to great lengths to still not really get anything concrete for everybody to be able to absorb. Does that make sense to you?
No, I did a simple measurement. I did it 36 times to show that it was consistent.
Okay, I'll put it to you this way. Let's get a room of 500 random people. Just go out on the street, some city, spend a lot of time getting these random people. Make sure they're very different, all of them, okay? And then present to them just one of your 36, right? And then show them the globe math and then explain a few things to them. How many of those people, after, say an hour, shouldn't take an hour, but, an hour of talking about it, how many of those people you think are actually going to know why that demonstrates the Earth to be curved?
I think a good lot of them. Am I allowed to draw some little orthographic diagrams that you so love?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can do whatever you want to try to explain it to these laymen.
Yeah, I think they would. I think most of them would take it as good evidence.
Okay, well, I don't, but hey, that's where we differ.
I have
Hey, Jesse, which let's say that it rained over the entire area, like the mountain. Are you saying that the rain would flow from you towards the mountain since it's lower?
We've already been over this, Jerry.
What's your answer?
My answer is that on the globe model, level is curved and elevation is measured in radius from the center of the ball. So for something to be
I thought it was from sea level, like a datum point.
on the globe, sea level is essentially relative to the globe.
Elevation is not from the radius. That is ridiculous. You have to
Yeah, I never heard that.
this stuff to build your globe.
So technically, it's relative to the geoid height, okay, which is a slightly squashed sphere.
Yeah, but forget that, right? For now.
Yes, no, the sea level is the 0 point, but the axis is towards or away from the center, roughly.
Okay, so from your area, there's a datum point chosen, which is the horizontal baseline for that area. Would you agree with that?
No, because you're using a different definition for horizontal.
What's yours?
It has multiple definitions, and I don't
Doesn't
know
mean
which one
curved?
you want me to use. You're the one using the word, so you need to tell me which definition you're using.
All right, so if the elevation of the mountain is, say, 10,000 feet, that's from a straight line upwards, right?
On
And
the
if
globe
you're 6
model,
feet, no, just in reality, right?
the
If the
mountain is
mountain
measured
is
relative to sea level.
right, which is a point, which then determines the baseline for that area, which is a straight line. That's how you know that the mountain is taller than you, because you're both measured from the same straight baseline. And if it rained, well, then the water would flow high to low. I mean, am I talking out of my ass here or what?
I'm not sure what you're saying, actually.
Okay, so how tall is the mountain?
About 2 miles,
2 miles tall?
roughly.
Okay, so that's around what, 11,000 feet, 10,500 feet?
Yeah,
And you're what?
it's like 10,700 or something, 10,700, or I don't remember,
Okay.
10,500.
And you're 6 feet tall, say.
I'm 6 feet tall, and I'm standing on 100 and whatever, 80-foot ground, whatever.
Yeah, so the mountain is like 10,000 feet taller than you, right?
Yeah, a little more than 10,000.
Yeah, because it's both from the same baseline, measured from the same baseline, straight. Like the reason why we know that LeBron James is taller than me is because we're both measured from the same floor, right? Like he's what, 6'9", and I'm 6'1". So it's the same straight baseline. That's what they do in reality. I don't know what they do on your model, but that's what they do in reality, right?
How did you determine that? That's not what the surveyors recorded in their journals or their workbooks where they recorded all their measurements. But how did you determine that there's a straight baseline between me and the mountain 75 miles away?
Well, because if the mountain was lower than you, then the rain would flow there. Duh.
Unless the italics or quote unquote plane of hydrostatic equilibrium was spherical in nature, right?
Well, gravity is what would make it flow high to low, right? If you were higher than the mountain, there was 3,000 feet missing.
Yeah. Do you remember?
Wait. Whoa. Hang on. I can't let that go. How is
Uh-huh.
hydrostatic equilibrium spherical in nature?
Well, it can be parabolic in nature.
What? Do explain?
Have you seen the spinning fish tank?
So you're having water curving up?
Yeah, in the spinning fish tank.
Okay, so how does that relate?
Well, it shows that the surface of water can be curved, and it shows how elevation above that water would not be measured or referenced to a straight line. For example, if you looked at the spinning fish tank and says, hey, look, there's less water in the middle, I'm going to add a little bit of water to try to level this out, what had happened is the water that you added in the middle would literally appear to run uphill to go to the outside parts to where it reached hydrostatic equilibrium, right?
So
Jesse, but it doesn't do that.
So wait, so your hydrostatic equilibrium, the water always goes up.
No, the hydrostatic equilibrium causes the water to find whatever makes it all equalized.
But you use the fish tank spinning where the water curves up. So now you're saying it does something different?
Well,
Yeah, Jesse, your globe is a spinning globe, and the water's bending the wrong way in your example. You don't see that?
No, there's no wrong way in my example. My example simply
If you
illustrates.
spin the fish tank,
Never mind.
it's like you spin the globe and the water's bending the wrong way. Is it not?
Do I cut you off mid-sentence, my friend?
Go ahead.
Oh, can you answer my question?
Sorry, I cut you off. I want you to hear me. You're not making sense, bro. I'm trying to help you out.
What was your question?
It's a statement. You're using an example that a spinning fish tank, the water's bending the wrong way, opposite your spinning globe, which is supposed to be spinning, but it's bending down instead of up. So what's going on?
It was simply an illustration of a non-planar level of hydrostatic equilibrium. Does that make sense?
Yes, and it debunks your globe. Okay, go.
But it actually doesn't make sense because that water spinning is not in hydrostatic equilibrium because it's out of equilibrium.
What do you mean?
Well, when you take a spinning fish tank, that's out of hydrostatic equilibrium because it's spinning. Hydro, fluid, static, at rest. It's spinning, it's not at rest.
But within the tank, there's no motion.
Yeah, it's
relative
spinning.
to in
You
the
said it was
tank.
spinning.
But for an observer inside the tank, it would be
The tank's still spinning.
I'm pretty sure if you look it up, that is included in the definition for hydrostatic equilibrium. Because if you were to put pressure sensors in the water, you would find that the line or the curve of equal pressure followed the surface. Was concentric to the surface of the water, right?
No, I'm pretty sure that hydrostatic equilibrium within physics describes that it's the equal pressure of water at rest along that at all. It's horizontal at all points along that line of pressure. That that's what hydrostatic equilibrium is. That water at rest. It's horizontal at all points along that equal pressure state.
I don't think you're going to find a definition that supports that unless you write it.
I'm pretty sure that that's exactly what hydrostatic equilibrium presents, is that water or any fluid at rest at an equal pressure state at either side all along it's horizontal. I'm pretty sure you won't find one that won't present that.
Well, Wikipedia here says, in fluid mechanics, hydrostatic equilibrium is the condition of a fluid or plastic solid at rest, which occurs when external forces, such as gravity, are balanced by a pressure gradient force. So I don't see why external forces like gravity could be applied to it, and external forces like acceleration couldn't be applied to it. But anyway.
Well, show me where a formula doesn't cancel that out.
What's that?
Show me a formula of the hydrostatic equilibrium where that formula is used where gravity's not canceled out.
Where it's not canceled out?
Yeah, it's typically canceled out.
How would you cancel it out?
Because fluid at an equilibrium, what would cause gravity to be if you have a fluid from one point to another point, where would gravity, how would you equate that from one end to the other?
I'm not sure I understand that, but I mean, the definition I just read says which occurs when external forces, such as gravity, are balanced by a pressure gradient. So gravity's not
balance.
canceled out. Gravity
What
is canceled or is
what's
balanced.
Yeah, but what's balanced to you? Is it not equal at both ends?
Balanced.
Now what balance means to equal at both ends.
Yeah, balanced is that state when there's no force causing anything to move to the other side. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. It's canceled out.
So when that fish tank is spinning and it's reached a state of equilibrium and the water's calmed down,
that's not
then,
equilibrium because it's spinning. You've got something in motion. That's not static.
But within the tank, relative to the tank, the water's not moving, right?
It doesn't matter. The tank still, you've got the tank spinning. That's in motion. It's not static.
I don't think anyone who's studied physics would agree with you on that, but it's besides the point. What if we...
fair enough.
Jesse, you can't cancel gravity.
Well, a good example of what Buster's talking about would be a water level.
So what if we had a fish tank that was not spinning, but we had a gravity seed, this little marble that had a lot of gravity to it, an enormous amount of density, and we put it in the center of the tank? Would you expect the the water to bulge up in the middle a little?
Is that within physics? I mean, are we going to an imagination or are we talking about reality?
According to the globe model.
Oh, that you have to ask somebody else that question.
That answers that.
But you're saying basically that it would not be possible for water to be curved even if the gravity was a thing, right? Or do we agree that if gravity existed, then water could be curved on a ball on the surface of a sphere?
You ask that question one more time.
If the Earth was a ball and if gravity was real, then could water curve around that ball?
Well, that sounds like a question you're asking yourself, but to me, like within the way water works and hydrostatics, like you have an equal, it's a balance. You have one point to one point and it has to balance itself out, and you'd have to have a straight line between those balanced points. And if you want to imagine something different, fair enough.
Well, if either side was higher, then the water would flow. Pretty simple.
Well, I mean, plumbers do their job every day. They have to make a grade. So, I mean, I don't know.
Well, hey, I gotta wrap up here and get me something to eat, and then I'll be kind of back while I'm eating. I'm not sure, but what do y'all think of my string in the lake? Well, how would you, if that string did pull, say, a few 6 inches below the surface in the middle, how would you explain that on a flat lake?
Well, I'm just going to take the surveyor's word for it when they map the area and this with a straight line. I mean, I think they did their job correctly. So
Sure, but go ask a geodetic survey, what are you using for a vertical reference? And they're going to say WGS 84 or NAD 83 or whatever. And then you're going to say, well, what's that? And they're going to say, well, it's a mathematical description of a slightly flattened sphere. And you're going to say, you mean you're measuring vertical from the surface of a curve? And they're going to say, yep, that's exactly it.
Well, it's what we call a string line, right? And they're hard to pull tight in real life. If you could pull it tight, that'd be great, but you'd have to show me something. Just as you accuse me of water interfering, you're now using water when you don't need it. It's going to greatly interfere with your observation.
Well, I'm trying to use it so that the string won't sag just due to its own weight, right?
As you get into greater distances, there's too many forces on it to get it straight.
Such as?
Wind or tide, depending on where you're doing it.
So this is a little a freshwater lake surrounded by tall mountain ridges. So there's no tides, there's no big waves. There can be some waves when it's windy, but it's glassy calm when it's not windy, which it is often glassy calm.
So glassy calm, still 2 inches isn't enough, right? So you got to go further. You're saying into 3 miles. That's great, but could you test it somewhere to see if you could pull it taut at any distance? First,
Well, I don't understand what's the difficulty with pulling it taut. You
you'll
just keep
see.
winching it
Because
in until it's tight, right?
if I could do that, I could put a level on that line and prove that's a level line. In the flat Earth, for instance.
Jesse, in reality, that line is gonna have a sag. So a sag, it's gonna loop down like a U. Okay.
It's buoyant.
Oh, you're gonna float it over the water?
Well, it's slightly lighter than water. It's going to be underwater, but slightly lighter than water.
Okay. Even it's lighter than so it floats then. It floats.
Yes, it's floating fish line.
It's gonna float.
That completely wrecks your experiment because then it's gonna be floating on the top of the water.
Yeah, it's gonna float on the thing that you're trying to determine the curvature of.
But let's say this floating string actually sunk, say, 6 inches in the middle when I pulled it really tight. The ends are at the surface, the middle sinks 6 inches below the surface. But only when it's tight, and when I take off the tension, it floats back up to the surface. How would you explain that on a flat lake?
That would be incredible.
That would probably happen, actually.
That would be incredible, but I think you should try it at a mile and on land and see if you could pull that stuff tight.
You have to hold it taut above the water, and then it's going to lag down, and then the water lay on the water. It's not going to be.
But see, that's the whole point of it being underwater and being slightly buoyant. I've created what's called negative weight of the string, right?
If we excuse the upward buoyancy, yes.
Right, the upward buoyancy is a negative weight. So it cannot sag down. It may sag up, but it cannot sag down. Okay. Which means there's no way that it could possibly pull significantly under the surface when I tighten it unless the lake is curved, right?
I agree.
What do you think, Zanik? Guess he wandered away.
Wait a minute. Here's what's wrong with this. You're claiming to be able to make a 3 mile long straight line.
No, I'm not.
You're pulling it straight. You're pulling it taut.
I would be pulling it taut.
That makes it a straight line.
Well, no, because it's got buoyancy. It's gonna still have some.
No, but when you pull it tight, you're going to prove the difference between the curvature of the Earth and a straight line.
Well, yeah, as straight as I can get it.
So if a string curves, you're going to say that the water is curved and the string is straight. Come on, Jesse.
But if he makes a straight string, he's proven we can make a straight line 3 miles long. I don't think we can.
And you may be right. It's 100%, I agree, it's a long shot. 6 kilometers long, in fact. But I've got to try. Someone's got to try. Did you see my the level winder I made for it, Dan?
No, you've already set it up. Oh my god, you're
Well,
wild.
I've built the level winder. I haven't actually gone out to the lake with it yet.
It's gonna be wet, which is usually a problem, but you're gonna negate that by being in the water to begin with. When you pull it tight, by whatever method, we're assuming you're very close to the surface, right? On both sides to pull it tight.
Right. Both ends will be at the surface.
And when you pull it tight, I think you need to get it off the surface by an inch or two.
Well,
to
no, then
make
it.
sure to make sure you can see it.
Oh, like at the ends?
Yeah, just to make sure you know what you're looking at, so you can see it go out for several feet. You know,
Oh, that's
straight.
fine. Yeah, it's gonna its own weight
Otherwise,
above water.
you'll have if it dips in the waves too quick, you'll have no visual.
Right. I'm still working on how I'm gonna spot the center. Half the string is green and the other half is gray. So if I'm out there in the lake and I take the oar and I lift it up, I'll know which side of the center I'm on.
That's cool.
I dropped a link for you, demonstrating the level winder I built for it. Because it's kind of a real pain to get 6 kilometers of string back out of the lake.
Wow. Look at that shit.
And it quick disconnects the spool, so I can just fold that one board on the left out, and then the
Test
spool
1
just
2.
lifts out.
Test 1 2.
Oh, now we hear you.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, that's a great. We've been talking about this for a long time, Jesse. Only over a mile or two. I think Jeremy was leading the charge there. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. I wonder what happened. That's weird. Very strange. I went to the settings and it magically just started allowing me to talk. Anyway, I think when you pull it taut, obviously, Dan, it'll dip below the water level because it's buoyant. You're applying a force that's going to be slightly downward if the Earth is round, because the water is going to be level.
Let me ask
Straight,
this
the water will be level.
Let me ask this before we start. Could I take that very string before and after, pull it to the same distance above? In other words, the buoyancy that you're talking about would also yeah, in other words, if you could pull it tight at any point, you could lift it up and show that it's level, that it's tight, that it's straight. If I could do that, I'd be home free. If I could prove that any line is level along its length, I'm just trying to say, all I got to do is beg you to get this experiment out of the water.
Well, no, that doesn't work because it's buoyant. It has a force acting on it that is greater than it would be if it was in air. Air is going to sag, so that's not going to show anything. That's going to it has nothing with respect to the surface. All you're trying to do is make a straight line, and you never will because it'll always have weight, not buoyant. But it's neutrally buoyant on the water. So all we're doing is producing a force downward so that we make a chord if the Earth is round.
God, generally you have drag of the water against it, so you think it's that buoyant that there'd be no extra weight of the moisture on it either.
No, it's buoyant. It's floating on the water everywhere. That line, you can 20 miles of that line will all be floating like a boat. It's float. It's light, less dense than water. It'll always float unless it has a weight or force acting on it, and the force acting on it would be making it straight by pulling it taut. I think it might have probably will break before it dips below the center because I don't know how strong that line's going to be for
Yeah,
making
so
it taut over 7 miles.
and that I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to get it tight enough before it breaks in order for it to overcome its buoyancy, but I'm gonna try. That's my plans.
You can probably do a track.
Oops, you're getting really faint.
It's 60%. If you think about distance, how much force with that distance to make it taut, to make it drop.
Oh, your mic's super fucked.
I bet it's going to be more force than you think. And it might not be able to handle.
Your mic's gone, Zanuck. Unplug it and plug it back in. You sound muffled like you're under a pillow.
Well, I'm on an iPad and I'm traveling, so it's tough to go down. I could go back to my phone. It might be better if we're going to talk, actually.
There is one way you could do it above ground, but you'd have to tie helium balloons every so far to make the string slightly buoyant in the air. But then wind would really be issues for you.
Yeah.
I think this is a good test. If it has some flexibility and it doesn't break, it should still produce a force that acts downward on it. And any force downward would confirm that the surface of the water is curved.
Yeah, if it can overcome its buoyancy, which it's a long shot, but
how long? I mean, 8 miles. I'm imagining you driving up in like some utility van with this huge spool that's 7 foot in diameter, and it's like laying the cable across the Atlantic.
no, only 3.7 miles.
I know, but it's still a tremendous distance for that much cable. How big of a spool do you need for 3.7 miles?
I'm just using 100-pound test braided PE fish line, and so it's about 12 inches long and about 9 inches in diameter.
Oh, it's not too bad. That's good. That's 3.5 miles.
How much is that going to weigh total when it's out?
The buoyancy difference? In other words, the buoyancy?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So if it's 100-pound test, do you think between A and B there's going to be enough slack at some point to maybe snap it?
Not slack.
You know what I mean?
Enough tension?
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, okay, so say it gets heavier and heavier before you pull it taut. At some point, would that weight be enough to fuck the line up?
Why would it get heavier and heavier?
Because you're putting more and more line in between A and B.
No.
It floats. It's floating fish line.
Floating.
Oh, it's going to float on the water. Okay.
Yeah, every inch it will float.
Yeah, if it had positive, if it had weight, then it would be meaningless because you could never pull it tight enough to have it perfectly straight, and so you would never know whether the apparent difference between the string and the water surface was due to earth curve or just due to the string sagging. That's why I've got it underwater and floating, so I know that if it departs from the surface, it will only be because that was a shorter path between the two endpoints, right?
I don't know. It's a bit murky, but perform it. I'd like to see it for sure.
It's not murky. I mean, if you have a line that's buoyant, it's going to be buoyant no matter what you do with it. You could pile it up and throw it in a river. It's going to float.
I'm just not going to be sure that it demonstrates flat or curve to be square with you. Get it?
Well, let's say it did pull 6 inches down in the middle when tightened and then floated when not tightened. How would you explain that on a flat lake?
On a lake?
Yes.
Yeah, we have to really.
You're going to do a lake then? Which? Well, I don't know. Man, see that to answer that question first. Which lake are you going to do it?
A little inland, calm freshwater lake.
Cool. Yeah. No, man, I'm excited to see the results. It's a cool contraption you built.
So what if you put like a ping pong bell kind of cat ball in the middle? You know, something that would make noise and everything.
A ping pong ball cat ball?
You know, something that a floaty toy that had a bell on it. Something, you know, that
we had a quiet, like he's going to probably do this on a mirrored day where there's no wind and the water looks like a glassy top, like a mirror. We have those days in the Delta all the time, especially in the morning. There's not a ripple in the water. It's just straight as looks like it's straight as an arrow, but it actually is curved because you can see the effects curvature over 2 miles pretty easily.
Here's what I've been thinking is make a little neutral buoyancy buoy, like maybe out of a little pint canning jar with just the right amount of weight added, and a 1 millimeter diameter carbon fiber twig sticking straight up, about 6 inches, with a super tiny surface mount LED on top, maybe a little ring of them, but anyways, all super light, so that this thing would basically, it have batteries in it, the LED would be nice and bright, and the LED would be sticking 6 inches up, but the whole thing would have neutral buoyancy, so it would just float there with the string. But if the string were sinking, then it would pull it down with it, and then that little beacon light 6 inches above the water will
drop down.
Would allow us to see if, it dunked under the water and vanished, then we would know it sunk, 6 inches. I might actually do it at like a 12-inch with like a few LEDs spaced apart, so you can kind of like count the LEDs or something.
That's a good idea, actually. You can do that pretty easily.
Underwater GoPro, right? Just see it up there on the surface and wait till it comes to you.
Yeah, I also thought about that, making a contraption that was near the string and with a underwater GoPro, filming it with a ruler in the backdrop.
If you did that, I mean, there's so no way. I mean, it would be so awesome if you proved me wrong. But
Jesse, when you say Sagita,
surface is surface to surface.
Do you mean it's going to go hump up from horizontal?
The string?
No, the water. Like is the string horizontal, and you're saying that the water might hump up?
I'm thinking if I pull the string hard enough, the water will leap right up out of the lake. I'm not sure I'm following your question.
Well, would the string be horizontal?
No, the string is not going to be straight.
So it's going to be curved.
The string will be curved. Well, if you look into the
before you pull it tight, he's thinking about after you pull it tight, are you creating a sagitta or are you creating a cord? And yes, you'd be creating a cord.
I'd be creating a more shallow sagitta.
Okay, so the horizontal would go through the water?
If I had a horizontal between the two endpoints, then it would go under the water, yeah, by about 36 inches.
Well, shouldn't it drop? Like, shouldn't there be a drop from horizontal, not a hump up from horizontal?
Well, if a horizontal were at the water surface in the center of the horizontal, then it would drop off. The water would drop off from the horizontal in both directions. But if you take this horizontal and sink it so that the ends are then at the surface of the water, then the middle would be under the water, right?
But the surface is supposed to drop from horizontal, not go up from it. Like, at least in your model.
According to you, you said that the material is lighter than water. Put it below the water, pull it to the sagitta, and tug it. It will blow upwards, because of the float. It's floating.
Yeah, Godric, hold
It's
on.
not gonna.
He's
not gonna help.
I want him to address this.
And you'll have to offer a lot of force that taut. I don't think you can get it taut. So try. It'll probably snap. What's the pressure on that wire?
The string is rated at 100 Chinese pounds.
You're kidding me. 100 pounds? So if I pull 100 pounds, I'll snap it?
Yeah. Actually, you probably could snap it at about 80 pounds.
That wire needs to hold about 1,000 pounds. Otherwise, you're never going to get it taut enough to measure it.
Well, the problem is, if I get stronger rope, it's going to have more buoyancy. So it's the same dilemma, right?
But 100 pounds, I mean, a wave can break that, or that's nothing. That's not even enough. How much does the whole thing weigh?
I don't know exactly, like maybe a few pounds. I don't know, probably 15 pounds or something.
For 3 miles?
3.7, actually.
It's going to weigh more than that. I bet the whole thing weighs 100 pounds, in which case it's going to snap itself on its own weight.
Okay, let me get a scale and I will turn on my webcam and I will show you me weigh it. How's that? Hold on.
You can just tell me, but okay.
I'll be back in a bit.
They say 100 Chinese pounds as if Chinese is different than other pounds.
Well, like if the string is supposed to be starting at a horizontal tangent where he is, then the water should drop from there. But he's saying that it's going to hump up in the middle.
I'm saying it's going to hump up in the middle because it's floating. He said the wire is lighter than water. It'll float by itself, which will cause a natural bow in the middle. Because you're not going to get it that taut. What you have to do is pull it taut just above the water, and then see how much it lags down in the water. That's what you have to do. But even that's not going to work because it's going to bow down because it's going to bow down because it's not going to be that taut. And then inside the water, it'll float up. So, let's see what happens. Somebody decided to do a scale, like to have like 10 scales or a scale every so often, where you'll put a scale, they'll measure each scale level. It'll be like a platform. You'll stick it above at the water line on a lake. You put a scale like I don't know, 2 or 3 feet up, and you'll do like maybe 10 of them all the way down for the whole experiment, and to pull the cord taut and then see how much poundage goes on the scale. And if it's curving, there'd be more poundage on the scale in the middle, whereas if it's flat, the only poundage on the scale would be the weight of the cord. And that made sense to me, but no one ever did that experiment.
Yeah, that was White's word. He hasn't been around for a while.
Who is it?
His name was White's word.
You remember the experiment we talked about, how they had a scale and then...
Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
yeah. Hope he's okay.
Okay, can you all see my camera share?
Is that cord 4 miles?
3.7.
How much does it weigh?
£4 and 12.1 ounces.
Bro, I think you got ripped off.
What's that?
That's not going to stretch 4 miles. I'm just telling you now. You got ripped off. Wait, let me see the actual cord, the thread. Show me the cord and bend it backwards. No, pull it out. That is not 3 miles. Is it like dental floss?
No, it's PE braided fish line. So I've got a 400-pound leader on it, and then let me unwind a bit.
I'm telling you now, that does not look like 4 miles, bro. I mean, that's 25,000, 21,000 feet.
Well, I bought 6 1-kilometer rolls from Amazon and spliced them together. So we'll see. We'll see.
So it's 6 kilometers. So were you able to measure each row?
No, but
No.
he'll know if he'll know if he makes it across or not.
So you took 6 rows and you spliced them together, and this is what you have.
Yes.
So it might actually be 3.7. Not look like it, but it may be, unless each row was shorter.
Unless what?
It may be 3.7 miles if you did it that way. If you bought 6 rows and each row was a kilometer, right? So maybe I'm wrong.
It's hard.
I mean,
it's hard to
you could.
it's hard to control anything physical over those distances. The chances of error are really going to be difficult.
Have you seen if the wire floats? If you just throw like a bunch of it in the water, will it just float it to the top?
Oh yeah. So I did tests, bunch of little tests, and I stuck it in the rain barrel and just let it sit for months. And I'd go out and check it from time to time and push it under the water and then watch it slowly rise up. So I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just. What's that?
How long have you gone so far? Distance with the cord?
None. He's shooting. This is his first.
So you've been holding on to it, just waiting, and then you're gonna do the big test, like live, recorded on YouTube.
I don't think I can do it live. There's no cell service out there to speak of. You can almost make a call sometimes to get a text, but I don't think I could stream live video.
Can you record it?
Therefore, you're faking.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to try to record it.
Therefore, you're a phony.
Well, if he records it, I'll trust his recording. I just, Jaren did it live.
Yeah, and I mean, if someone wants to pay for it to be live, figure out somehow to get a Starband or a Starlink.
It's a good thing. Yeah, we can use Elon Musk Starlink.
Yeah, if someone wants to come set up their Starlink and stream it live, I don't care.
Well, you can just use access to 10,000 satellites that are going above your head every hour or so, every 90 minutes.
A friend of mine used to have Starlink, but then he canceled it after a while. But it worked.
For what? What did it do?
Oh, YouTube, Netflix, Amazon Prime.
Just regular internet?
Yeah, it's just internet.
Why did they relax on that? I thought they were going to be saturated with webbing across the sky.
What's that?
I thought there was going to be a ton more of those things.
I don't know. I mean, is there not? I didn't hear if they canceled their plans. I knew they were putting them up pretty fast, but.
And for a minute they were visible, and then suddenly not. It's kind of weird.
Well, usually when you'd see them in a long string, that was when they'd just been deployed. But then as they drifted off to their ultimate locations, then they were not so obvious.
I heard they're 400 pounds apiece. That's not a little tiny thing.
No.
Why are you doing this, Jesse?
Well, because I want to know what the truth is, and I want to do it in such a way that it helps others learn how to also find out what the truth is. If this works, it's something anybody anywhere in the world can do.
I'm just finding it hard to square with the model, though.
How do you figure?
Because it's supposed to drop from where you are, not rise up.
Maybe I wonder if explain my
I
experiment
told him
back
the
to me.
cord's gonna bow up naturally. If it's lighter than water, it'll bow up because it's floaty. It's not float up. That's what I told him.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, you said that a horizontal would cut a cord through the water.
Yes, if it was below the surface of the water in the center, then it would cut a cord. If it was
Right,
above the
but
surface, then it wouldn't.
well, doesn't it drop from horizontal from where you are, not rise up?
Well, if I were to establish a horizontal, which was underwater in the middle, it would not be level at the ends, right?
Because you're assuming it's a globe, right?
Well, if the Earth is a globe, yes, and that's the context that he's asking in.
Say that again.
If the Earth is a globe, which is the context I believe you're asking in,
Uh-huh.
and you established a flat, level, horizontal, straight line. Ooh, I got some stuff in there. And if you had it above the water, well, it wouldn't matter where you had it. It would only be level at one point. Just like LIGO
Yes.
is only level at one point, right?
Uh-huh. But LIGO doesn't cut a cord through the Earth.
Wait, stop right there, Jesse. You're trying to talk the chord so it's level. You're saying that your chord has to be level. That's how you're going to see if it matches the curve of the Earth. That's what you're saying. So it should be level all the way through.
No, the water is level. If the water is curved and the water is level, then the ends of the straight line are not going to be level. That's why the technical definition of horizontal says that
Okay, stop
it's
right there, Jesse. Are you going to put the start and finish of the chord on the level of the water? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to put the chord on the water, right on top of it, and then pull, and then taut it.
yes, exactly, right at the surface of the water.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's gonna bow up in the middle because it's floating. That's what I think, and you can't, and it's so long, you're not gonna be able to taut it and not snap it.
You
Just
may
the weight
be
of the water.
100% right because of the buoyancy.
I'm just guessing, though.
Yeah,
Good luck, good luck to it. I don't know.
I'm guessing that myself, but I've got to try. I've already bought the string. I can't not try now.
Why don't you measure? Why don't you put a little wooden 2x4 in the middle and measure a height that should be level between the start and finish, and you can use that like as a gauge. So let's say I don't know, let's say well, if you're on the ground, right? Are you gonna go over the middle of the lake, or are you gonna go on just on the ground, on the edge of the lake?
I'm gonna tie the ends to objects at the shore, but the string will be through the lake.
Through the middle of the lake?
No, off to the side. It's a long, skinny lake, and I can
But it
get to
has
one
to
side.
go to where the water is deep, right? You can't do it where there's no water.
Yeah, the water will be at least 5 feet deep at all locations.
Okay, so get a 5 feet 2x4, 6 feet 2x4. Nail it in the bottom of the ground in the water where the cord is supposed to cross the lake, and use that as a gauge to see if it's going lower or higher than the 2x4.
Underwater?
You're gonna nail the 2x4 into the bottom of the muddy ground, and the top of it will be at the water level.
Okay.
And then you can use that as a gauge, and you'll see if it's bending down or up.
Okay. Yeah. And I've thought about that too, of actually putting in some little, possibly a floating platform structure, but something simple that causes a yardstick to be as a backdrop to the string with a camera looking at the string, an underwater camera, so you could see how many inches the string was pulled down, if any.
Also, we should actually also measure the string, because isn't it according to the globe that if you go from A to B with a string, that it actually would be longer because it's supposed to be bowing upwards?
Well, what are we going to measure the string with? The string? Or
I
another
don't know.
string of an equal length?
I don't know, but you can measure one string, 5-foot ruler, and just flip it back and forth and see if it's at least very close to one. Was it kilometer? 1 kilometer?
6 kilometers. Each section that I made it out of was 1 kilometer, according to the seller. Of course, who's going to measure them? But
You get
Maybe you
two
can make
people. You pull
a
the
diagram of
one
this.
kilometer string across the lake where you can stand up, not across the water. Take a 5-foot ruler, flip it back and forth until you get to the end, and see if it's roughly the right length. If you can measure one, then you can take the other 6 or 5 and then pull them across and measure if they're the same.
I'm afraid that using the length of the string would be useless because it's going to take so much tension to get any deflection at all that the string will also have stretched an awful lot. So
Actually, you know what? Will the string stretch? Isn't it like dental floss?
it's very low stretch, but everything stretches. Nothing in this world is completely perfectly stretch free. Everything has some modulus of
If it's
elasticity.
fishing line, it will give. It will have some give on it.
Yeah, it's that low stretch braided PE stuff.
Made in China?
Oh yeah. I couldn't afford 6 kilometers of string from anywhere else.
I understand.
No one's paying me to do this, unfortunately. I would love to do it with better string and better everything, but
You need to have a YouTube going, get some super chats. Money to start rolling in dough.
YouTube takes most of that anyway, right? Like 30%.
How much do they take?
I think they take 30%.
Well, that's not bad.
Or maybe 70%. I don't remember.
So if you get 1,000, you get 700.
I'm pretty sure.
Hey,
Yeah.
Can you make a diagram?
What's that?
Can you make a diagram of this?
Oh yeah, I can. I'll do that while I eat, so I'm not smacking on the microphone.
Yeah,
I'll get
sure.
back. Yeah, because I'm getting hungry.
I recommend a flat steak. Some steak the other night. It was so good.
Oh, how about a little bit of a curvy a snake steak?
I don't think that's a natural. I think it's naturally flat. If you get a curvy steak, I'm not sure what to say about that.
It just means it's a little thicker in the center.
It won't cook right if it's curvy. You have to be flat on both sides.
Well, my pan is curvy too. I got it too hot.
So it buckles in the middle.
Yeah, it's just a joke, but yeah.
That's what you call a Glober pan.
Exactly.
You want to level off your pan so it's flat. You want a flat steak for the best cooking.
As long as I don't have to have a square meal. Because I'm not a square earther neither.
You never been in the army? They have rations that are basically little squares.
Nope, never been in the army. I have eaten those modern MRE things though.
I tell you, a round ball ration won't work at all. Just saying. Gotta be little squares.
All right, I'm gonna check out here for a bit and then draw up a diagram while I eat and then check back in.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Jerry, did you get your questions answered? I didn't mean to interrupt you earlier.
No, I was all right, man. No, you're passionate, so you want to get all your stuff out.
Do you
But
think this thing is going to work?
no, because if he says at any point that the string is horizontal, then the Earth should drop away from that point, not hump up. If the string goes in the water, then he's not going horizontally. He's got the
Okay,
string angled down or something.
Okay, so he's thinking of the observation from A to B, let's say 3 miles or 4 miles, 6 kilometers, where you have a line of sight, let's say at 5 feet observer height. And what'll happen is in the middle between A and B, there's going to be a horizon, right?
Yeah.
That horizon is blocking the distant object from either side because it's humping in the middle. And he's saying that in the middle represents the chord going beneath the water, beneath the level of the water. I guess
that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's supposed to drop away from horizontal at the beginning, not hump up.
But it's not humping up.
Well, you just said it was.
The water would hump up on a globe because the string from A to B would be at one level, and then if you put that on top of a globe, the water will hump up in the middle. Does that make sense? Because that's the blocked height. It's a blocked sagitta.
But it can't because it's supposed to be 8 inches a drop per mile squared. It's supposed to go down, Godric. Not up.
The surface of the surface of the Earth is supposed to go down on both sides. But if you do a taut string from A to B, you would have the water humping up over the string because the string is flat.
Yeah, but then the string wouldn't be horizontal. You see what I'm saying?
Well, it's horizontal to A and B, but it's not horizontal to, I mean, if it was a globe, it's not horizontal to the surface of the ground. It's horizontal to A and B flat. Make sense?
Well, no, because it would, if it's not horizontal, then it's angled some other way and he's not going straight. He's not going.
Okay, if it were a globe, you can't get horizontal because the horizontal is a bendy rainbow form.
Right.
Period.
Right. Yeah. So that's why this test is.
But if you taught the string, in theory, the string could be more or less straight, flat. And you don't see that there should be a bulge in the middle if it were a globe. But if you put the string all the way to the ground,
no, not if the string is horizontally level.
If the string is horizontally level, what should happen is it should travel through the earth. In this case, through the water, under the surface, because the surface should be bubbling up, because there should be a blocked height, which is we call the sagitta.
No, Godric. No, right? It's supposed to drop away 8 inches per mile squared down.
That's only, Jerry. That's only if you had the string caught on the middle of the horizon, right at the water level or above the water level. Then both sides should be bending downward. But he's not going to do that. He's going to lower the string on both sides so it's on the ground. The string is going to be on the ground.
Right. So then, but you just said,
because it's a globe, he thinks that string will go across, taut, and dip through the water because the water should be bending upwards. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but you just said that it would drop from the middle if it's horizontal. But now you're saying that it's in the water.
It will drop from the middle downwards, like you say, only if the cord was horizontal flat, only touching the top of the horizon and going back and forth to both sides, which means you have to have like a 10-foot observer height for this to work at all. That's what he probably should do, but the problem is the cord's gonna bend on itself downward, so we can only get it so taut. So and instead of using a flat horizontal cord, bring it to the water, let it float in the top of the water, and see if it's going to be straight or curved. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, maybe I could help you get it this way. If the string is horizontal, it'll never go in the water.
Yes, it will, because he's bringing the string to the ground level on both sides. I mean, that's what he explained to me, unless he told me wrong, or I actually wrong. The string's going to be on the ground level. It's not going to be 5 feet or 10 feet.
Yeah,
Let's
but
say the dip at 4 miles is, I don't know, 6 feet. Let's just say 6 feet. If that was the case, then he can have a 6 feet 2x4 on both sides, tie the cord, stretch it taut, and it should go straight and then only touch the top of the horizon at the middle. And that would indicate, and it should be bending both sides at 6 feet. That would indicate a curvature.
right, so it wouldn't go through. It'll
No,
touch the top.
it would just touch the top of the horizon in the middle. But he's not holding it above the water. He's holding it on the ground level.
Right.
So if it's on the ground level, now the Earth is going to bend upward.
No, it can't. Not if the string is horizontal.
You're missing the height of the string. That's what you have to include, the height of the string. That changes the experiment. The height of the string changes the experiment.
Okay, well, if it's horizontal above the ground, then it still can't go under the water.
If the Earth is bending, it would.
No, Dan, do you get it?
Yeah. It's when we try and point a light across the water, I'm saying, hey, there's my straight line across the water. They're saying, well, the water's not straight, so your line must be curving too. So what he's saying is, fuck light. I'm going to lay something on that water and pull it tight, and we're going to see if it matches the surface or not. So if he was right, and he could make a straight line on a globe, it would cut under the surface. It would pull his floating line in the middle down underwater.
Then
And
the
if the
string
cut is 6 feet between A and B, then that cord should be exactly 6 feet below the water at the horizon, at the middle. In theory.
But horizontals don't cut through, Godric.
Yes, they do. If you take a ball, if you have a horizontal,
No, they only touch.
Listen, Jerry. Take a globe, okay? Then take a piece of glide, which is dental floss, and you know that glide is going to be horizontal. You yank it taut. Then you put that dental floss down on top of this globe. You'll cut through the horizon first, the middle, and the sides will be lifted up off the ground. But if you put the sides on the ground and you put a top, then that dental floss is going to cut through the earth. It'll cut through the bulge, and the bulge will be higher than the dental floss. That makes sense? You have to do it physically with the globe and to see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it, but on their model, that's not how it works.
That's how it would work if it were a sphere.
No, because all right, let's say you got vertical, so perpendicular to that is horizontal, right? So on their model, the ground drops from that horizontal. It can never go upwards, ever.
Okay, take a globe, right?
Uh-huh.
Take an orange, okay? And take dental floss. And then put dental floss horizontal, right? And then start moving it down towards that orange. You're gonna hit the bulge of the orange first in the middle, which is the horizon. And if you pull it down more and more taut, you're gonna cut into that orange.
Yeah.
This is the experiment. Where the height's going to be, I don't know, but I believe he indicated on both sides it'll be at ground. So you're basically taking a dental floss and you're taking it and you're shoving that cord through the globe. You're just cutting it through. You're just putting it down through the globe, so the dental floss is below the Earth's surface, and you have that cord taut. That's what I'm saying.
A straight
Yeah, I get what
line
you're saying.
taut, a straight line taut between 2 points on their globe would be
Well,
underwater.
into the globe.
It would have to be underwater.
Yeah.
Surface to surface over a distance
Yeah.
would have to show curvature in between.
Yeah, but straight doesn't mean horizontal. Like horizontal is a specific thing.
The assumption of theirs is that their middle point is higher than the edges of the experiment.
Nah, can't be.
Well, on a globe it is.
No, Dan, it drops from horizontal 8 inches per mile squared.
It drops from the center point in both directions.
Right. So then how could the center point be underwater? You get what I'm saying?
Because he's going to force it underwater. He's going to make it so the cord cuts through the water. That's the whole point of the experiment.
Well, then what is it dropping from? There's no drop.
But you're pulling a line from drop to drop is what you're doing.
That's what I'm saying. He's eliminating the drop because he's making it taut. The cord should be flat and horizontal. Ideally, it's not exactly, but ideally it should be flat horizontal. If you put that on a curved surface, it would cut through the horizon at the middle. You understand? Now, since it's flat, I don't think he'll get his 6 feet dip in the middle, which is what he's looking for. But because the cord has weight, because there's water, I don't know where that cord's going to be in the middle. It could be higher or lower. It's probably going to float to the surface. You know what? His experiment is probably going to have the cord float to the surface in the middle, and it's not going to have that 6-foot dip that he wanted to get. And if he does it taut, he still won't get the dip because it's not curving. So it'll probably just prove flat, my guess. Jerry, if you want to draw what you're seeing with a pencil or something, I'll look at it. But I think we're just not understanding each other.
Well, when Jesse comes back, I'll have a picture. But just take a circle and draw a radius to the center of the circle. Now, where the radius touches the circumference, go 90 degrees from that. That is what the horizontal is on their model. It's a tangent point, and the surface drops away from there. It's never under anything.
It only drops each side. It only drops on the beginning of the string at the end of the string. That's where it drops.
Okay. Now, if it drops from both sides, how can it hump in the middle? You get what I'm saying?
Because it's a curve. We're assuming that. He's assuming that it curves.
No, it can't curve up and down at the same time, man.
It does. It curves up from the A and it curves down to B because it's a curve.
Okay,
it curves up and down.
Then it drops from the middle, right?
Yes, both sides.
But you're saying it's going to be in the water in the middle. Where's the
Because
drop?
he's lowering. Okay, Gary, you have to include the height of the cord. If you don't do that, then we're just going to be like talking in a circle. He said the height of the cord will be on the ground at 4 miles. I don't know. It's probably about 6 feet dip or 6 feet sack. So I'm just guessing.
Imagine shore to shore, sea level to sea level. In our eyes, in a flat Earth, that's a straight shot across. So, to not trust optics, he's going to try and make a straight shot. On the globe, it's impossible, and that straight shot would have to be looking through the water. So he's going to have to see this when he pulls it tight, suck down, and go through the water. Its natural state would be to float. If he gets it tight, it's going to pull itself underwater into a straight line. That's what he thinks. So when the middle submerges, that's his proof that the water was curving above it as his line becomes straighter and straighter. So he's showing the deviation of a straight line, which he thinks he can create, compared to water level, which we think is a straight line. He can't pull it tight. Too much. Nothing. There isn't things you control at 3.5 miles away. You know.
I was surprised he said the cord's only 100 pounds. That didn't make any sense to me, but that's what we got to deal with.
He's got to anchor it and pull it tight. And I don't know how you continue to crank on something like that. I mean, I guess a normal fishing rod might have it built in.
He'll have to make like a couple 2x4s, stick them in the ground on both sides, and then he can loop the cord through both of them. Then he can pull on it on both sides to get it taut.
Well, he's got it thought out. Good for him.
But they will be a above the water. There will be a sag. Below the water, it would rise up because it's floaty. So I don't know how that's gonna work.
He wants to pull it taut, really close to the water. He wants to let it float, but when he pulls it tight, he expects the middle to plunge a foot.
That would be if Dan. That would be if on each side is starts at ground level, correct?
Water level.
Well, he's gonna be on the ground.
Same thing though, sea level. Both sides.
Okay, fine. Water level. At water level, both sides. It should dip in the middle if it is dipping around 6 feet.
Dip.
That's if it's a globe. If it's flat, it won't dip at all. It will just go across.
If it's flat, it'll go across. If it's curved, it'll sink.
Yeah, in the middle, about 6 feet, give or take, whatever the section is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it succumbs to. God, he thinks he's got no. All right. Well, we'll have to see. I don't see how to pull it that tight. But he doesn't have to pull it that tight. What he's got to do is get the middle to sink.
It has to be taut, though. He has to check the line all the way through. If it's not taut, then it's not working.
And it won't sink.
It won't sink. One, because it's flat. Two, because the cord's going to float upwards. Somewhat.
Hope a boat doesn't come by.
Oh, then he's screwed. The little propeller, yank his cord right across.
Also, what you underestimate is the ability to move in a canoe. Saying, okay, well, I'll just go to the middle. It's
Oh,
not
why
very
do you have? What is it to do with a canoe? What's that about?
so he can go look at the middle, make sure it's not floating. He wants to go jumping out to the middle.
You know what? That quarter probably be just beneath. If he does the top, that quarter probably be just beneath the horizon by maybe a few inches. Then he'll know it's not curving. Something BattleMod said. That's interesting. These short distance tests, 1 mile, 5 miles, even 10 miles. He said they don't prove anything because you're assuming that the Earth is gonna curve. What's the word? Uh, 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 um, unify. Um, what's the word that means consistent?
Uniformly.
Uniformly, and it probably wouldn't do that because, well, but the water should be uniform curves if there's gravity. So as long as you eliminate the land, the chance that the land is going to be off, the water should curve uniformly over, let's say, 4 miles. Am I right?
It's either straight uniformly or curved uniformly, one or the other.
Yeah, I agree. The water should be uniform.
Hey, Bacon's here. Maybe I could ask him. Are you there, Bacon?
My mic might be a little bit bad.
What's up, Bacon? Your mic is fine.
All right. What's up?
Yeah. So Jesse wants to do this thing where he takes a string and he stretches it across a lake from A to B, a straight line, right? So if that line is horizontal, it should never be under the water, correct?
Why not?
Because the ground drops from horizontal at every point on your model.
Yeah, if it was horizontal to the ends of the string, then yeah.
Right.
You do understand. You do understand in our model, horizontal is relative to each
well,
point.
yeah,
right?
that's yeah.
Right. So if you establish a horizontal at the ends, then yeah, the line shouldn't. If it's underwater, it wouldn't be horizontal to the ends. It would only be horizontal to the middle.
Right.
All right.
See, Godric?
If the water's flat, it won't dip in the middle. But if the water's curved, it will dip in the middle, dip through the
It's
horizon.
not a dip. It's the opposite of a dip. It's a sucking under. It's the opposite of a dip. He's removing any dip. He's removing anything like a dip.
Right, but the cord should cut through the water in the middle if it's curved.
Yeah.
No. If the string is horizontal, it'll never go through the water.
Forget the word horizontal for a minute. Think shore to shore and pull a string tight. On our model being flat, we're going to make a straight line. On their model, the water never had that shape. So if we're shore to shore, they say that there's a middle point of high spot. There's a high spot in the middle between us. The gravity is keeping the water from running over the edge for some reason. So where we think water seeks level, they're saying only in the spot you're standing does it do so. And where you and I think if we make a line between us that it's straight and level, they don't apply their logic to that term. They won't allow for a straight line between us. They say the earth's in the way. So by doing it over water, he can cut through the earth when he pulls the string tight, which was previously floating on their curve.
Only if the Earth is curved.
Well, if it's not horizontal, then you're angled downwards or upwards from the Earth.
There's no angle here, really. You're just drawing a line between 2 points.
Right. So how do you know whether or not the line is going down towards the Earth or up towards the sky? Got to make sure it's horizontal.
We're making a straight line. Instead of using light, we're using string. Then we're comparing that to the water. Compared to the laser, where we're above, comparing it to the water. Here, it's going to end up, how do you describe it? It's floating because it's not pulled taut. But once you pull it taut, it has to, on the globe, cut through water to get from one point to the other.
Let me give you an example, Jerry. I have that globe right here in front of me. We're looking at the United States, right? It's about, I don't know, 15 degrees from the North Pole. And the other side of the globe is Siberia, about 15 degrees from the North Pole. If you took a dental floss, I taped it to USA and Siberia, both, and to go across, and then I made that cord taut, would it not cut through the globe?
Yes, it would, but
that's what we're saying.
Yes, but the cord wouldn't be horizontal then, because horizontal is perpendicular to the radius, which is a straight line towards the center. So that would mean that the surface drops away.
Hang on. The cord would be horizontal to the equator.
Horizontal to the equator.
What do you call it when you cut a line through the circle?
A cord line.
A what?
A cord line.
If you put a cord line through the equator, your measurement on top from USA to Siberia would be horizontal to that.
No,
Yeah.
because horizontal is only one thing. Horizontal is 0. It doesn't angle up or down.
This is not an angle. It's flat. It's like level to the line going through the equator.
This is simple. Draw a straight line on top of the earth, compare it to the earth. Well, when you use a string normally, it has so much weight, it sags in the middle. Well, he's going, well, shit, I'll get something that doesn't sag in the middle because I'll let it float in the water. So it's going to float on the water, which is presumably curved. When he pulls it straight, it should deviate from the water line. In his favor, it won't take a lot of force. The moment it starts to tighten, it should sink. And in our favor, the moment it sinks,
Jerry, a straight cord will never be horizontal to a curving globe. It's impossible.
That's right.
Is
So
that what
you
you
lose
mean?
horizontal. That's right. You can't have horizontal going through
You can't have horizontal
anything.
on a globe, period.
There you go. Case closed. And that's why this test is so, I don't want to say stupid because I like him, Jesse, but it's like, dude, what are you doing? It's not going to do anything. It's never supposed to hump up. It's always supposed to drop down from where you are.
And that's why you can't make a triangle curved surface.
That's right.
I wish M Stone could come on. He's looks like server muted. He must have made an ass of himself.
We're going to need Geo to do that.
He's just such a good villain. He's like, the way Batman has all these villains. He's definitely like one of the Flat Earth villains. It's funny. Like, I'm gonna get you guys. I'm smart. I'm smart. You're dumb. We're gonna prove it. We need to get all the Globers their little AI characters so they can come in as cartoons, as the cartoons they are. So there's definitely a difference, since M Stone, I know you're listening. There's definitely a difference between a normie and a Glober. And you are a Glober, man. You're not a normal dude, man. You got a vengeance against this, and it's one of our biggest. I mean, we may be shy on proofs, but you guys prove something. This triggered stuff is pretty bold. Like these Globers that are our friends have been around for 6 years, 7 years almost. Same dudes. They're different than this guy. This guy's totally different. Oh, one day you'll come on. We could. Anyway, power to Jesse, right, for trying. That's cool. He's tried a bunch of things. Oh, good. Sean G can translate all the M Stone stuff. Can you speak in his angry little voice, Sean?
Even more power to him if he can record it while he does it.
Uh huh. This AI animation stuff is so fun to watch, man. It is. So good. Like here. And what do I gotta do? Mute? I think I gotta mute. Hey Stony, I did stand up for you though because I think your hate towards Austin really comes from the way you were treated um, by Karen B and Nathan Thompson and shit like that. Because I think you got treated like shit by them.
Was
So
Karen being mean to him?
she pointed to all of his sore spots and then poked them again. Yes, she did. She was mean.
Karen says toughtitties.com. Go to toughtitties.com, she says.
You're speaking on behalf of Karen now?
Tough titties.
Hail to the toughest titty.
When Karen's mean to somebody and they complain, she says, go to toughtitties.com.
Oh, okay, good one.
Karen is mean to Globers. I've seen her.
She's mean to me. I know that much.
That's because she doesn't trust you because you're not in her clique.
Yeah, it's a real hassle to try and communicate with. Real fucking hassle, man. Here's my impression of Karen B in chat.
That's rough.
Yeah, I was being kind. I was being very kind. Letting her be fierce and menacing and approacheth on behalf of the truth. I was very kind. Just because she looks like a raccoon and comes with weapons in her hands, it's not my fault.
Hey, you don't make the rules.
All right, Stone, before I answer your question, why do you see her as harmless and why do you see him as harmful? Is a good point, you know? You see Austin as a problem because Austin hits the street, I'm sure. Well, you suggested Karen wasn't. So that means you're not you don't have the vendetta against Karen?
How's Austin a problem?
We don't see him for what he
Because I
is.
want to know. Which is what?
It's going to be a grifter and a wordsmith.
You know who's a wordsmith? Is Kosho. He just bullshits anything. Kosho and Xanax are wordsmiths.
They're not the same though.
So
Kosho,
you think that Witch
he's a
is not
bullshitter.
legit?
Kosho listens. Xanac don't.
So you think that Witch is not legit?
Witsit talks about the globe model more than Globers.
When you say grifter, like he's grifting money. He's like a gypsy or something, or what? What is that?
Well, he accidentally rolled with Nathan Thompson, so he's still attached to the reputation.
So you don't like Nathan Thompson?
It's not about liking Nathan Thompson or not, but Nathan Thompson doesn't really live anywhere. Kind of travels off of Flat Earth.
He's a gypsy. He lives in his car. That's understood. Is that your main gripe about him?
No. No.
He lives in his car.
No, he lives by the grace of other people at their home.
And because of that you call him a grifter.
No, no. I'm just saying that the reputation of Nathan Thompson got attached to Witsit when Witsit traveled with him.
No, but what's wrong with not having a home and going from a hospitable person to your car when there's no hospitable people?
It's not really like that. Nathan Thompson became a user and burned up bridges as he went.
Okay, so that's all different. So you must know like a transaction or two that people were upset about him, complained about him, they burned the bridges. Honestly, I don't think about that.
There's lots of them online.
Because if someone's burning up bridges, honestly, that doesn't say anything about the content that they provide.
Correct.
I could be a thief or a gangster or a murderer, and that shouldn't affect my arguments. You may not like me, but it shouldn't affect the argument. You should challenge the arguments, not the person.
Correct.
Otherwise, it's an ad hom.
Correct.
What do you think about Eric Dubay, Dan?
He can't be the villain that they portrayed him as.
So you have more acceptance for Eric Dubay.
I didn't really experience all the Hitler stuff. I wasn't there for it. And if I was to okay, I had this theory about Charles Lindbergh being an early aviator that wasn't connected to military or government. And he ended up with some weird power. You know, he knew a lot. He was the most famous man at that time. And I think he knew the Great Circle was bullshit. But one of the things he ended up fighting about with the U.S., Charles Lindbergh, was about entering the war. And he thought that Hitler was doing a bang up job of protecting us from either Jewish or Zionist banking interest that was taking over. And so there was an entire effort prior to World War II to protect the one world government thing from happening, kind of, you know, with banking in terms of central banking and all that. So, the point is, Eric may have been touching on some of that shit and not saying, you know, all minorities, gypsies, and Jews have to be killed. I don't know. You know, I don't know when that turned into a doctrine and how. But
I heard the Jews got thrown out of 90 countries before Hitler went after.
and they ended up in control, so it's kind of a trip, right? I mean, the Jews did end up in some form of influence, like, you know, through Hollywood and such. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know a lot about it. I know it's hard to support Israel. I mean, it's hard to support Judaism without getting sucked into Israel. And normally, belief has nothing to do with allegiance to a country, you know? Normally, a religion works without country.
Well, the Jews had access to money. They come into your country and they start loaning, and then they would take over the financial system, basically, within a couple generations.
And that's what we did worldwide with helping people build dams and through country, things like the World Economic Forum and these silly banking cabals, basically. They bankrupted everything and everyone. Look at this. We got McToon and M Stone dueling dimbos here. Hey, we got two classics in chat. I wish they were on here mumbling away at how stupid we are. Let's do it for them. You're stupid. Didn't you go to school? Haven't you ever been in an airplane? How am I doing, guys? Here,
Sounds familiar.
I can play more of it. There's that whole video about Ronnie, the typical Glober. Here, let me play it. It's good. Could you guys hear my sound when I played something before?
No.
I didn't hear you play nothing.
Okay, share my screen. This. You might be able to hear this. This is classic.
My name is Ronnie the Typical Glober. We think flat earthers are stupid, so we spend all of our day talking and arguing. Some of the best conversations I ever have are here with flat earthers. They make such good arguments that we have to have secret meetings discussing how we can best rebut their new claims. We fumble around in the dark just repeating claims from our Daddy McTwo's videos over and over until the flat earthers come along and ask us real questions. They make us think. This is why we stalk them like vindictive ex-girlfriends. Out of love, not out of hate. We can't ever tell them that we actually admire their intellect. We really just want to be cool and fit in with them. But, like little children in grade school, we misplace our emotions and end up starting fights with instead. I secretly wish I was as cool as a flat earther.
That stuff is beautiful.
Again, back on what's it? What kind of person is willing to tour the world to, or at least the U.S., to talk about flat Earth, to risk getting arrested to fight for free speech? What kind of person is that?
Um, a warrior, a truth warrior, I'd call it maybe.
Correct.
I give him a lot of credit for that. It takes a lot out of you.
You go in the middle of the day, put a table on the corner of the street, and put a sign: "Earth is flat, prove me wrong," with a speaker in a chair.
See, this is what they want you to do, and you see what's going on in text. Like they want you to entertain bullshit, equations. Like, dude, what the fuck gives a fuck? That's why I'm only here for entertainment. Like anyone who says that straight can mean curved, like who also says that you should know math is just disqualified. Don't ask me about math if you think that straight lines can curve. Over.
What's weird is when you got them outnumbered, you get to poke at them just because we're on the host side when they come here. So it's fun. Just like they pick on you when you go there. You can pick on them when they come here. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you here again? Why are you here again? To feel superior, make us feel wrong somehow, you know? And then Witsit comes along and they're like, those are just words. That's what they say. Those are just words. My favorite. It's like, how are you supposed to communicate again?
And as soon as you don't talk about words, you just want to say, okay, well then let's take a look at what water does. Then they want to go back to just words. Well, water would do this on a globe, but water doesn't do that in reality. Well, it's just too local. Like you're in too local of an area to see any kind of major curving water. So you want to go back to words then? Well, no. That's just the truth. Okay, well then show me. Oh, I can't because it's too local. You know what I'm saying? It's just back and forth bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, this is almost an all-star cast here. M. Stone, McToon, and Sean G's got his pussy lips flapping. We'd almost get everyone going. They could all say in unison, sort of, "You're dumb. You're dumb."
There's Harry.
Another one of our fans.
There's Left Lane. Maybe I could ask him about the fishing line thing.
What is this he keeps posting? I'm going to open it, McToon, because you think you're saying something. Looks like Drabble. Oh, is this the big list that everyone's been talking about? Well, that bored me to death, McToon. Thank you. Man, I got to write down some of these things they're saying. These are good. These are great quotes. Cope and seethe.
Are there any goobers in the room who want to field a question?
A masterpiece of wrongness. No, they're only in chat. They're all in chat.
That's too bad. Come on, Sean. Speak up.
I'm busy, you needy fucks.
God damn it. This is way more important.
Citation. I require citation on what you call busy.
I am the citation.
Okay, Zanuck.
Is there gradient laziness to your busyness? Are you using standard bullshit? Or, out of the gradient bullshit you normally use? These poor guys are like sitting ducks tonight. I wish I hated them.
I thought we wanted a flat Earth only place. It seems like it turns into a flat Earth only place, and then we're begging for the Globers.
I could pretend to hate you. That's good. You're easy to hate.
Hey, speaking of hate, Curved really does not like you, does he, Dan? I heard him the other day. He was furious.
I shut his ass down, didn't I? I told him he didn't know how to wipe his ass. He couldn't respond.
That was rough.
Yeah, they all like to
What happened?
He just likes to take shots at me. But if you listen to that guy, he's only ever taken shots at people. He never has anything to say about anything. Just waits for someone to stumble and then kicks them while they're down.
I'm trying to ball and got on mute.
Come on, Harry, we can hear you. Tell us we're wrong.
Harry, we got a question for you because Jesse, do you know who Jesse Gordon is?
Yeah, Jesse.
Yeah, he says he
Fishing
wants
line
to.
thing.
Yeah. Now he says that if it's a globe, then the string will cut through the water. All right,
But I like
yeah,
his
go ahead.
optimism.
Well, okay. Now he says that the string will be level, right? Not at an angle at either end of the shore. Now, that's a horizontal line. Now, as far as I know, horizontal line can never go through any part of the earth because it's always tangent to it. So, how is it possible? How can a horizontal line go through
Because
the water?
horizontal and level are not the same in that context.
Okay, but if the string is at a 0-degree angle at either side of the lake, how can it go through it?
Because it would be the tangent. There is curvature. The horizontal line is not the level line. It is independent of the level line, which is why it would cut through.
But how can it cut through if it if the surface drops from horizontal?
How could
Because
it not? I mean, the line's not rigid. If you pull it from 2 points, and those
even
2
if
points
okay,
don't
if
curve.
you're at the top of a hill that crowns and goes downhill, if you look straight at the crown, you can look through that, and that would be the tangent. That would be the same tangent line that we're talking about, that horizontal line that would go through the water.
But how could it be horizontal if horizontal is tangent at one point
Because
only?
horizontal is not level.
No, I'm not saying level. Or
Okay.
that. I'm saying horizontal. Jesse will make sure that the string will not be angled at all. It'll be at 0.
0 to 0.
Right. So that means that the surface of the earth or the water should drop from that point, correct?
Again, from 0 to 0, what is going to drop substantially more than at the middle, where it would quote unquote go through the water. It's creating a tangent line. 0 to 0 is going to. The reason why you don't see 0 to 0 is the same reason why we have obstruction. When we have obstruction, that's because our eyes can't go through water. It can't go through land, so we get this obstruction. Well, that string is going to go through that water, void of that obstruction, because it can go through it.
But it can't go through the water because the water's supposed to be dropping away. 8 inches per mile squared from the horizontal.
Again, you're looking at it as if both of them horizontal is level, and when we create this horizontal line, it's supposed to be the same as a flat Earth, and it goes straight over the water like you think it will. Okay, well that's the results that you're looking for. But the problem is if it goes through the water, if there is that obstruction, it is a globe. If it goes from 0 to 0 and it has no deviation from level, then congratulations, flat Earth.
It can't ever go through the water. Like that's what I. Because Bacon said that too.
Okay,
Bacon said
if
that.
you got a basketball, and at the very top of it you put a string, and then at 90 degrees you put it at point, and you wanted to put that string from a horizontal line from point to point, that's the same thing we're talking about doing, and that string going through the water. But obviously, a string can't go through a basketball. But the same thing. That's how that happens.
But the circle drops away from the horizontal. Right?
Again,
I mean that's
0 substantially drops away more than at 0 to 0 than it does at the middle. It does. That's just how it drops away. It does. If you go to the top of the hill,
yeah.
If you go to the top of a hill and do the same thing, you're going to get the same results. Draw a circle and draw one point and put another point, and then draw from point to point. You just drew a tangent line. You just drew the string that goes through the water.
No, because the tangent only touches at one point, right?
Again, no, it touches at from your point to the point you're looking at. That's the tangent line. Again.
Okay, so then it
becomes a segment, but it is part of the tangent line. The tangent line is from you, the observer, or the first point to the second point. And if it goes through, if the tangent goes through. That's what we're looking for. That's again the string going through the water. You can't say no, because that literally is what we're talking about.
But a tangent only touches at one point. It doesn't cut through.
Okay, does it start at one point?
Yeah, it touches at one point, yes.
No, does it start at one point?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, we could say
and then where does that tangent line end?
It goes infinitely.
It goes to whatever point you're looking at, i.e., well, that's why he said 0 to 0, because again, if you're creating that tangent line, you have to have elevation to that tangent. Otherwise, you're going to have to create that angle as well. And because he said no angle, he's going 0 to 0, which puts that tangent line through the water or through the earth. Again, it's no different from the basketball scenario I just said. It's no different from anything else. I just gave an example that you just said no, but that's just the reality of it. It's draw a circle, point to point, draw a line. That's what we're talking about.
Well, then it's not a tangent.
I'm with Jerry on this. It's a chord.
I already said it was. I already said it was a segment, but the tangent is what we're observing, right? That's what we're creating the observation of.
Well, the horizontal would be the tangent. The horizontal line.
No. The horizontal line would be, we would create that segment you're talking about because it is from 0 to 0. If you were the observer looking at a point, then that's the tangent line, all simple. But he said he was going to go 0 to 0, right?
Yeah, he would make sure that the string wasn't angled up towards the sky or down towards the water.
Okay, so is he starting at 10 feet, 6 feet on each side?
I don't know,
How do you
6 feet.
My question
Or,
is, how
So
do
let
you
me explain
angle
what
the
he's doing.
string?
What he's doing is
Ground.
creating a mean line, a line that is void of elevation. It's not, doesn't come off elevation. It's just a horizontal line that is, has 0 to 0 on, on each end of itself, and it's basically what you would reference the Earth to, and that would tell us, is it flat or is there curvature? But because he's going 0 to 0, he's now put it on the ground and it's going to go through Earth. If it was me, I'm going to bring it up about 10, 20 feet so then we can have the measurement throughout that whole measurement to see if it deviates from my horizontal or not.
I don't know.
So,
I always heard that the surface drops from horizontal, and horizontal doesn't go through the earth.
it drops. Okay. If I put a stake in the ground at 4 feet, and at 4 feet I put a line, and that line is the beginning of my horizontal, and for a mile I just carry that horizontal all the way for a mile. It's going to be represent itself, and in my idea of how it works, the Earth, void of elevation, because elevation change is going to deviate regularly, but off that line it'll be substantial. It won't be the same thing. But once you start seeing that increase, you start realizing that that's curvature. If it's flat, that horizontal carries straight across an elevation that we know is that 0 to 0 over there, or 10 feet and 10 feet over there, should line up dead face. But it doesn't work that way. Or I know it doesn't, but that would be the result, whether or not it works that way.
Right, so it drops from horizontal.
Yes. Yeah, he's
Okay,
doing
so
it on
the
the ground.
horizontal,
Because
yeah.
he's doing it on ground and he said 0 0, or I don't know if you got a good understanding of it or you got the full details, because if he's doing it on the ground 0 to 0, then he's going through the Earth. If he's doing this over a lake, it makes more sense because he wants to show you that that Earth isn't the same as that horizontal. He's not trying to show you how much deviation it has. He's just showing you right off the bat there is deviation, and this is how the horizontal line acts on a globe. That's what he's trying to show you.
I think I get your point, Jerry, which is that it's not going to be horizontal. Like, it's not going to be perfectly horizontal. What if it was a ball, it would be a chord line. But I don't think there's any way to get string to stay rigid, right? You just pull it between 2 points.
There's too much
Yeah,
tension.
I'm just hung up on
own line
like,
between them.
Yeah,
and that's
like
also why I said go up 10, 20 feet and use hash marks and carry it a distance rather than a string, because a string is, I don't know if you can ever actually get that just like as straight as it gets. I don't think you could. I think there's
So
too
the
much
idea is to
tension
float.
put into it.
The idea is to float it on top of the water, so both are at whatever the water level is there.
But then
And
wait,
then pull it tight and see if it's pulling.
The string is it floats in water, so he's gonna put it on top of the water and it floats. So that might change the experiment.
But then how does he create a horizontal if it's just floating on the water?
He's gonna pull it tight between two spots on the ground.
It's not. I don't know where the horizontal
Oh,
idea
okay.
comes
So
from.
he thinks he's going to pull it tight, and it's going to, at the middle, basically,
He's gonna lay
be
the cord
underwater.
over a lake, tied on both sides on the ground, and pull the
Well,
string taut.
it's going to be underwater for a long time, and I don't know how long of a rope is he using?
6 kilometers, 3.8 miles.
Get the fuck out of here! I'm gonna tell you right now. Get the fuck out! I don't even have time to hear that bullshit.
He has the cord.
I don't care. What is he going to use to pull it tight?
He said a canoe.
A what?
Big truck.
He's just gonna do it with his hands. I don't know how he's gonna do that.
Okay, well, just
With his
imagine
hands?
pulling 6K worth of rope and being as tight as it gets to be horizontal from end to end. Think about that.
Well, you're gonna laugh at the rope's breaking point.
Yeah, exactly.
100 pounds.
Oh, shut the fuck.
That's what he told me. Made in China. It says it has 100-pound resistance.
Who's doing this?
Jesse.
Man,
That's Robert Jesse.
You have
What's his
to have
last
the
name?
information wrong. You have given me information that only
Just
a
told us
5-year-old
that.
would
He
give.
just got finished. Jerry, tell him. He just got finished telling us this.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It's just what Godric
Thank
said.
you.
It's 6 kilometers of string. He's gonna pull that tight.
Is he gonna get the stuff you tie on top of fucking Christmas presents?
Yeah.
Well, in his defense, the string's going to float on the top of the water.
I don't
And he's
go.
going to
Yeah.
do it that way so it doesn't lag in the air.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the most.
Rope floats, but once you get that shit as tight, okay, he's gonna get it as tight. He's gonna put.
You just crapped out.
Yeah, I think it's got a lot of challenges. Like, how do you get it straight, left to right? Right, it's going to blow with the wind and pull with the current.
Yeah, it's gonna take. It's gonna take
There
way
may
too
be
much
some current. There may be
power
some
to do
wind.
that.
Let him try. Let's see what happens. According to him, the Sagittarius is around 6 feet. So if it were a globe, it should sink 6 feet in the center. That's what he's thinking.
No, it can't hump up from horizontal. It drops from horizontal.
Jerry, we've been over
God
this.
damn it, man.
We've been over this, Jerry.
We solved that one. You just need to ask him what he means from horizontal. I'm pretty sure he actually means a cool one.
It 100% drops from horizontal.
There you go, Godric.
If it's flat, it's not
We
going to
don't
drop.
we don't live on concave. I'm sorry.
If it's flat, it's not going to drop. If it's a ball, it's going to cut through the middle. The lake should have a hump in the middle.
Yeah, but here's a problem. There's not going to be enough. He needs at least 100,000 pounds of pressure on each end of a fucking rope to get it to be straight. And he's talking about a 100-pound limit rate. Come on.
Then the cord's going to snap. Then
Yeah,
that's all.
it's going to snap before it comes out of the water on each end, 30 feet off the shoreline.
Dude, he told me he's going to tie the rope on both sides of the lake on the surface and take his canoe to the middle of the lake and check how deep the cord is sinking. That's he just did that.
I love it.
That's cute.
Yeah, I think that's all planned out.
Is he gonna paddle? Is he gonna paddle and pull it and make it straight that way?
I don't know about that part, but he's gonna take.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying.
Middle lake.
I mean, he's pulling fairy tales out of his ass. He might as well pull that one out of his ass too. Mind you, I'm a fucking Glober. I'm just letting you know this test sounds like shit.
So he went to Amazon and bought this cord from China, 1 meter cord, 1 meter, 1 kilometer cord times 6. He tied them together. They're already tied together on a wheel, and he measured it to be like 50 pounds or some shit like that. I don't know how much that
He's
weighs.
probably spliced them or joined them somehow.
That's
not
crazy.
just knob.
Because I know nylon rope that only has about 10,000 pounds of pressure that it can hold. And when you splice it, it goes instantly to 3,000 pounds. So I don't know how splicing is going to make anything stronger. That's the other problem. You need a single fucking rope.
Climbing rope splicing makes it stronger.
Will nylon
You
rope
won't use
float
climbing.
in the water?
Will what?
Nylon rope float on the water.
Yes, absolutely.
That might be a better cord to use because
again,
there's
the
more
floating part means
it's more
nothing to the test. The floating part's the easy part. It's getting it to come out of the water where it needs to come out of the water with enough force. He's not going to get that in force. But a tow truck wouldn't do that.
But it's not going to come out of the water because he's tying it on the ground level on both sides of the lake. It's going to go through the water. If it was a globe,
it's going to suck under the water on your globe.
So then, does he think he has a measurement that's going to be? This whole test sounds retarded.
Just because you don't understand it
You're
doesn't
hearing
mean
it.
it's retarded.
That's Dan. That's
hearing
the
it
funny
all
part. I
secondhand.
completely understand it.
No, you don't, because you're trying to lift it up.
Oh, okay. Hey, Dan. Thanks, Dan. For someone who has no idea how to even
I was
explain a
explaining it
test,
to you,
I
man.
get this way more than you'll ever get
Okay.
any of these conversations.
It's not being lifted up; it's being done at water level.
Again, at the ends, it has to be at 0 out of the water, right?
No.
Okay, it doesn't. You're right. So let's see him get that rope straight, even in the water. It's still gonna have fucking tension problems.
It's
Sorry.
not. When it shows any tension whatsoever, it will submerge in the middle.
Again, you have to do that with the whole rope,
No,
Dan,
just
not just
trust
the
what I
middle.
said. Don't be a retard.
Okay, Dan.
That's all he's saying. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Where's
the
your
difference is, Dan,
confusion?
you don't know what the
Where
fuck
is
you're
your
talking
little
about.
confusion?
You know
As
how
soon as there's any tension,
repeat what you hear, but you don't understand it.
as
So I don't
soon
know why
as
you're
there's
talking.
any tension on a
This
globe,
conversation wasn't even between me and you.
center will no longer float.
Again, you don't know. Again, I never said it was coming out of the water at the middle. Never once. But it has to stay at 0 at the ends. And that 0 is going to drop below 0 the second it touches the water. The second. You have to get tension across that whole fucking rope.
You are one panicky knucklehead.
Okay. You think I'm panicking, but I'm cool right now. I just got done smoking. I'm perfectly fine.
Okay, so you're very confused.
Oh, I'm not confused at all.
If it pulls tight at all,
okay,
it will submerge in the middle.
Okay.
So if he can get it tight, it will
Yeah,
submerge
exactly.
as much as 32 some inches, 36 inches.
I can't wait for you guys to tell me about the 6K rope test. I can't wait. I can't wait to tell me how many times his knots broke.
You know he's a glober, right?
Yeah, I'm not a team player. I don't need to agree with someone just because they think what I think. If it's a stupid idea, it's a stupid idea. Sorry.
And you know that the shape of the earth is not about what we think or what we believe, right?
99% of the people that are on here do. Just because you hold on to flat earth for some kind of like notoriety so you can be somebody doesn't mean everyone else does that, Dan.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just saying. Not everyone does that. Only you.
I do that.
Dan, it's not going to cut through the water unless it's a globe.
Well, but
Probably gonna
his
float on
whole
top of water.
purpose was to buy stuff that floated. And then he tested it, said that he's had it submerged for weeks and it's still floating.
That's not going to take away from the amount of tension you have to take out of the rope. It still has to be tight. Six fucking K is not going. It's not going to work. Too far.
I told him that.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what you told him. I'm telling you that, and you just got to tell me I'm confused. So shut the fuck up. Who's confused? Maybe you are.
Oh my God, come on.
Do you think about me when you get hot dogs?
Dan, I don't think about you ever, except for when you talk. And then I just hope you stop talking eventually.
That's cool. That makes me successful. If that makes me famous.
No, I never said you were going to be famous. You're still a joke to me.
Did say notoriety though.
Oh, he wants to be famous. That's his goal. All he's getting is trying to get now is notoriety because he's not going to be famous. He tried that.
Hey, Shells, what do you think about a Jesse's experiment?
How much more fame do
I do think it's got lots of
Sean?
I don't know, Dan.
challenges.
How many times are you gonna act as if a documentary or a big test was something you were like a big part of, except for just a lackey that did what they wanted and couldn't give any details. But you came in here acting as if you had details to these tests, and then when you were asked about them, you couldn't even answer them. We had to help you do it.
I have them. I didn't have them at the time.
Okay. So I can bring up one of the tests you talked about, and you can give us details about it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the one at where the cross is, out in the desert with the truck. Let's talk about that one.
The cross, the desert, the truck.
Okay, how high was the observation point at the cross?
I'm not sure. Are you talking about the horizontal test?
Yeah, the one with the lights.
All right, let me look. Why do you need to know?
Because you just said you could do it. Obviously, you can't. I remember.
Well,
I remember because we went over this, Dan. That's how I know you also don't fucking listen.
So what did I call it? 12 feet? What did we call it?
20 feet, Dan.
No, 20 feet's at Salton Sea, not Salt Flats.
No, the one where the cross is out in the middle, right? And it comes the rise as a hump. That is 20 feet above grade, and it's at least we agreed it was at least 16 feet above the road. Okay, Dan, because the road was how high off the flats?
No, you've got two things confused as usual.
Okay, so where that cross is at isn't where you guys did the truck with the lights and the horizontal and the crossing your visual. Okay, exactly, Dan.
I'm finding it while I'm listening to
Okay,
you.
Dan.
Fucking...
Yeah, you can't hear me if you're trying to talk over me.
I'm trying to find your numbers, dude.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this one's edited. Okay,
That's funny. I know the numbers, but this is the test you are so involved in.
So what's wrong with you?
You came in here acting like you knew everything, and then when you were asked about it and actually pressed about it, you get all irate and you fucking do your little rants and raves and
you get things confused all the fucking time, dude. Sorry.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Always got an excuse, Dan.
Whatever. I just don't know what the fucking file's called.
I know, okay. That's funny because I remember the conversation we had about it. I know you don't because you purposely don't pay attention. You purposely act like a
You are
dickhead.
such a pussy, man. You're like, I've got problems with you. You don't exist.
I don't have problems with you at all, Dan. This is this conversation that we're having at the moment.
Why do you make endless accusations that don't mean anything?
They're not endless accusations. They're accusations that other people made that was brought to light.
Wow.
Yeah.
Remember two Nathans. Remember there was
yeah. The time you called Uber and he was all pissed off because he didn't want to deal with your dumbass.
Dude, I talked to him recently about that. You better fucking stop. Because he says
the funny part is, Dan. The funny part is, Dan, he's only pissed off at you about that, not me. You want to see the messages? He said, "Don't worry about it. Dan's a fucking idiot." Blah 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 blah. Don't act like it went differently.
He's flip flopped on me. I just know where he stands now too. He told me. He mentioned it. He mentioned it, not me. Hang on, I gotta find this file. It's driving me nuts. I don't know why I can't find it. So anyway, I was standing there, so I know what it's like. You know, it's like the road is like less than 6 feet off what would be the lake bed right there, the salt area where they collect the salt, and then we've got truck height. You know, so I couldn't. It's got to be like around 12 feet. Can't be much more than that. I wish I knew what the hell it was called. I see the edited version. It says data chart, but I type in data chart and I'm not getting it. Give me a sec. So anyway, there's nothing. You need to go further. Once we establish the equal height on both sides, go on, Sean. What are you saying is going on? What are you so concerned about? What numbers what are you going to do with my number? Here we are. Observation data. Okay, and that one is going to be, this thing is hard to read. It's a giant file. It was a poster that was made for the movie. Utah Flats. And floodlights. Oh, I just saw it. Hang on. 6.8. And you're looking for a height. This can't be it. Shit. 4 feet. Let's see if that column's correct. Yeah, he's calling it 4 feet. But that wouldn't include the tripod. Wonder why they're calling it 4 feet. I don't think that's the right test. Hang on a sec.
Sounds like globe Earth domain.
Floodlight 1375. Oh, this is it. Okay, 8 feet. They're calling it 8. So again, Sean, what does that mean to you? What does that mean? Yeah, he's busy now. How you doing, Harry?
Good, man.
Yeah, I would say you don't need to pull a 6-kilometer line. You can just look at the Chicago skyline. So yeah, you can maybe pull a 20-foot line or a 40-foot line or something, but
If we could prove any line, which we always used to call force the line, and what I'm calling force the light with this lateral test we were talking about just now, if we could prove any line was straight, we could use it against the Earth. So
yes,
we keep using optics. So shout out to Jesse. I think a mile long fish tank tubing would do it too.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Sorry.
I still believe water to find level. And I believe level to exist not only at 2 points, but between 2 points.
yeah, to me the easiest thing is you're face to face with a person. You show them a spoon, you show them a cup, you show them the tub, you show them a puddle, you show them a lake. I mean, if they say it's curved, then you just let them go, like in their dumb statist religion, I guess. Like if they, you got to be able to prove it face to face with the person, with the objects you have, for free, for cheap. And we can. That's what Flat Earth does. Long distance observations are free. Water is free. We see it everywhere. Gas pressure without a container, we see it. Like, you can't have gas pressure without the container. We see that everywhere. Shaving cream, bug spray, propane tank. These are things you can demonstrate face to face with the person.
Why do you think
So
what they say is wrong? Because if there was a shitload of air, enough to create our 14 point whatever pound square inch of air pressure, couldn't that retain something? Like the sheer weight of all the different layers of air? In other words, in the supermarket, they've got an air barrier that sometimes works like an air door. I think it's called an air
Yeah,
dam.
those are cool.
They're called an air dam. And they work.
yeah, but the supermarket and the door is the container.
No, he's saying where the doors open and they have. I think they're sold as an air curtain, and it's like a really strong blast of like sheet of air coming down, and it's noticeably cooler on the inside after you go through that without using air as a door.
Well, yeah, here they have heaters at the doorways because when it's minus 30, that's where the most cold air gets into the store. But I mean, that's not gas pressure without a container. That's just heaters.
No, but
Sure, nothing's gas pressure without a
can
container.
a
It doesn't
bunch of
exist.
heavy air make a container? Is what I'm saying.
Right. I mean, you're essentially asking, Dan, could air differentials be evidence of what Northern's asking for? But I mean, if Northern says it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. Evidence of it existing doesn't change his mind on it.
Wait,
Yeah,
are
you'd
you
have to be
in
face to
character?
face with me.
Are
And
you being?
how about we
you-
color? How about we color some propane? We put some colorant in the propane, and you show that propane maintaining its shape without a container.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's always the
Yeah,
Globers say it will do that, and I've never seen it do that. I've always heard the Globers go, yeah,
exactly.
yeah, if I coloured propane,
Yeah.
it would stay in the shape of a propane tank once you took the tank away. I've heard them say it so many times, and you're right, you've disproven that because that's crazy what the Globers say.
Yeah, Globers, exactly.
Yeah, Globers. So I think you
Well, I'm
might have
sure
heard
the Globe. Yeah. No, go ahead.
normies are different than Globers. You know,
Like, I was gonna say,
normies.
yeah, I'm sure the Globers get pissed off that nobody ever goes from flat Earth to globe, and they're pretty much wasting their time, or they're collecting
Nobody does?
information or whatever they're doing.
If you're a normie, you don't know the arguments. You're just a normal person that's been indoctrinated.
The problem with flat earthers is that they're playing.
Wait. Sorry, Dan. Who said that you don't go from flat Earth to globe?
Well, of course, he's
you don't go from
people
flat Earth
who
to
were fake
globe.
flat earthers in the first
Unless
place,
you're a
and
shill.
people who he doesn't believe have gone
Unless you're a
the
shill.
the shill route, huh? That's cute.
So, of the people we accept that have gone from flat to globe, there are 0. That's what we're saying. Does that make sense now?
Sean G would like
So
to
you
be.
can name like 20 of them.
Would
You
like
can name like 20 of them, or what?
But
no.
I can name.
Like
I
I
can
said,
name
if you don't
myself as a
accept
personal.
it,
I can name myself as personal experience, which it counts more than me knowing 20 people.
But what
Sean, you went from flat Earth to globe?
Yeah.
What we determined is that he didn't give a shit about either way.
No, the best part is no one determined shit, and nothing you determined ever fucking mattered in your life, Dan.
Doesn't count, but he does go on the list.
Yeah. Hey, best part is I bet I'm still accepted by more flat earthers than you are, because you're actually hated by more flat earthers because you bullshit groups and they find out and they kick you out of them because they want nothing to do with you. Why don't you tell me about that?
I'm still interested to hear this. What do you think about that claim, Northern? Sean's claiming he himself did what you said nobody's ever done.
Yeah, I heard Sean G and Shane discuss Sean's former flat Earth adventures. And me and Sean have discussed that. I saw the whole Sean G journey on the Dread show with all those guys and Midas or whoever. Like, I saw all that stuff with
And you're
Bro
saying,
Sanchez.
and you're telling me that all the doxing that I went through and all the fucking trolls and all that shit that happened to me, you're saying I did that for the fuck of it, right?
Nope.
You're telling me I didn't sit in the back. Hey, hang on. You're telling me I didn't sit in the back of all Dreads, Bro Sanchez, and a bunch of other Sun and Moon, a bunch of other fucking flat Earth live streams, protecting them from all the fucking trolls. Yeah, but I did that shit because I'm a shill. That's how I know you guys are full of shit. Because you want to say I'm a shill just because I don't agree with you guys and because I left Flat Earth. But the reality of it is that I put so much more on the line than any of you actually have to this date.
I would say that on the fence does not count as a flat earther.
Yeah, again, you can kiss my ass if you want to prejudge what you think I was.
Yeah, I would say you were on the fence.
Okay,
The
cool. Then, in my opinion, you're not a flat earther. You're just a globe denier who likes to bullshit. That means I'm right.
Tell him to pound sand.
Everybody knows I'm a flat earther.
You're getting it.
No. You just think you're a flat earther. But as far as I'm concerned, you're just...
Oh.
Oh no, he cut out.
Oh.
Tell him to kick rocks, Sean. Pound sand.
I'm a bad flat earth.
Okay, so there's been 7 guys on Fight the Flat Earth channel who claim to be ex-flat earthers. So like out of those 7, I mean like it's been 7 years and you got 7 people, except for a couple concavers maybe who went from globe to flat to concave. But I mean like
Who are the 7 people?
Sean G, this guy named Blue, Clear Cognition, Ranty, See Truth, and then 2 other people. Those are like
Phoenix.
Those are the whole 7 ex-flat earthers in the history of the 8-year flat Earth movement.
Even if there was 7 people that went from flat to globe, what about the people that go from globe to flat?
Exactly, but yeah, that's why I said they're wasting their time. But they're collecting information. Eventually, flat Earth will probably be censored. They're going to go full 1984 and shut everything down. It's not just going to be for medical; it's going to be for flat Earth because it's
just ignore the facts of what's being said because you don't want to hear the reality of it. That's funny.
Sean, what level of denial do you need to have? Is there a gradient level of denial? Do you bring in standard denial when you talk about
Seeing how you can every day you can act like a goldfish and forget what you were told or refuse to have an actual understanding of how things work is probably why you'll be stale and this fake flat earth thing you're doing, Dan.
For 4 years, you've made demands upon me when I produce.
I don't make demands of you. I just want to tell it how it is and not let you bullshit.
You have nothing to say.
Hey, I've said a lot, Dan. And when I asked you for that data, you still haven't done it. You did exactly what I said. You stopped looking and you went on a rant.
8 fucking feet. What do you want?
No, it wasn't 8 feet, Dan, because we can go look at the pictures and tell it wasn't 8 feet.
Dude, you are a mental patient.
Dan, was the road above the flats?
Yes.
How high?
It seemed to be about 3 feet above the
road. Okay. Now, how tall would you say that just to get into the back of the pickup truck was?
Dude, it's standard shit. You're not fucking proving.
How tall were the fucking lights out of the back of that truck? Exactly. See how you act now? See how you're acting? When all I'm asking is simple data information.
You're not
exactly, bitch. You're pathetic, Dan. That's why you have no idea what you're talking about.
What's wrong with you?
I'm annoyed by fucking people that act like they have a clue about something and have zero clue. It's a fucking ridiculous. You sound like a fucking joke.
Secret here, though.
Yeah, you're right. There is no secret. Dan is a fucking idiot. You're right, Dan.
There's nothing.
It's only a matter of time until the new group realizes how dumb you really are.
There's nothing being hidden from you.
You're right, Dan. You're right.
Everything's under control.
Yeah. You're right. There's nothing hidden. We know it's not 8 feet, but you'll spout 8 feet because your paper says it. Even though we looked at the pictures and know it's not 8 feet, you'll just spout bullshit just to spout bullshit.
Dude, you're an idiot. Okay, there's plenty.
No, you're an idiot. Okay, Dan, you want to do this again? How high is the road off the flats?
Dude, you will not.
Wait. Are you telling me if the road is 3 feet off the flats, you're telling me the lights were at 5 feet off the road? Bullshit, Dan, and you know it.
Oh my God! You obviously didn't look at the pictures or any of the video.
Yeah, I did. How high are the lights? Dan, how high are the
What's
lights on the back of
wrong
the
with
truck?
you, dude?
Yeah. See what you're doing right now? That's because you don't
Yeah.
want to answer the question,
So
pussy.
you don't want to see anything. You don't give a fuck.
Yeah, Dan, I'm sitting here asking and you're not answering. Go fuck yourself.
You are an incredible piece of
You're
shit.
a joke, Dan. That's why talking to you is pointless.
Oh, time to share more video. Share the screen. You're just a lunatic. That's all. You don't care, right? Just check out the screen. Oh, what is this? It's a setup. Are they standing next to the truck? Yeah. Is that anything unusual? Is there something tricky going on here? No. It's just fucking lunacy dealing with it. It really is. I don't know what your fucking problem is. I don't know why
He's
you
gone.
routinely have problems. I don't know why you're scared. I don't know what to show you. I'm showing
He's
you all this
gone, man.
B-roll shit that you don't give a fuck about. So what is the problem here?
He's gone.
No, of course.
I tried telling him, dude, just tell Dan to go suck an egg.
It's like, I mean, here's footage from
Well-
inside the truck, right? I mean, inside the damn truck. I don't know how else to tell you. It's like, how high can a truck be, right? It's like, I don't know what to say. There's the ground, you know? Ridiculous.
Yeah, when you show information to an anti-flat earther, you're just hoping that somebody in the audience sees it, obviously.
There's the road. There's the salt flats beneath the road. There's the drone flying over. There's the road. But of course, I wasn't there and I don't know anything about fucking asshole. Anyway, that's just the shit off my phone. The good, high quality stuff I've never even seen. The footage that was taken in high quality. Or the drone shots or nothing. I haven't seen.
Well, I'm sure you've had the feeling where like you feel like you're wasting your time, but the feeling we have when we're wasting our time, we're at least spreading truth. But like these guys, it must be like worse. Where like you get like you're wasting your time. Nobody ever goes flat to globe, so it's just like what are they doing?
Yay for spitting truth.
There are some people, like a big pile of people flip-flopped.
Jesse.
For this year in particular. A lot of people have flip-flopped.
Okay, so what's the Sagittarius at 6 kilometers?
Oh, Jesse's back. Jesse, we were talking about it the entire time. You missed more idiots speculating on what they thought you were saying than you would ever imagine.
Jesse.
Yeah.
What's the Sagittarius on 6 kilometers?
At 28 inches or 71 centimeters.
Good job, baby. This guy's
28
numbers
inches?
right. Fuck has got his numbers right.
That's
I
not
round-
really, that's
I
not really
rounded-
enough to tell, is it?
I rounded to the nearest inch.
That's not enough to tell, is it?
I beg your pardon?
That's not enough to tell.
28 inches?
Right. That's not even 3 feet.
But I mean, maybe it's enough that I can get it to sink a few inches.
I mean, you can say it's barely enough to tell. If it's because there's going to be an error rate, right, on your measurement.
What's that?
There's going to be an error rate.
Jesse, if I give it to you, if it pulls under at all, you're good.
Yeah, I mean, if there's 1 inch waves, it's got to pull more than 1 inch. It's got to clear I agree, it's got to clear the waves. And I don't know if it's going to work, but someone's got to try it, and that might as well be me, right?
On a flat earth, there's no reason for it to pull under.
Exactly.
So if you can spot it at the center and it's even a foot, I'll give you all the credit.
I don't
Okay,
think it's going
Jesse.
to be a foot. I don't think it's going to be more than like 3 inches.
Why? Out of 28 inches possible?
Well,
You only-
remember, it's got a buoyancy, and if you calculate the angles and the forces, it's going to, and I can only pull maximum 100 pounds, probably maximum 70 or 80. What's that sound, Jerry? And so it's a long shot. I'll be the first one to tell you it's a long shot because I've got to overcome all that buoyancy at extremely slight angles.
Well, we're not going to buy it if you attach something to it. We're not going to buy it.
Fair enough. And I'm glad you told me that because that's one of the reasons I'm talking about this is to find out what people complain about. So before I do it,
wait a minute. What could you attach to it? What are you talking about?
so I had talked about making a neutral or slightly buoyant buoy, like a little, basically a canning jar with batteries and weights just right so that it, it doesn't float or sink. It's just whatever. With a toothpick, a carbon fiber toothpick, and a bright, tiny LED sticking a few inches up so that this would be attached to the middle of the string to indicate whether the string was floating or sinking. Because somehow I've got to be able to know whether the string is floating or sinking without a scuba diver, because I don't have a scuba diver.
No, that's going to interfere with the test, Jesse. What you want to do is just stick a 2x4 into the lake on the ground and see where it measures on the 2x4.
Yeah,
Mark it off, mark the 2x4 off at the water level.
That's what I'm thinking.
But you don't have to touch the 2x4 to the core. Just have it close by so you can see that it's either lower or higher than water level.
Exactly.
Or
And
at water level.
The time spent on a canoe to get to the middle is going to take you an hour, so be careful.
Well, that's why I need to get the canoe licensed and get the motor mounted on the canoe.
Yeah, because you don't want to lose several hours just playing around getting out.
No, that's what the motor's for.
All right, Jesse, I gotta ask you. Okay, so at either end, the string will be perpendicular to vertical, correct? It won't be angled down or up, will it? It will be at zero, horizontal.
Well, did you see my diagram that I posted?
Yes.
Okay, so if the string is floating, then the string will be perpendicular to plumb, although some people don't like to use the word perpendicular if the line could be a curve. So the correct term, if you want to say perpendicular to a curve, is normal to a curve. So the string will be normal to plumb at all points if it's floating.
Okay.
But if it gets pulled tight and it deviates from the surface of the water, then the string will not be normal to plumb at all locations.
So it'll be angled down towards the ground.
Well, it'll be angling down towards the bottom of the lake as viewed from each end. If it deviates.
Jesse, can I tell you how you screwed up?
Sure.
You have a diagram of a globe. Now you put a diagram of a flat. What it would look like. That's all. Both. You gotta show both. Both hypotheses.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, because the whole thing, you're assuming it's a globe. This is what will happen. So let's do it flat.
Well, all three strings would be in the exact same location. Right? Just they'd all be straight right along the surface of the water. I mean, I can do it. I just
now here's the interesting thing. Is it gonna be on the surface of the water? Or is it gonna be dipping into the water? Or is it gonna be or are the sides gonna be above the ground when you start and when you finish? Are they gonna be above the ground or at ground level? You didn't explain that part.
I did, but the ends of the string will be at water level, at surface water surface level.
Okay.
Both
They'll
ends.
be touching the ground, right? So the ground would drop from both sides, not rise up in the middle
Well, it's not
It's
the
a
ground,
drop from horizontal, Jesse.
but it's not the ground we're looking at. It's the surface of the water we're comparing to the string, right?
That's right. It's supposed to drop from horizontal.
Hey, where's the concaver? They would like my Earth. I drew a pretty concave Earth underneath the lake, didn't I?
Yeah, but are you going to address what I just said?
Yeah, but you don't get it. You keep saying that, but you don't get it. The measurements from the center. That's why you're confused.
It can't be horizontal and cut
The
through the water
measurement
at the
is
same
from the
time.
center, and you're the only one saying horizontal.
Okay, well, if it's from the center, then it'll drop from the center. It'll never go through the center. You understand?
We've been trying to explain this to you for 2 hours.
And if it's angled down towards the ground, then it's not horizontal. Then it's not. Then it's just angled
There's
downwards.
no ground in this observation. No
Okay, well,
ground
if
at all.
it's angled towards the water, then.
Let's start there. There's no ground involved.
Okay, well, then it's angled towards the water.
There's no
It's not
angles
horizontal.
involved. There's no angles involved.
Well, there has to be.
No, there's not.
No, there has to be, Dan, because otherwise it's just a string going all willy-nilly. I mean, it's got to be at...
We're measuring the degrees of williness and nilliness. You're right.
That's fucking stupid.
No, it's not stupid.
It's the most retarded thing I ever seen.
It's definitely willy-nilly. That's the part you don't understand. We're correcting. We're removing slack. It has to straighten. If it straightens, it can only do so in a globe by ignoring the water above it and pulling down.
If it straightens, then the string is angled towards the water. Angled downwards.
There's no angles going on, man.
The angle of the string.
But we're not measuring angles.
Well, that's what it should be. I mean, we're talking about, geometry here.
No, it's not. It's about does water deviate from one side to the other is what it's about.
Yeah, it would drop, not go up.
It would drop between you?
On their model, it drops.
It goes up
from wherever you
there
are
to the horizon. It goes up to the horizon. Yes.
No, it drops from where you are.
It goes up to the
yourself
horizon
on a ball, right?
So just put yourself in the middle and you're cool, dude.
Okay, so then it'll drop from the middle.
Both
You're saying it cuts
sides
through.
of you, both directions.
You're saying that it cuts through.
No, we're saying that it's
Yes.
I don't know why you can't visualize this. It's too easy. It's something that let's try and put it on land to explain. It's difficult.
All the Globers understand what I'm saying, but they're not saying anything because they know the predicament. Is it a hump or a drop? You got Left Lane, M Stone, Osho, Carnivore, Eggshells, Jesse. None of them are saying anything because they know what I'm talking about.
I'm just going to let you run.
That's what the problem
even
is.
if he does,
I'm muted. I've
Okay,
been
Jerry.
for like half an
You
hour.
should have
And
wait.
I'm saying nothing. I'm like,
Jerry,
oh, that's
you should have wait. It does
Jerry,
actually.
you're operating under a misapprehension. You're misunderstanding. You're like,
It just does drop from where you are. Go ahead, Excels.
yeah, it's not going to be horizontal. If Jesse's still here, what he's talking about is a chord line.
I'm here.
You're just what you're talking about is creating a chord line, right? Something approaching a chord line.
Yeah, so one side of the lake would need to be angled downwards to create a chord line. It can't both be at
Sure, yeah.
zero.
Subtly, if
Jerry?
globe, it's going to be subtly angled down through the water. Is that correct, Jesse?
ever so slightly off
Yes,
horizontal.
yes, but Jerry,
Thank you.
there's fish in this lake, so this is an angling lake, so you don't have to
Oh,
worry about
boy.
it.
Yeah, very, very good.
Oh boy. New height now. That was good. Fish jokes.
Well, if the string is going towards the water, of course it's going to hit the water. You're supposed to be
It
going
starts on the
at
water,
zero.
Jerry, it
That's
starts on
right.
the water. Do you get that part of
That's
it?
right.
It
Yep.
starts on the water.
That's right.
So it's going to parallel, it's going to mimic the shape of the earth regardless of what that is.
So this test is nothing then. 'Cause it's going to
No,
do either thing.
it's all we're doing is going across the water. Then we're saying, wow, let's make a straight line. Then we're comparing that to the water.
Let me give Jerry another example. You take a globe, right? And you take a saw and you start sawing at the North Pole. Saw all the way down. That's what the line.
Yeah, but that's not a horizontal line.
You
That's
keep
correct.
saying that horizontal.
We
thing.
keep
I don't know
agreeing with that,
why
Jerry. You just keep going back to this point that people are agreeing. Yes, it won't be horizontal. Won't be perfectly horizontal.
Because then it would be going towards the water, not over the
Well
water.
done. Yes, we
It would
keep
go
agreeing
towards
with
the
that.
water.
What's wrong? What's wrong with you? What's wrong?
Because
What's
then it's
going on
going
now, Jerry?
down. Because then it's going down towards the water.
Jerry, it's horizontal
Yes,
from
that's
A
the
to
point.
B, from start to
Yes.
finish.
Fuck, Jerry.
It's horizontal from start to finish. If you have two observers on A and B, the start and the end, on the ends of the lakes, the beginning and end of the lake, the chord is horizontal to those two people standing up looking at each other.
Yeah, so then so the surface drops from them. It doesn't hump up. God damn it, man.
Okay, the reason I said it humps up, technically at a distance, a ball would curve down, but you're not following the curve. You're following the horizontal chord. Okay, that's just straight across, which will cut through the globe. If it is a globe, we'll cut through the globe Earth, according to Jesse, 28 inches.
You can't have a horizontal chord line.
You keep saying
If the
that.
Earth
I
is a
don't know
globe.
why you can't. I mean, you can draw it on the paper.
Because a horizontal line touches the globe at one point only. It doesn't cut a chord through it. It's
But Jerry,
perpendicular
you
to the
can't have a
radius.
horizontal on a globe. That makes no sense.
What's that?
You can't have a horizontal on the globe.
That's right. So the string can't be horizontal.
Right,
It's
but
not.
it goes
It's not.
across.
It's not.
It goes
It's not,
across.
Jerry. It's not, Jerry. Please stop saying that it is, Jerry. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. Just record this and play it back to yourself on a loop.
Okay, well then what's the point then?
It's to
Where's the
see if
string
it dips
curving up
under the
from?
water.
What is
Why are you
the
stuck on
water?
the bit that it's not about?
Because you're saying it's going to drop from one side and it's going to hump in the middle, but that doesn't make sense.
I mean, if you're deliberately misunderstanding it, yes, you're right. It won't make any sense.
Right.
Things that you try to not understand will continue to not make sense to you. That is you're nailing it.
Eggshells, he's
Yes.
not doing anything intentional. He's explaining that it needs to drop from the start, and it's not
He's
horizontal.
continually labouring under a
Horizontal.
misunderstanding, even though people keep saying that it's wrong. Then he goes back to saying the wrong thing. I don't know how else to describe that.
Well,
Jerry,
shouldn't
you can't have a
okay
horizontal
now?
on the globe. So we're gonna draw a chord across from A to B and see if it's bending or if it's flat. That's all.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's the string that's angled downwards, not the water, correct?
Okay,
Correct.
if it were a globe,
Right. So then the water's not doing anything.
through the Earth, through the Earth, Jerry. If it is a globe, it would go through the Earth, right?
Yes, a chord line goes through the Earth.
It's a chord line.
Yeah, on the model, chord line will go through the Earth.
Yes. And if it's flat, it would just go right on top, just flat, straight across. It doesn't have to go through.
Yes.
That's the experiment.
Okay. Both sides couldn't be horizontal then. It would
Fine.
start out angled down towards the water. The string would go towards the water. The string would be the thing curving, not the water.
If it's curving, the string would go right through the water. Correct.
No, if the string is curving, not the water. You get it?
Does the water curve on a globe?
It would, yes.
Okay, so the string would go through the water.
Because the string is curved, yes.
The string is supposed to be straight. That's the whole point. When you taut it, it's supposed to be straight.
It can't be.
Why would it straight? Why can't the string be straight?
Well, it could be straight, but it couldn't be parallel or perpendicular to vertical at each point on either side of the lake. You couldn't do that. Because then you're saying that horizontal bends.
If you went straight across, it couldn't cut to the water and be straight.
You're stuck on the meaning of words rather than like trying to understand it.
If the string is perpendicular to vertical at each side, it can't go through the water.
You know what I think you have to do? I think you have to tell us what vertical looks like in your mind.
It sounds like you're stuck on the idea of water cannot be flat. It must be flat. Therefore, a straight string cannot cut through the water. You're absolutely right. But what we're trying to do is test between two possibilities. One is that the water bends upwards, if you want to say that, and then a straight line would cut through it, versus whether it isn't, so it wouldn't. But it seems like you're stuck on the idea of no. The water's definitely flat, so a straight string shouldn't cut through it. Yeah, right. If you're right, you're right. But then there's no point doing a test if you're already certain you're right.
Jerry, you understood my example of taking a saw sawing the globe from the North Pole down to the equator. You understood that, right?
Yes.
That's all they're doing. That's all that's happening. And unfortunately, it's only going to go 28 inches. Because they're only 6 kilometers. They'll go 28 inches. That's what Jesse said.
That can't happen if both sides are perpendicular to vertical. That cannot happen.
That's where you're getting stuck.
Why are you stuck on that again? Like it's just
Can that happen?
Like
can that happen on a globe? Yes or no?
What is vertical?
Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
What is horizontal?
Perpendicular to vertical. Now, vertical is a plumb line, which on the model is a radius. Correct?
Are you trying to understand it, Jerry? This is
okay.
Confusing me.
Vertical.
Honestly, are you trying to understand this? Are you trying to go, what's in their head? How can I understand it better? Or are you trying to prove it wrong?
Okay, a vertical is a plumb straight line.
It's an honest question.
I'm not answering it.
Are you honestly trying to understand this?
Yes and no, because I already know the answer.
Okay.
But I'm trying to help you guys.
Okay, then there's no point having the conversation.
We
If you're not
spent
trying to understand.
hours
there's no point.
entertaining this with you.
I'm trying to help you guys understand.
No, you're not, because there's
You're
no
not.
plumb involved. There's no vertical involved. There's
Yeah.
no land involved.
Just going back to
All
your
the
Bev
things-
stuff.
There's
Silly.
no horizontal involved. None of the shit you mentioned is involved with this observation.
Well, then it's just a string going through water and
Exactly. Now
Fine. It's
you
a string
get
going
it.
through water. Let's drop it. It's pointless. If you're not trying to understand it, there's just no point having the conversation.
All right.
That is all it was. It's a lot simpler than you think.
That's all it ever was.
Eggshells. What do you think is going to happen with the experiment?
My belief is that the technical challenges will be too significant to overcome in order to get a meaningful result. I think the like what you're talking about is a perfectly still day. And then I think that people on the opposite side of this debate are just so fixed in their ways that they like that they won't try to understand it. You know.
I think
So
I
regardless
got it.
what the results are, be it globe or flat, it will be you'll just end up with
I agree with
Not the problem.
I agree with eggshells. By the way, I think the technical challenges are going to be too difficult to overcome, but I'm still going to try.
The problem.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
The problem
I'm absolutely not saying there's a reason to not do it.
is that you overcame the weight of the material when it was floating, but you encounter it when you go to pull it down.
You encounter a small fraction of it.
It's what you're pulling down is the overall bulk of it.
Well,
the reason why it's hard to get it tight.
Imagine it were the exact same density as water. Then it would have no buoyancy, nor would it have any weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then it would be highly plausible, right?
No, just when you're
Yeah,
going.
the only thought
Go ahead.
I had about that, sorry, and then Julian, is make sure you, when you're coiling it up again, retest the buoyancy of the stretched line. Just because that was in my head as a possible, get out or something.
Right.
So
Well,
it might be in others.
If I get a response, in other words, if I can get it to sink, then obviously I'm going to loosen it, film it floating back up, and then retighten it, and it just up and down a few times, just to
Go. This is the presumed cause to this effect.
There's not too many things you can control at those distances. It's going to be very difficult.
I agree, 100%.
I like that. He's on board with that. I am too. I think that's.
What if a motorboat just like plows through your line and tears up your cord?
You can't control the things you can't control.
So obviously I'm going to have to do it when fishing season is closed. That's going to cut way down on the number of boats. And then I'm planning on doing it on an area of the lake where there's no boat launches or no in or outs, and along the side. So it'll cut the vast majority. My line will be running within a few hundred feet, maybe a fraction of a mile from the long straight shore. So goodness, new perspective, you're echoing.
What about the kids that are gonna go swimming with those, with the floaties on their arms and stuff, and just yank on your cord?
Well, it's a long ways away from the public beach, so people don't usually swim that area because it would be a long. Yeah, it's there's a super nice campground, a super nice public boat launch and swimming area with docks and a buoy line partitioning off the swimming area, a no wake zone, but I'm a long ways from that. So I'm hoping to not be interrupted. You know what else can I do?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a family that approaches you, and they seem concerned. They say, "Sir, what are you doing with this cord across the lake?" What are we gonna say?
It depends on. I don't know what I'm gonna say.
I'm trying to debunk
Dude,
flat
tell
Earth.
the truth. You're saying that the Earth is flat. Tell the truth, bro.
Oh, I thought they were concerned about something. In which case, I'd try to address their concerns. But yeah, if that was their concern, I'd definitely address that. Now, I've had one guy come up to me when I was at the beach shooting angles to the horizon with my theodolite, and he's like, "Are you proving the flat Earth?" And I'm like, "I'm afraid it's not looking that way." But we had a super nice chat, and we run into each other at the beaches once in a while. What's that?
He was on to you.
Oh, he was hoping I was actually getting flat Earth results, but I wasn't that day.
So you were higher than the water, and you think that proves the ground is a globe?
If you look at it through a globe lens, you'll see a globe.
Yeah. So it dropped from where you were. Shouldn't have rose up. Isn't that what your whole test is about?
I think we're on a different topic now, Jerry.
I bet. Yeah. Because you're saying horizontal is one thing, and then you're saying it's another.
Whoa.
Hang in there, Jerry. You'll get it one of these days. It's just very complex, I think.
Yeah, it's very complex.
It's
You're
very
saying
similar
that
to White's test that I said that was cutting the cheese test.
yeah.
You know how they like cut cheese with a wire?
You're saying that it drops from horizontal when you look at it through a theodolite, but then a string goes through the earth, which is the horizontal. It's very confusing.
It appears to be,
Yeah.
but for only one person here.
Yes, Jer.
Uh-huh.
Yes. They're being honest and patient with you. And you're
Yeah.
being impossible.
Yeah. I bet.
Now he's
And
guys,
then
Jerry.
you think that line of agreement like makes it okay too.
No,
Yeah.
Jerry's a good friend of mine, and I know he's doing his very best. He really is.
No, you're saying it drops from horizontal when you look at it through a theodolite, but then you're saying that the horizontal cuts through it. Very funny.
You see, a horizontal is only perpendicular to plumb at one point, and that's the tangent point. Right?
Right.
So if we're looking at a horizontal whose tangent point is in the middle of a lake and whose ends are at the surface, then that tangent point will be subsurface, right?
No.
If the surface is convex, right?
No.
Well, you'll have to draw us a diagram, Jerry.
No. All you need to picture is a tangent, and use what you just said, man.
Yeah, Jerry's completely right about this. I don't know. He needs a little help, I guess. I don't know why, but I mean, Brian Leakey's done this test similar, but I think he had a longer cord, and there's a lot of difficulties with it. The slack that you would get, or just any kind of dip that you would get, it's going to be so. You'd have to, I mean, the precision would have to be like something solid. I mean, the railroad tracks, the given the railroad tracks, they say is enough to say that it's a globe. So you'd have to get like tighter than that. And White's World talked about this for a long time, by the way. He's not around.
Yeah, his was on sand though, and that was, I think, even tougher. I in fact
everything
suggested
you
what
do is
Jesse's,
gonna say.
I in fact had suggested what Jesse's doing to Whiteswood because he was like, "Oh, we're going to get a straight section of beach." And I was like, "Where are you going to find a beach that's in crescent shape? You know, there's like nowhere where the beach has waterline all in a dead straight line because any left or right is going to pull it out of alignment."
Hey, Jesse, I hope you didn't spend too much on that string.
I got the cheap Chinese stuff.
Okay, so that's going to make it worse.
Yeah, I know. It's supposed to break at about 100, and I think it breaks around 80, 90, somewhere in there.
Jesse, have you considered that a 7-year-old worked in a sweatshop to make a string and paid 2 cents a day?
It's the same for any device you're talking on now, Godric. I don't think we can get on a high horse about slavery if we're using modern devices.
But just think, if this proves the globe, that'll be the most significant thing in their life that they ever contributed to.
No.
There's no way it's going to prove the globe, or any flat earth is going to take like that amount of string as something that's provable in any way, bro. I'm sorry. It's not just because we're in denial. It's because
nobody's gonna believe anything.
No, it's not that. It's just
Nobody's gonna believe it.
Yeah, it's just like that. It doesn't. The test would have to be a lot more precise. You can't just use string and say, "Oh, it went through the water, so it must be a globe." I mean, come on.
Well, why not? If it's buoyant string, which naturally wants to float, then what could possibly cause it to sink?
Pressure. Yeah, you sank for some reason when you applied pressure, and when you relieve that pressure, it rose up again. That's it's not showing nothing.
Because in order for that to be
It's
true
not showing nothing
on a flat lake, mic check. Mic check.
I suggest you do it and then keep track of all the flat earthers that you convert.
Mic check.
I can hear you, Jesse.
That'd be
I think
sweet.
everybody can hear you.
Speaking of flat earthers, that never
Everybody hear
really
Jesse?
seemed like they realized it was flat. But there was somebody in here earlier. It was a baller. It was saying it's a joke what you're talking about. Sean G was saying that.
A second time baller. which means it's someone who already fell for flat Earth once.
At least he says so.
Or the ball twice.
Yeah,
Yes.
one or the other.
You missed it. We had M Stone and McToon in here in chat, and Sean G. All lurking.
Oh God, I can't believe I missed that. Jesus, I have to go back.
In chat. They were just in chat. Yeah, it was like the all-star Glover
All-star.
team with the bench warmer.
I wonder who that is, Evan Stone.
No, Sean's the bench warmer. Yeah, I don't think they can pull this tight enough.
Yeah, it won't be tight enough. I mean, Jesse, if you say you're going to do it, so I'd say don't waste your time, because Jaron also is somebody that tried something similar, I thought.
Yeah, that's right. So. Yeah, it's been done in the past, or they talked about it. There's videos, or they talked about it. So nobody's going to believe it either way. But you can try it if you want. But
well,
at least Jesse's done some pretty impressive tests in the past.
It doesn't matter because planes can't land on a spinning ball. I gotta go.
The community.
What you gotta do?
Yeah, because you're going to show your video. It's going to have a shadow of doubt in whichever way, flat, globe, but it'll still never make water stick to a spinning ball. You still can't have gas pressure without a container. Water always seeks its level. Chicago skyline, like all these things.
That's true. That is
flat
true.
Earthers have flat earthers have already seen this, and your video will never, ever erase that from their mind.
Yeah, let's put that to the test now, Jesse. Jesse, can your test prove a Gish Gallop is a poor argumentative strategy?
Well, is it a curving or a straight Gish Gallop?
It's pretty curvy Gish Gallop. Went from point to point, but was not. They weren't at all related points.
But anyway, even if there is a dome or a container around the Earth, and even if it's not rotating, at least we would still know the shape of it, right?
Well, yeah, water always seeks and finds its level.
Yeah, just keep asserting what you believe, and eventually they'll agree.
Well, water flows when it's not horizontal. I mean, we agree on
like that.
So, Northern, can you think of any explanation if a buoyant floating string were to sink when tightened? Do you think in order for that to happen on a flat lake, the string would have to become curved when tightened? Do you think curved is a shorter distance than a straight line? Why would the string curve when tightened?
I got it. I got you.
You can think it's
tightened,
but we would need cameras and live stream and everything all measured, and we're not going to believe it. Like, you're going to say it sags in the middle, and then we're going to doubt it. So I mean, what's it going to ever prove?
I like your honesty, at least. I've got something for you. The etheric resonance of the string was altered by the tautness of its molecular composition, inducing a vibratory frequency that temporarily disrupted the buoyant force that was acting upon it, meaning that it appeared to dip under the water, and in fact may have dipped under the water as a result of the etheric resonance changing, just like a guitar string changes tune when you tighten.
I'll be sure to put an etheric resonance detector on the end.
Thank you.
I bet if I had a bucket and I put a string across the bucket, it would be perfectly level and it wouldn't sink into the water. But at what?
Yeah, that's a good way to test it. That's a good way to test it.
It's going to dip into the water?
4 buckets.
Yeah, a bucket of 2 foot will not dip into the water. So at what distance do you think the rope is going to dip into the water?
Well, I'm shooting for.
You can't have 5 buckets. It's got to be one system. It's got to be one bucket.
One go in the water immediately.
Can't go 5 lakes over land. Come on now.
I'm shooting for 6 kilometers.
17 buckets.
Big buckets.
Do you believe that you can pull a rope or anything that taut Really?
Probably
You
not.
think you can
But
pull?
I still
like
gotta try.
when there's a radio tower, it's 500 feet tall, and they have those lines coming off from every different direction. They could be taut, but guess what? They're only 500 feet, 300 feet, like equal or shorter than the radio tower.
Look,
And
I
are
thought
they completely
I could
taut,
be
or is
short,
there some
but it
give
turns
for the
out I was
wind?
resistant to it.
So yeah, to go over a kilometer, like you're not going to get anything taut over a kilometer. Like I doubt maybe a rail line. Even that I doubt. Like yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
doubt
why
it
they
too.
build
But I
flatbed
got
trucks. They build these flatbed trucks with an upward curve so that they hold the extra weight. So I mean, they can't even build
That's
flatbed
about
trucks
17
flat
buckets long.
because the weight will sag it.
Like, how many axles on this flatbed? How many buckets long is this truck? Because that could be like 30 buckets from
Yeah, not even
tip to
flatbed.
toe.
Not even flatbed trucks are flat. So, but yeah, you can try it. You can, like I said, do the videos, and
That's true, actually.
the Globers can
Most
post
flatbed
them.
trucks
And
have a kind of hump in their back so that they sort of flatten out once the connex is loaded on them. But have we tested that? We get the buckets out.
no, you have one bucket 2 feet across. You put a string. It doesn't sag into the water because the water's level. String's level.
And level is horizontal, as we know. But we need like
Yeah,
at least
level's
48
not curved
buckets to
for
test
sure.
it. I mean, I think you're right, Norman.
Yeah,
It's better to not test and then know.
no,
Because tests
you
introduce
guys,
doubt.
you guys think it's just flat Earth. You think that you'll have this magic bullet for flat Earth, but you underestimate our distrust in government. Like we don't trust
That's right.
one word that the government says. So like,
And we know that when the government says something, the opposite thing is true.
But I mean, they also
Which is the
say
concave. So the opposite of the opposite, if we put those two opposites together, they cancel out and they equal flat.
That's a good point.
But they also say that you have to
That's a
breathe
good
if you want to keep
point with the
alive,
government.
right? So do you stop breathing just because the government says you should breathe?
Hey,
does the government
hey,
tell me
me
to
and
breathe?
Eggshells already had this discussion. I agree. I follow the government narrative of exercising, breathing, and drinking water. Now what?
Well, I mean, I didn't know they told us to do that. Let's have a think about this.
So yeah.
It could be a bit
So
tough.
every other narrative of the government, other than drinking water, exercising, and eating, I throw in the toilet.
So
right. Aside from the aqueducts, sanitation. Anybody with me? Anybody know what I'm about? What have the Romans ever done for us?
Yeah,
Come on, guys, you gotta be right. It's a great.
But let's say
Yeah,
no
they
government.
promote, but
I think you're
go
breaking
ahead.
up, Northern.
Breaking up with him.
Well, so let's say there
No,
was
go ahead.
there was no thank you, no government involved, and you personally were deeply involved with a long string project, and you personally saw it a buoyant, a lighter than water string get pulled underwater in the middle when the ends were at the surface of the water, but only when it was tight, and then when it was loosened, it would float back up. Why
if it
would
comported with the government narrative,
why
then
would
that's false.
why would if you follow some of the recommendations of the government just because you know they're good, why would you not also pay attention to what you just saw with the string with your own eyes?
Because it's similar to what the government says, and the government only lies. It's like those tests, where you're like, which one? There's two doors. One you could go through leads to certain death. One leads to eternal life. And there's a person standing in front of each. One always tells the truth. One always lies. Like, it's that kind of a game, one can only tell lies, and that's the government. So if the government says it, the opposite must be true.
I agree.
Apart from
I agree with the
sanitation, roads, aqueducts.
like I said, in the 2-foot tub or the 2-foot, I like at a certain point, I would see in my, even if I did it myself, I would say the line's gonna sag into the water, and you can say it's buoyant, but then if it's buoyant, how is it gonna sink into the water? If it's buoyant, it's not gonna cut into the water unless you pull it taut, and I don't think you can pull it taut enough.
I don't either, but I still got to try. Someone's got to try.
Yeah, no,
I think it's a cool idea, but yeah, Jesse agrees with all the rest of us that it's potentially fraught with lots of
like
challenges.
even like Jess, let me ask you a question. Like you've got 200 or 100 to 300 videos, and you've actually done all these tests and all these things, all these different things. How come you don't have more subscribers than Simon Dan, who does nothing but is whatever his spiel he does?
Beats me.
Yeah, that's really weird. I like, even as a flat earther, I would say, how come I don't even know how many subs? Maybe you have 1,000, 2,000. Like, I mean,
Me?
at least, yeah.
No, like 500, 400 maybe? Or
It's
is it
just,
100?
I don't know. It's just weird. Like, somebody actually trying to do globe Earth evidences versus Simon Dan, who's clearly a plant who buys subs. So, but yeah, I got my answer. You said beats me. So, I mean, it's just things we got to question.
Yeah, I've got 489 subscribers.
Yeah, and I would say that you're doing more work than Simon Dan than a lot of Globers who have somehow their channels just blow up. It's weird, but
Yeah, I got no idea. I don't watch his stuff.
yeah, no.
I can't imagine why anyone would, but I don't know.
Yeah, like do you ever wonder why flat earthers don't believe your videos or believe Ruhif or believe eggshells or believe Zanuck? Like we're just dumb, or like is there something more to it?
It's just part of human nature.
Can you like, that's what it's like, do you know how much we don't trust the government? Like, can you, I don't know if you can even put a number or like.
No, and I appreciate that you don't. That's why I don't argue from authority of government. That's why when my real life friend in 2018, December of 2018, told me the earth was flat, I didn't cite government to him. I started going out and making measurements.
That's
Yeah, but
interesting.
like I said, we recognize that the government controls the banks, the TV, Hollywood music, the school curriculums, and we recognize their agenda of human slavery and using the banks to control people, inflation, manufactured scarcity, wars for profit, lockdowns. So like I said, we have zero trust in the government. Any government narrative, we're suspicious. So
Right, and that's why I work hard to show what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, where I'm doing it, as long as it's not in my backyard, and so that other people, even if they did think I was a government plant, they would know how to do that too, and they could go do it themselves for themselves, and then they know they're not a government plant, of course. So that way they don't have to trust me, they can do it themselves.
yeah, it's not even that a plant. It's just like I said, like the water sticking to a spinning ball, the gas pressure without a container, the Chicago skyline. Like we can't unsee those things, so those things are always going to be like our foundation. So I mean, you're going to have to like, it's going to be like I said.
It sounds kind of like you're saying I won't be convinced.
Well, I'm yeah.
Nothing would change my mind. Would evidence change your mind?
I've been asking for evidence of water sticking to a spinning ball for 7-8 years.
Right, but it sounds like you're saying even if you showed it to me, I wouldn't believe it.
I wouldn't believe a video because there's CGI and editing. But if we're face to face,
Why are you asking things you wouldn't believe?
and you show me water sticking to a spinning ball, then I'll believe it.
It's just weird to ask for evidence when you've just been saying now for nigh on half an hour that you wouldn't believe evidence if you were shown.
I've been asking for evidence for 8 years, so I mean,
Right,
I know
you've
that
been asking for evidence you don't believe.
because there might be people listening, and then they hear water always seeks and finds its level, and they're like, "Holy crap! I've never seen
Right, so
oceans
you're not
curve."
really asking. It's like a rhetorical
Well,
question.
it's an information war. So, like, you say your side, I say my side, and let the listener decide.
And I go out and measure.
Yeah, we've measured with her eyes and like just estimating and just the distances matching up with the measurements in our driving distances and Google Earth or whatever maps we use. So we drive the distances, we see the things too far, and then we're like, then we calculate it. And
But see, there's strong evidence there are conditions where you can see things too far. Did you see that video I gave you? Did you get a chance to watch that
no,
yet?
I didn't watch those 2 videos, like the long distance, 78 mile. I don't know if you go by the globe curvature math or like I don't know, but
Like he's saying, he won't believe stuff because he's seen other stuff. So he won't change his mind on this thing because he's seen other things. He won't change his mind on those other things because he's seen other things other than that.
well, yeah, once you see the Chicago skyline from 56 miles away in Grandmere State Park, Michigan, it kind of sticks in your brain forever, and you're like, wow.
Sure. See all the way to the bottom of the buildings, as you would on a flat plane.
But then,
Yeah, you see most of the buildings.
What, you don't see the bottom of the building?
Well, they're
I
blocked
thought
by
that's what you were
atmo
saying. I've seen the
and
whole of
waves.
the Chicago skyline top to bottom.
No, you see most of it.
Oh, okay.
And then on other days, you see just the tops of the 17 tallest buildings, just like you would on a globe. So how can you unsee that? How could, if the observer was 200 and some odd feet above the water, and these buildings are hundreds of feet tall that you can't see, there's literally nothing between you and the top of those buildings that you can't see, and yet somehow this water, which is 200 feet below that line of sight, is somehow obscuring your view, and it's not even between you and them. How can something that's not between you and them block your view of them? Does that make sense?
No, so you're saying that some days we see it and some days it's blocked. So like the Earth's a shapeshifter.
Yep, exactly.
The globe Earth is a shapeshifter.
No, the real Earth is a shapeshifter.
Well, it's just optical because the horizon moves due to
Oh, the
atmo.
horizon.
Well, yeah, the horizon moves.
But
So
when you can see a Chicago skyline, that's legit.
Yeah.
But when you can only see the tippity top of the buildings, that's
But
the
but
horizon
help
move.
but help me out. Let's say I'm on this 200-foot tall sand dune where Joshua Nowicki was, and you're on the top of a 200-foot tall building in Chicago. Okay, just a little guy, just 200 feet tall. You've got a nice laser, and you're pointing that laser at me, right? The water now is 200 feet below me, below you, and below the laser beam, right? 200 feet between the water and the laser. Yet I cannot see that laser. What is blocking that laser? You get a stronger laser, I still can't see it. You get a really strong one, and I still can't see it. But there's nothing between us. There's nothing physically hard or liquid between us. What is blocking it?
You said there's nothing between you?
I mean, there's no land. We agreed the water was 200 feet below.
So like the water creates like vapors and the heat that atmo could block at that ground distance, at that elevation.
No, because there's a sudden cutoff line above which I can see. If you go up to the 600-foot building, I can see you. Right at, say, 500 feet, there's a sharp cutoff line. You move up 10
Well,
feet, I can see you. You move down 10 feet, and it's total blackout.
yeah, it's all speculation because we've never been 200 feet above and 200 feet above on the sand dunes to shoot that laser. So, like, you saying that you don't see it, I mean, like, it is just a hypothetical.
Well, we've got the sun shining in behind the buildings. Incredible amounts of lights coming right from the same apparent location as those buildings, or the buildings' lights themselves at night, and yet it's a sharp cutoff line. Something is blocking it, and you're saying there's nothing obstructive between it and me, and yet there clearly is on some days, right?
Well, we've seen the black swan where it shows both different black swan images where the horizons moved. So we know the horizon moves based on atmo and weather conditions.
But we trust it sometimes. 100% trust.
No, the
20% of
atmo
the time.
moves. The atmo moves, or like the horizon moves. It's not up for
And when you
debate.
see the Chicago skyline, you go, that's
The
where it is.
What you're describing, Jesse, is no different than the crow's nest on an old ship.
Yeah, the Chicago skyline is the original black swan.
Increase my height, I'll increase my vision.
So
it's called the Chicago swan.
So Northern, what is actually? I mean, does the water physically rise 200 feet? What is
No.
rising 200 feet to block my view of those buildings?
Optical. The atmo, the horizon is in apparent position, so it's optical.
So
the
the
water
laser
doesn't physically go up 200 feet because Chicago would be flooded. So
So-
the water's not rising.
Okay, so this laser, you're shooting it right straight at me, but I'm not seeing it. It makes it 10 feet out in front of you. It makes it 100 feet out in front of you. At what point does it stop? Because it doesn't reach me. I'm not seeing it, right?
Nobody did this laser thing.
Well, we've got the sun. I just posted a picture. We've got the sun setting, and it appears like a very bright light. And as it comes down, it appears at the height of the buildings. And it, too, is cut off by a crisp, solid horizon line.
So
let's say...
You're switching from the laser to the sun?
Okay, let's change it.
Okay.
You're standing on the top of a 200 building. We took your laser away because they don't allow those in Chicago. But the sun is setting, and I see you. If I were high enough, I would see you on the top of a 200-foot building with the sun right behind your head. Okay, you don't have a laser. You're shining the sun at me because you're standing right between me and the sun. You're a little silhouette right up on the top of a 200-foot building. But I come down to 200 feet on the top of the sand dune, or actually 263 feet is how high he was, and I can't see the top of the building, I can't see you, and I can't see the sun. I mean, you could even have a huge spotlight up there. They allow those in Chicago because they just do. That light comes from the sun or from the spotlight. It goes out some distance over the lake, but it isn't reaching me. Where is it stopping? What's stopping it? Something has to be stopping it, right?
So yeah, yours is hypothetical, but we all know the Chicago skyline image, and the simplest way to put it is I say I see the physical Chicago skyline from 56 miles away, and you say it's a mirage or refraction. So
But we say what you say, that the horizon moves. We agree. It's just both of us accept it at different times, right? It's just which times we accept it and what other evidence we will also accept.
Do you see the problem though, Northern? That light is getting blocked somehow. It starts out at your end, all right, but it's not reaching my end, right? And its path from you to me is never closer than 200 feet to the water. So how can the water block that light when it's 200 feet away?
I've never seen this image or this claim. So,
do you see the image I posted? I tagged you at 32 after.
Yeah, I don't see the sun in that image. It's at the top there.
Oh, it's just at the top. Do you want me to get the YouTube video? That's the YouTube ID in the top there. It like sets, I
Yeah.
believe. Hold on.
What's your claim? Like, I don't understand your claim.
Well, my claim is that the horizon is blocking light which originates or passes through a 200-foot high elevation in Chicago from reaching a 200-foot high observer on the dunes, right?
So a non-physical horizon is blocking the sun?
Somehow, something, according to
Is
your
there a
model,
path? Is
there's
there a path of light from that to you? Is there a path of light?
There's a path of light from the sun to me. Yes.
Why don't you see it?
Because the sun is not in that picture.
Okay, let me get the video. I put the YouTube IDs in there so anyone could find the video.
Yeah, like the mere fact that I see the Chicago buildings there is a globe debunk.
No, it isn't.
What do you say?
Actually, if you take into the account the viewer height of 263 feet and the distance, the hidden height, even without refraction, is only 732 feet. And there are 17 buildings taller than 830 feet in Chicago. And if you count those, that's just about how many you can see there.
Yeah, no, at 56 miles, there is a 2,000 plus feet of curvature. So, I mean, you would not see.
Where did you get that maths from? That maths is assuming you're standing on the edge of a cliff. That's just the wrong way to do the maths. You don't.
I've done the math. That's why I call it
the
the
Sagittar is
Chicago
halfway
Swan.
between you and the thing you're looking at.
No, put it into the Earth's
not
curve
getting it.
calculator.
Yeah, he's not getting it. He's assuming that like 8 inches per mile squared, but he's starting that at his feet.
Right. No, the observer was
yeah.
at 265 feet.
You think the dunes are 265 feet?
Yes, the tallest one is 265 feet above the lake.
Have you seen videos, Northern?
And Joshua Nowicki claims that he was on the top of the dunes.
I've heard it was 180 or 190. So, but
okay, but not zero, right?
Oh no! Well, we don't know. We can't ask Josh whether he was on the lower dunes or the higher dunes. He doesn't want to. He blocks his comments and shuts him down.
Just like the government.
Guess why? Because he doesn't want flat earth debates on his videos, but he still leaves his videos up.
Sus.
Yep. Proof of flat earth.
There, I tagged you with a screenshot of his video showing the sun being cut off by that hard, sharp horizon line, and it also shows his comment where he claims that he was on the top of a dune at Warren Dune State Park in Sawyer, Michigan.
Yeah, so yeah, I've seen the topographical chart. It was 175 at the water, and the top dune is like 218 meters. So the water is 175 meters. The top dune's like 225 meters. So like, yeah.
Are you saying he was not 265 feet above the water?
He's anywhere from 0 to 265.
He's not at zero. We agree he's not at zero, right?
He can. How did you verify that? How do you know where he was? How do you know
Unless you
where?
want to call him a liar, are you calling him a liar? When he says he's at the top of a dune, go and look at some videos of Warren State Park. They're fucking enormous.
Yeah, I've seen all the dunes. I know all the dunes in Michigan. I've seen many videos.
So he's not at zero, correct? He's not at
Yeah,
zero.
you know the dune where they walk up and it's like a $3,000 fine if you can't make it up. If they have to come cover you. So no shit. I'm talking about a Bear State, whatever, Bear Mountain or Bear Dune. I've looked at all the dunes in Michigan.
Okay, but he's not at zero, correct?
How do you know that?
Are you calling him a liar?
How did you verify Josh Nowicki's elevation?
If you are not calling him a liar, right? He claimed he's at the top of a dune. Is that at zero?
He is at 0 to the top of a dune.
Okay, so you're calling him a liar. Okay.
0 to the top.
How did you verify where he took the picture from?
Oh, Jesus. The fucking video
Yes,
says
Kyle?
on the top of a dune, okay? If we can either believe him or not, okay? If we believe him, he is not at 0.
True.
Do you understand?
True.
If we don't believe him, then we can. If we don't believe him, then we can. The Globers can just say he was in a helicopter when he took the picture. He was way up. That's why he saw it, right?
No, if we go by the top of the dune, we can go by the top of the dune measurements.
Is it 0? Could it possibly be 0 if you believe him? Okay, thank you.
No.
All I wanted.
Yeah, if we go by what Joshua Nowicki says, he's at the top of the dunes, 200 to 265 feet up.
Cool. Let's go on that basis.
Yeah, if we go by that, yeah. So I put it into the curve calculator, and the radius is the horizon was supposed to be at like 13 or 14 miles, but we can clearly
maybe it
see
is.
the horizon way further than the 14 miles.
Can you?
Yeah, what was the hidden feet?
Oh yeah, the horizon is like at the skyline, pretty much, isn't it?
I think it's hidden by my belly.
And what was the hidden feet you got there, Northern?
Well, hidden feet would be like 1900 or 2200.
No, from the Earth curve calculator.
Oh yeah, I have to double check that. It might be 17 or something.
I think it was 732.
I'll check my notes here. What do I got? 124 feet height.
No, 263 foot height.
Yeah, no, that's what I got saved on my screenshot.
Is this about the Chicago skyline still?
Yeah. Yes.
We're just trying to get an
So what
accurate
happened to
hidden
the-
amount.
So is the accurate hidden amount, as you said it was, Northern, is it 2,000 feet?
That's what he said, yes. Approximately
That
1900.
is what you said, right?
And he did say 1900 feet, yes, hidden, which is incorrect.
Yes.
So catch up, Northern. Let's go.
You accepting that now, Northern?
No, I'm gonna do a calculate at 250 feet, 225.
263. That's the tallest dune. It's right by the parking lot. It's got a nice trail. It's the one that everyone wants to go to. And when a photographer says he goes to the top of something, he goes to the top of the tallest thing he can find. In my
It's the one
estimation.
near the visitor center, right? We
Yeah.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I don't know what the best one would be.
Just Metabunk. Fine.
Well, I'll try. I see it. I'll try Metabunk.
Oh, I use that simple one.
Oh, the Dizzy B.
Yeah, it's just super simple. Everyone can understand it. No one gets confused.
By refraction. Yeah.
You right. You 63. Says this one's different. Let's see.
How about I post a link? Link posted.
I posted a link too.
Says refracted horizon 21.45 miles.
How convenient.
Yet we see the horizon at Chicago or beyond. So I mean,
Sorry.
I don't know.
How are you determining from the picture how far away the horizon is? How are you determining that?
The city is a distance marker.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Okay. It's 52 miles away.
It's 56 miles away.
Okay. It's a long way away.
It's
How
53 miles.
No, it's 56.1.
Okay, something like that. But how are you determining the distance to the horizon?
I'm using your globe math.
No, from the image. How are you determining the distance to the horizon? What markers are you using?
I'm trying to decide where the sky meets the ground.
Right.
Yeah. So
Okay.
to me, to me in the image, it looks right near Chicago, way
But
further,
how
than the 20 miles.
how are you determining that? That's the question.
It looks
How it looks
just
from
like
his
21
screenshot.
miles to me.
Yeah,
Do,
okay.
do you understand, right? On a
No.
globe, yeah, I get that, Harry. Can you see that half the buildings are missing, right? So the horizon point, right, where it starts to curve away from you, is closer. This is really fundamental stuff.
Okay, so where's the horizon in the Chicago skyline image?
I don't know how far away it is. That's why I'm asking you. You seem to think it's at the distance of Chicago itself. And if it was at the distance of Chicago, then you would be able to see all of Chicago.
No. So you say you don't know, and I say close to Chicago. So
yeah, but how are you making a determination? You're making a determination.
You made your determination. I made mine.
Doesn't need a method.
Right, but how are
his
you determining
determination
yours?
is I don't know. His determination is I don't know. So he doesn't need to justify not knowing something, right? But if you go, I do know, it's this number, and he goes, how did you get that number? You go, well, I need as much justification as my number as you need for not having it. It's so basic logic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
So he says,
horizon
I don't
moves
know,
on
they
day
don't need
to
to
day. On that specific image, it
explain
looks
how
like
they
it's close
came
to the
to
city.
I don't know. Right, looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. There we go. Now you've got your answer, Rick, if you're happy.
Yeah, just eyeballed it and just went, yep.
Basically, what's wrong with that?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Do I have to draw this to explain why we can't
Draw it in
figure out
crayon.
the distance?
You mean
And
so
then,
we can
and then
complain that it's just a
maybe you'll
drawing?
get one flat
Absolutely.
earther who switches over in 7
No,
years.
this is just so we're arguing on an equal playing field where you understand the argument.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Clearly not. Clearly not.
No, I don't.
I do have to draw this, unfortunately.
I'm just a dumb Bible thumper who doesn't trust the
Maybe.
government, and
Maybe.
I guess there's going to be there's a lot of us out here, I guess.
Yeah.
So the government always lies about, except for sanitation and the aqueducts and the roads. Did I post my Monty Python clip in the chat?
Yeah.
I meant
So
to.
You know, the government does tell us to not let babies play with plastic sacks. Specifically, it does tell us to not let them put them over their heads. You wouldn't let your kids play with plastic sacks if they were going to do that, right?
You believe that I think the government cares about children?
No,
have you seen the abortion rates?
No, I'm with you on that. But the point is,
Well, I mean,
it's by law printed on every
Okay.
plastic sack, bigger than your pinky.
Yeah. So yeah.
The fact that government lies is not a reason to disregard first-hand evidence, right?
Are you saying that if I decide that whatever the government says the opposite is true, that actually I'm not a free thinker, I'm just letting them decide what I think by saying the opposite of it? And in fact, I'm lacking critical thinking? Is that what you're trying to suggest here, Jesse?
Well, it hadn't crossed my mind exactly like that.
Well, good, because I'd be offended if that's what you were saying.
All right, Northern, can you see my screen?
It would make me sound silly.
I can click on it.
Okay. Is that you?
Yeah, I see a hump.
Okay.
I see a hump
Right.
in an arrow.
Yes. That's the distance to the horizon. Where that line of sight touches that hump, that's the distance to the horizon. And then that line of sight goes further and hits these buildings in Chicago halfway up. How are you determining the distance to the horizon, given that the Chicago buildings are blocked?
Yeah, but the horizon is not curved like that, so I don't. We're off to a bad start.
You just used a curve calculator, right? When you use a curve calculator, you assume for the sake of the argument that the Earth is a globe.
True.
Right, and that's where the problem lies.
So how are you working out this distance to here? Just based on the photo, based on the screenshot.
Hey guys,
I go with the globe math versus what I see.
Right, but what you see, how are you working out this distance between the observer and the green arrow? Based on what you see, how are you working it out?
I don't say distance.
But no.
It says refracted hit on Metabunk. It says refracted hidden 628.25 feet.
Okay, but we were talking about the distance to the horizon. You said it was some 50 something miles or close to Chicago. I want to know how you came to that conclusion.
Yeah, so I'd have to know exactly what height Joshua Nowicki was, so I could determine whether he saw it from.
You're looking at the image. You're looking at the image and saying it's 50 something miles. You're not taking into account anything else. You're just looking at the image.
Yeah, so if he was lower, what if he was at 100-foot dune?
No, you said that the image looks like it's 50 something miles away. The horizon.
No, the horizon looks like it's at Chicago.
Okay, how are you determining that? That's the question.
That's my opinion.
Okay,
looks like
opinions are like arseholes.
Exactly. It's my word versus
could we say
yours. That's what the whole debate
because
is.
the government
Opinions.
because the government says the horizon's not at Chicago? That's how I know it is.
Correct. Nice one, Harry.
Well, if the horizon was at Chicago, you could see all of Chicago because there wouldn't be anything between you and Chicago, right?
Nope. You know that items disappear on a flat surface, bottom up. So you already know that. Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
How do they do that?
Have you ever heard that before?
Does that look like they do?
No,
Haven't you been listening, Ruben?
I know that inferior mirages can hide things bottom up, but guess what? You've got an inferior mirage. So how do things get hidden bottom up on a flat Earth without an inferior mirage?
You know that items disappear bottom up on a flat surface.
No, they don't, unless there's an inferior mirage.
I've got
Please
an
explain.
boat video that shows it disappearing.
Okay.
Yeah. So
can you explain what's happening rather than just saying it's disappearing?
Well, the lake is flat and the boat's disappearing.
Right.
So
but why?
Optics.
Yeah.
Atmo.
Yeah.
Vision.
Yeah.
Not curvature.
Yeah. Tomatoes.
Not curvature. There you go.
Yeah.
It's so weird how you always want answers.
Yeah.
Like we've got to answer questions for you.
Would you be satisfied just with a one-word answer, Northern?
No. Yes. Tomatoes.
Tomatoes. Unicorns.
I'm pretty sure I've answered your questions.
I'm no clearer to understanding how things disappear bottom up on a flat Earth. So no.
Oh, so you've never seen the videos? Okay.
I have not seen anything being hidden from bottom up unless there's an inferior mirage. And I understand why things get hidden bottom up when there's an inferior mirage. Would you like me to draw that as well?
No. Please don't.
Okay. Can you explain, maybe with a diagram, how things get hidden bottom up? Please explain why there is not a path for the light from the bottom of something to you.
So you want me to draw it in Muppet Vision? Why?
However you like to do it.
Yeah, you know.
However you like to do it, however you can explain it. I don't care if it's orthographic or whatever. However you want to do it. Can you draw a diagram of it?
I doubt it.
Okay. Then I don't think you understand why things get hidden bottom up. If you can't explain it to someone else, then you don't know it.
That's an honest answer. I doubt I can draw it for you.
Yeah. So how can you explain it then?
What good's a drawing anyway?
So are you saying that if I cannot draw it, then it's not real?
Oh, if you have no better way of explaining it, then yeah, I guess that is what I'm saying.
So are you saying that you've never seen any flat earther post any video of items disappearing bottom up on a flat surface?
I've seen ones like Mitchell from Australia. Would you like to understand what's happening there?
No,
the flat table where the lens is definitely in the middle of it.
Yeah, where he extends the lens by zooming in, which makes it above the table. Right.
So I asked
Carnivore
the question.
Carnivore literally just posted it.
I asked a question. You were honest. People have posted these videos and explanations, but you just don't accept them.
No, I understand why Mitchell from Australia's experiment was either dishonest or accidentally wrong.
Mm-hmm. Go for
And
accidentally
carnivores
wrong.
posted it. Yeah, accidentally wrong. Yeah.
Always go for accidentally wrong.
Yeah. You know that when you zoom in on a P900, right, the literal physical lens extends forward, right?
Yeah, I don't have a P900.
Okay, well, a zoom camera like that, the physical lens extends, and if he has that at a slight angle, whereas when it's not extended, it's below the table, but then he zooms in and the lens is above the table, that's the explanation for that. Yeah, Monkey. What is it?
What does your family think when they overhear you having these conversations, Rui?
Juju, what do you think of flat earthers, buddy? What do you think of poker? Do you like poker as well?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yes. There you go.
I just don't really like seeing it though.
Hey?
Spend all
I just
daddy's
don't really
money.
like seeing it
Spend
too,
all
so-
daddy's money.
Very good, Monkey.
Also, I show this like
That
source.
can go in the bin. Yeah, stick in the bin there.
Ruhif, teach your
Yes.
kid how to spend all your money gambling.
Yeah, you should do it. Yeah. Thanks, Monkey.
Do it.
Do it now. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, Carnivore posted the explanation for Mitchell from Australia's experiment. Wish I had the
There's been
bank.
there was others, Rob Skiba or whoever. There's been many. Like I said,
Yeah.
you've been
What did Rob
presented,
Skiba do?
but it's
Did
just.
Rob Skiba have a big lens?
I think he did some lens and
Right. Which way did the
sun
light bend?
disappearing or something disappearing.
Right. Which
So,
way did the light
the
bend in
point
Rob Skiba's
is-
lens?
The point is, you've been presented these things and the explanations, but you just reject them, and that's fine.
No. What way? Which direction did the light bend in Rob Skiba's lens?
I don't even care.
Okay, the answer is upward, right? And when you have upwardly bending light like that, you have an inferior mirage.
You calling me inferior?
So you're saying that stuff disappears bottom up only with an inferior mirage? I think you said
Yeah.
it 3 times or something.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I've seen the penny on the table. I've never done it, but because I don't have that long enough arms, and there's no flat earthers around here, so.
I should replicate.
Can
Mitchell
I
from
say-
Australia's little experiment?
Can I
that
personally
penny on the
say that
table
I've
is pretty
seen typically things disappearing
again?
bottom up? I'm not sure. Maybe cars on these highways that are like I see and I don't see the car, but I see. I don't know.
What do you see? Do you see a mirage or a reflection?
Yeah, no. Like I said, I
I
don't
see.
know if I don't see the car bottom up or not because it's like it's not clear enough or it's too hazy at that 3 foot level. So I'm just trying to figure out if I've seen things disappear bottom up on a flat surface other than videos, or personally doing it, which I don't think. But you're gonna hate this. But I know that from
Chicago Skyline.
Joshua Nowicki to Chicago, it's flat water, and
Okay.
it's a flat
you see-
surface. Therefore,
see all
the
the
flat
buildings?
surface blocking Chicago skyline. So I know I know items disappear bottom up on a flat surface.
Okay. Do you know what that's called? That's called circular reasoning. You know it's flat, right? And therefore, yeah.
Flat. I saw the flat.
Therefore, it's flat.
No, I know
basically.
it's flat because water never sticks to a spinning ball.
But what are you saying about circular reasoning? Are you saying circular reasoning is bad just because circular reasoning is bad?
Yes. Nice one. Yeah.
I don't know. Sounds a bit circular.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not really circular because water always seeks and finds its level. Therefore, Lake Michigan's level and Chicago being blocked on a flat surface. So, I mean, items get blocked
See
bottom
how
up
you
on
are
a flat surface.
stating your conclusions as proof of your conclusion. There is no help for you.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry,
yeah,
There is
you
just
can,
no
you can
help.
post your personally taken image of ocean curvature, please.
Yep. Blue Marble, Apollo 17, blah, blah, blah. Was it 17? Whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I said personally taken, but.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Personally taken. Well, I can talk about my measurements of curvature.
Measurements.
No, that's what I was saying to Jesse. If flat earthers demand water sticking to a spinning ball, or personally taken images of ocean curvature, or demonstration of gas pressure without a container, or there's a list of things we demand. The live stream from the ISS so I can zoom in and see my weather, or to see it on
You
the
can
4th
do
of
that.
July, all the fireworks going side east to west or west to
But he
east.
doesn't mean he actually wants that. He means why isn't there that? Provided there isn't that, and if there is that, why is it not something else?
Yeah, but when you say like seeing the weather on the ISS, why can't you do that now?
Well, because I can't.
ISS is only
I
over
don't.
your place at certain times, and then what if it's clear? Like there was a blizzard here 2 days ago or yesterday, and me and this other guy were talking in text, and I said, "Well, let me go to the ISS footage and zoom in on my blizzard." And then he says,
You can
"Well,
zoom in.
it's only if the ISS is above you, and it's only if the storm's big enough."
Okay, but it does. You can tell when it goes overhead, right? So you can go, oh, it's going to go overhead, in a day or two. And you go, all right, at this time, at this time, I'm going to watch the weather and see if it corresponds. Like, what's so hard about that?
Because that might show that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
True.
I've tried years ago, but like the ISS never matched the weather pattern.
I've done it a few times. Wade's Underworld, who lives a bit north of me, has done it stacks of times. Maybe check some of his videos.
Yeah, I would need to see, like I said, I need to see the blizzard over me at that time, and the ISS has to be over me at that time.
Right.
So I mean, like, unless it's a blizzard or a rainstorm or something, like, other than that.
Or just the patterns of the clouds, right?
Yeah, or if I go to the ISS over my location and they show clouds and it's a clear day, then what? So I mean,
yeah, it'd be wrong then, right?
Exactly.
So what state are you in, or province?
State of denial.
Yeah, no, like I said, I've tried to. Like, I don't know how often
Yeah, I can easily set you up with a like an alert system that says the ISS is going to go near you at this time. That's not difficult.
No, if you send a link to it, then I'll hopefully remember. Because I can't see the location, but
right.
Like, is it because if I go to the YouTube stream, I don't know if I've ever seen any correlation between the weather patterns and the YouTube, but maybe it's a link to something else. But
I have. Yeah, nice one, Carnival. Correct.
But the flat earther argument would also be like they could have a plane or a balloon or whatever else above
so
me.
you need evidence of this thing, but you've already got a get out clause in case that thing does exist. Genius, really.
Do you know that you can measure the height of it, Northern?
No. The point is, sure, you're giving me the images from above. True. But how do I verify where they're coming from?
Right. Do you know that you can measure the height of the ISS? Measure.
Yeah, I've never seen the ISS. I've never seen the ISS transit the moon. I've never seen planets move. Like, I
But
see
do you know that you
Polaris.
can measure the height? Do you know that you can measure the height of the ISS?
I doubt it.
Okay, well, it can be done. I've done it. Me and Wally did it. Where's Wally did it? You just need 2 observers. And you can measure the height of the ISS.
So you're triangulating?
Suspect.
Say again, Harry?
Sounds suspect.
Yes. Do you have a trusted
So
friend, Northern, that's a few hundred kilometers away?
So are you triangulating the ISS?
Yeah.
How do we know it's a triangle?
So you're aware that they can't even triangulate the height of Mount Everest?
Yes, you can. Of course you can.
Is the triangulation of Mount Everest 100% accurate?
No measurement is 100% accurate. No measurement is perfect.
If I measure my
There you
height,
go.
it's
I rest my
100%
case.
accurate.
No, it's not.
If I measure my height 100 times and it comes out to 5'11", 100 times.
Can we say like 180 centimeters instead? Is it 180 centimeters exactly, or is it 180.002 centimeters?
It's 180.00 100 times straight.
Okay. Are we done here? Do you acknowledge that you can't measure it perfectly?
Yeah, that's my point.
Okay, but when you said you can't triangulate Everest, that's incorrect. You can, to a certain accuracy, just as you can measure
That's
your
my
own
point.
height with a certain accuracy.
Well, is the calculation of Mount Everest versus your height, which is more sound and accurate?
It depends on what you do. Like I think I could get a pretty good accurate measurement of Everest to within maybe 15, 20 centimeters, thereabouts.
What? You know they're
I
off
think
by meters. No, they're off by
don't think so.
meters.
No.
They are if I want them to be.
It depends how much snow as well, obviously.
I got a meme for you if I can find it.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
Triangulation of Mount Everest and how much it's off by how many meters, not centimeters.
And how many years ago was that first measurement taken?
Oh, they're recent, I believe.
Okay. Let's have a look at them then.
Yeah, I gotta go through the Rolodex here. Too many pictures. Oh, I hope. It'd be anticlimactic if I can't get it. Oh, it's coming.
Check.
What keeps happening to my Ubus?
You what?
I keep building Ubus in
What are they?
It's like a stone harvesting structure in Age of Empires, and they keep being
I got it.
I don't know, sneakily destroyed or something.
What's the nearest tall mountain to Everest?
Okay, here we go. Look at live
could be the
stream.
fishtail. Machu Picchu, not the one you think I'm saying, but it's called the fishtail, and it's near Pokhara.
Hang on a second. Just trying to see how close I can get to
Because
measurement.
1856, 29,002 feet. 1954, 29,028 feet. 1992.
So you did hear what he said though, right? He was like, "Is that an old measurement? Do they have like your claim was they still don't know it, and you're going, yeah, in 1852 they were pretty off about the measurement."
It's not a measuring, it's triangulation, how far they were off with their triangulation.
Right, but
did you hear what Harry
his
said?
answer was, is this now or is this historically? And your answer was way ages ago they were wrong about it. That is not evidence of.
So you're looking at the meme? Are you looking at the picture?
I am, yes.
It says
Well, maybe I can only have
2020, 29,000 feet, or 29,032 feet.
Mhm.
In 1856, it was 29,002 feet. And it's
Right.
changed up and down over the years because triangulation is not 100% accurate.
Okay, so the
So I
2020
agree.
figure, the 2020 figure, how was that arrived at?
By triangulation,
Are you
obviously.
sure?
Whatever.
Is it? Is it obvious? I'm not sure it's obvious.
It says a century back, it was mainly trigonometry.
Right? A century back, yes. What do they use now?
The same thing, or they walk up the mountain and try to guess.
No. Generally, what they do now is get GPS. I would bet my fucking testicles that 2020 figure is GPS.
Or ground positioning systems. How
So you're
convenient.
so you're saying like right now they know the exact accurate height of Mount Everest? They measured it.
They would, yeah.
Or
If
GPS
that's a
did?
GPS, if that's a GPS figure, I would go with that as the most accurate. Yeah.
How convenient.
So yeah, then not triangulation. You said you triangulated the ISS. We're talking about triangulation, and switch it to
Right.
GPS.
Yeah, and if I can get a pretty close shot to Everest from a known elevation, I reckon I could get it within 10 to 15 centimeters. Yes. I'm just trying to work out now from Google Earth how close I can get.
Well, I can see that you can guess and triangulate what
It's
the
not a
supposed
guess.
ISS,
Not a guess.
and try to guess what.
It's not a guess. Measurements are not
Well,
guesses.
I see Polaris in my backyard, and I triangulate it out to 500 miles.
How are you doing that? Please explain how you triangulate Polaris to 500 miles.
Oh,
Are you just talking out your ass?
He still
Yeah,
hasn't
I'm just
established that
making
Polaris
stuff up.
moves. He's still in the belief that Polaris stays completely fixed in the sky and doesn't do a little circle every or part of a little circle every.
Okay. Do you understand that
He still
Polaris is
thinks
not
it's
actually at
dead on.
the celestial
No,
pole?
he thinks it's dead on due north.
Okay, it's not.
All right, Polaris is the North Star rotation point.
Right. But is it perfectly at the celestial pole?
That's the question.
Let's see the evidence of it moving.
No,
Has a
I would
declination of
say
89.25 degrees.
Let's see that evidence.
Polaris
A
is
little bit
the
off.
center point of the firmament where the stars rotate around Polaris. Yes.
Okay, is it exactly at the celestial pole, or is it a little bit
How would
off?
you know?
Because the fucking declination is
To me,
89.25.
when I look in my backyard, Polaris just rotate or is fixed, and the stars rotate around Polaris. From what I see,
But it's not fixed. Right? It does move.
How
It
do you
does
know?
make a little circle.
How do we trust you on
I
that?
just bring this up so that you know what level of like evidence you're dealing
Yes.
with.
Right.
You've got to give
Northern
evidence
Rebellion
here.
will both admit. I don't think I'm speaking ill of you here, Northern Rebellion. I don't think I'll be misrepresenting you when I say this. Northern Rebellion both admits he hasn't tested it to within the tolerances necessary to make the claim, but he still confidently makes the claim. Would that be accurate, Northern?
That's the same for Ruev.
No, I've seen star trails of the northern celestial pole.
You've seen a little flicker of light move on a video. That's
It
your evidence.
makes a circle, yes. It makes
Oh,
a circle.
God. That's not
Okay,
that good
thanks, Dawn.
evidence, is it?
All
Anyone
right, thanks,
can do
Dawn.
that in an app.
All right, bye-bye, Dawn.
Anyone can do that in an app, and you just take it as fact.
Why do you come here, Dawn, just to fucking throw shit against the
Ruin
wall?
your day
Anyway,
because
I've turned you down,
you're
Dawn.
preaching like your truth is 100% fact, and the other guy's deluded. But you haven't given any evidence for any of your beliefs.
All right,
You've
I
got
got
a
you turned down,
diagram,
Dawn,
bruv.
because
That's
you're
all
not
you've
adding
got, a
anything to the
diagram and a
conversation.
belief.
You're here to impede the conversation. That is it. That's why I don't talk to you.
Come on. So now it's your time to stand back and realize you don't have any evidence. You've been preaching your belief all night. You might be correct,
Thanks,
but you haven't given
thanks
anything.
for killing VC, though.
You haven't given anything any more.
Yeah, well done, Don.
What Rebellion's done. You've just said, I think this. This is. That's all you've said. Mark Taylor says, it's been measured, Dawn. Yeah, go and show me the evidence of your measuring, Mark. If you did anything.
Okay. Well, that was a good interjection, Dawn.
Silence.
It really helped
Silence from scientism.
elucidate many things.
Total science from the scientism.
Right? We eagerly await more of your gems with bated breath.
In reality, he is right. Is my word versus Ruhif, my word versus you, Kosho versus whoever.
Well, but don't you think that words are somewhat trumped by somebody doing, like, getting a measurement? Like, if I say the Earth's a globe, and if you say, no, it's flat, I've measured it, and you show that measurement, is that not more valuable or less? Is that less valuable? Or are they both the same? You going and measuring something is the same as me not measuring something and making an alternate claim.
Yeah, see what happens is people listen and then they're like, oh, somebody said this. I'm going to go and check for myself.
So measurements are good.
And then, yeah.
So
check everything, measure everything.
It seems like you're changing your mind.
Repeatable.
Yeah, it just seems like you're changing your mind. You went from both the claims are equally valid to actually no, it's better to measure, and the person with the measured claim is making a more valid claim. It's very confusing.
Doesn't have a measured claim, does he?
No. I said it's my word versus his, and by having the conversation civilly, the person, the listener who's on the fence or wants to learn, can go and try to verify me versus his claim.
Right, with the measurement, like the measurement of Polaris being not dead center.
Oh no!
Well, no, not that measurement. Sorry. Can you explain it again? Some things you can't. Some things you can't.
You're limited by your location. Somebody in the southern hemisphere cannot measure the same things as the north. So you're limited by your location, and you're limited by your funds, and you're limited by different abilities. So.
We need some real measurements for something we could trust.
Yeah. How will we ever do that?
You have to stop being a globe shield to be able to do it. That's the paradox.
I have to heal my units as a Mongol.
Have you given it up yet, Don?
Oh, I've never measured Earth. I don't care to measure things.
No, being a globe show.
Oh no, I often tease.
Got him.
Earth.
Got him. Nailed it.
You said you have to give up being a globe shell, so I just asked you if you'd give it up.
But he hasn't.
If you want to measure measure water as curved, you have to give it up. That's why I don't give it up, because I don't want to measure water as curved.
Give me my Uvu back.
Even if you wanted to, you think you could do it?
The way it works is I'm going to...
Yeah, how can I get it?
Yeah, like I'm going to make claims, Ruhif's going to make claims, you're going to post this, I'll post that. And then...
Right.
Like, let whoever, if somebody wants to look, let them decide. So...
And all claims are equal, except the ones with measurements are better unless the measurements show that it's a ball.
If the measurements are some other shell online and you haven't checked them yourself, it's not really a measurement. It's you deciding.
Then why would you
trust
so
it.
why measure it all then? Like if we're just going to deliberately not trust anybody else's measurements, there's no point in measuring it anyway, because you're just still going to be able to go, but that's your measurements, not mine.
Yeah. What's happened is all the flat earthers and all
Because
the
you-
globers have
you measure
lied
it
too often,
yourself.
so we can't trust any of them to measure. That's what's happened.
Right, but I mean, this you've got to measure it yourself is silly. You don't do. Nobody
But you
sensible
also
actually
this,
goes and measures everything themselves.
this
It's
I can
absolutely
cite
insane.
this I can cite Joshua Nowicki and know the Earth's a globe. That's insane as well.
It's
No, you can't measure everything yourself. You take the globe claims and you put it against reality, and then you become a flat earther.
except when the globe claims are better, and then you say, "What about the Chicago skyline?"
No, it's except when most of the time you're an atheist and you have to reject the flat earth for various reasons, then you choose the globe no matter what.
Right. Plus measurements.
Yeah, so your measurements are going to make water stick to a spinning ball?
They're going to make a gish gallop.
Dremio.
So in your model, water sticks to a spinning ball, yet it's never observable in reality.
Yeah, no, I've heard you say it. You've said it about 15 times in the last 10 minutes alone.
I know, because
I'm not unaware that it's in position. I'm just doubtful that it means anything because
So
there's no
you're
further way
claiming
to
that
explain it.
Earth is a spinning water ball, and you can never show me water sticking to a spinning ball. It's
I'm going to say
weird to me.
It's really weird to me.
Yeah, the government says Earth is a water ball with water sticking to it, yet
And
in
the measurements.
reality,
Don't forget the measurements.
water never. Measurements don't trump reality, so like you can have
reality. I got it right now.
Yeah,
What
you can
measurements
have
do you think exist? Eggshells, what measurements do you think exist?
Well, just any ones except the ones that Northern Rebellion doesn't like.
Yeah, but I've got measurements of Superman's jump height and like how far a unicorn fart travels in a windstorm. So I mean, like, it proves nothing.
Can I see those? That sounds interesting.
I have the Superman one, but
What's numbers on your computer screen? Is that good enough?
Dremio.
I don't know. The jump height's interesting. If he says he's got measurements of that, that indeed would be evidence of something. I mean, quite questionable mental health, I think, would be the first thing it would be indicative of.
Everybody knows that the measurement is higher than any skyscraper. That's just a given. We learned that as a child.
In general, do you think if the globe was true, it would need all this defending?
I
think we don't defend that.
Regardless of reality, there are some parts of reality that people will deny. Like, I don't think there is any fact on Earth, fact or supposition on Earth, regardless of how well it's supported, that somebody somewhere won't find a reason to disagree with it.
Well, tell me one that is similar to this topic that's even close.
Well,
to
I mean, I would struggle to, because I think most people on this topic would also agree with those things. But I mean, the existence of extraterrestrials and people picking them up off the Earth and putting stuff in their butt and then putting them back down in their farmhouse. Again, then I'm going to delve into ones that people here don't believe, that atoms don't exist, that molecules don't exist, that the Northern Star, the Polaris doesn't do a small arc in the sky. There's somebody in this room who, even though the rest of the flat earthers are like, no, it does move across the course of the night, he still doesn't believe it. So I don't think there is any topic you can find that you can't find somebody somewhere who goes, nah. I don't think evidence that people don't agree with something is good evidence that it's, unless they've got good reason for not believing it.
They can't
then
trust
that'd be
astronomers anymore. Astronomers that claim something moves in the sky can't be trusted because they're all involved in flat Earth community. There's a certain amount of trust that's been lost, and Globers still try and cling to it as if they still have it.
Like I keep saying, if you're just deciding that the government is wrong about everything, that's not free thought. That is just being a contrarian.
Well, like, Do you think, Riding, if there was a community that said, electric cars don't exist, do you think that you would get like people that would dedicate their lives to going in there and trying to prove to those people that electric cars exist?
Yes.
You do?
Absolutely.
I disagree. I don't think you'd have one person doing it. You might get one once in a while that would come in and be like, "Hey guys, electric cars exist." You might get one once in a while, but you're not going to get these dedicated people that make channels on it. I mean, these these guys are flat Earth enthusiasts. Like they love it. They talk about it. Even the guy named Blue Marble Science has a flat Earth channel. Really? You're hot miking, so. Nate.
I mean, yes, I think that that people would go there. I mean, like, do you believe in the jet fuel hoax, Gio?
I think they use fuel, but not as much as they claim.
Okay, so can you think of any like counterculture or sort of against the narrative that you think is false? Concave Earth, let's say, or hollow Earth, or simulation theory. No, simulation theory isn't really a conspiracy theory. Sort of thought experiment or something.
Yeah, I would say it's obvious through the censorship on YouTube and the dedication of the anti-flat earthers that there's something to flat Earth.
Yep, I agree.
Why
the fact that it's been
would a government agency? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say it's also been the default cosmology for the entire history of humankind since the very beginning, other than this like claim of Pythagoras looked at boats over the horizon. Copernicus came along and wrote a book that said heliocentrism could be possible, even though he said it's not even to be taken as reality. And then, these other alchemists, Jesuit, and then ended up with NASA and Werner von Braun. Like that's the globe story compared to the rest of the entire history of humanity since the dawn of time.
Yeah, the funniest thing is like Universal Studios had the globe rotating in like 1927, yet they only got the picture in 1958, and it matched perfectly. So
That's
somehow,
such a
like
dumb argument.
somehow Hollywood
That's
knew
such a dumb
the
argument.
exact
Yeah.
measurement and exactly how the globe would look 50 years before NASA got the quote unquote image.
We had desktop globes. If you search for historic photos of people with globes, they go far, far older than Universal Studios.
Yeah, but how would they have known what it looked like? But how would they have known what it looked like?
How would they have known?
What do you mean? How would they have known what it looked like? I'm saying they had desktop globes. Desktop globes are what it would look like. Just take out the support thing holding it.
Circular reasoning.
No, it's not. I'm saying they would know what a globe looked like because they had constructed globes that showed what it looked like. That's not circular reasoning. The reasoning is very short. I'll give you that. It's just so simple to understand that it's really difficult to explain how simple it is.
I can't tell if you're trolling or serious.
There are paintings from people dating back to like the 1800s, 1700s, or something like that. People like resting on globes. They're often presented by flat earthers as evidence of how long this conspiracy goes back. That is them showing that they know what the globe looks like. Even though they've got some of the land masses in the south wrong in some of the cases, they still knew the dimensions of the thing long before that. Mapped out most of the northern portion long before that. There's even late in the 1700s, start of the 1800s, they still thought there was a landmass in the south, but they still knew it was a globe and they knew its proportions, and they can still draw stuff out on it. It's such a dumb argument. It's like, oh, they came up with it, but they hadn't gone into space. You don't need to go into space. Just get the distances between all the land masses and then map it across the known shape of the thing.
It's maybe. I can give you a maybe.
I mean, it either is or is not the case, regardless of whether you agree with it. Reality does not require your agreement. How long have we had the discussion about the whether Polaris moves, and you still haven't even pointed your phone at it. Like you are reluctant to learn the truth.
I pointed my
No further
iPhone
I
at
can
it. It
lead you.
doesn't get a good picture.
Okay,
It doesn't show
you've
on
not
the
tried
iPhone.
a good method to test a claim that is important to you.
Why
It
would
shows
I
me you are
invest
reluctant to know the
money
truth.
into
You don't want to
something,
find out.
post a video? Do you think that, like, when people ask for evidence, like, they're not going to look at it, they're just going to discard it? So why would I spend money to get a video of the Polaris, post it, and then you just deny it anyways? So why would I waste the money?
I mean, that's my point about why would I waste the money. I think it is a waste of money. I agree with you. It is just easier to go, oh, look, clearly there is evidence that this thing moves in the sky. All the flat earthers say it does. The star charts say it does. Videos show it does. Photos show it does. All astronomy things say it does. Nobody sensible says what you say, but you're still like, I've looked at it with my bare eye and haven't discerned it moving a quarter of a degree over the course of a night with my bare eye.
I don't know. Did he
Like,
say it doesn't move a little?
Beyond dumb.
Northern Rebellion, are you saying it doesn't move a little?
Yes. He's saying it doesn't
Well,
move at all throughout the
it
night.
could, it's still in place, but I don't see it move a little because my eyes don't detect the move a little.
Well, you have
And
to do
videos.
you have to do a time lapse to see it. It makes a very small little circle.
Right.
So he's reluctant to learn the truth. There's nothing about that suggests that he wants to figure
I
it
haven't
out.
heard him say that. I think he's just saying that with his eye, it doesn't move, right?
Yeah, like it's good to see some flurf on flurf damage eggshells. It's good to see a fellow flurf correcting another flurf.
Like,
I don't know what a flurf is other than gibberish and a random word you've made.
No, I was talking to eggshells. Sorry. Before you came in.
But
well, I
in
mean,
my
you
defense,
made up
somebody can post a video. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
In my defense, somebody could post a video of Polaris rotating, but I mean, videos can be edited, and I mean, like, how do I verify that?
You could do it yourself.
Do it yourself.
Do a time lapse yourself.
That's what I'm saying. There is loads of evidence here that you could believe, but you choose not to. And then when given an option to find it out for yourself, you go, "Oh, that's expensive. That sounds difficult." Like you are
So
reluctant to find
Polaris
out this is true.
rotates
This is
in
demonstrative that
spot,
you are.
and the stars rotate east to west. Earth is still flat. It doesn't change.
What would it change, even if it moved? What would
It
it
doesn't
change?
change. That doesn't make Earth a globe. Polaris is still stationary in that spot. Like, it's still there for years and years and years and years.
You got it.
It doesn't
bro.
move.
That's not
You
the
got that.
question. The question is, does it move throughout the course of an evening?
Who
Is
cares
it
at this
dead
point?
center?
Who cares?
It's quite a long way off the center. 3/4 of a degree off center. You can fit a sun
Doesn't
in.
look like it to him.
Yeah, I trust you Southerners, you Southern Australians, to be telling me about the North Star. Like, I totally do that.
Yeah, I
Oh my
totally.
God.
You haven't tested it. You admit you haven't tested it.
Yeah.
It makes me think of like a ceiling fan, and like the center of the ceiling fan, because the whole fan is spinning. It's like the center of the ceiling fan,
Got
like
a bit of a wobble.
a little wobble.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's the same thing as that, but it just kind of makes me think of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Still-
like that
still
the
a
video
ball
could have showed that, but like, it's hard to detect with what I've seen at this moment. So
Maybe just go on
it's
YouTube.
still the
and
stars
look for
rotate
Polaris
haven't
time
tested
lapse.
So it doesn't change that, like, the stars
You haven't
rotate
tested
around
it, but you
Polaris.
still believe
So
it.
it doesn't-
Doesn't change anything for flat Earth.
Nor should it.
Have you
Why
looked?
change your beliefs just because the evidence doesn't support it?
No, I'm saying, why have you
I've got
gone
to
on
test
about
it.
it
No,
so
the best
long?
way to
Who
do it.
cares if it moved?
The best way to do it because it's demonstrative of Northern Rebellion's willingness to learn the truth about something, because he says specifically, I do not trust other people's evidence. I will only trust it for myself. And then you go test it for yourself. It doesn't cost you anything. There are many ways to do it that are free, very cheap. And he goes, nah, I don't want to do it.
Maybe he can't be bothered.
Okay.
He's reluctant. That's the truth.
How very cheap can I do this Polaris thing for free? How do I do this Polaris thing for free? Tell me.
What camera do you have?
I mean, he
I
can
have
go
an
and borrow
iPhone
it. He
13.
can go and do it. bucks, I reckon.
Would you?
iPhone
Oh, I
13 should be
can
able to do
borrow, and you have
extra
friends that
fix
you
on it.
borrow. Okay, and you can spend $100 gas and get this from this guy, and okay, that's not free. Sorry.
Okay. Spend $10.
You've got an iPhone
$10 of freaking telescope time.
No, get an iPhone 13 and lock it off on a tripod and take a time lapse. It'll be small, it'll be grainy, but you'll see that thing move.
$10. What if I live an hour away from
No,
the city and it costs
do it with your
$35
iPhone
gas?
13.
You
You have
don't have to
reluctant to do
go
something
to a.
even that you could do yourself.
You don't have to go to an observatory. You can
I don't
hire
have a
telescopes.
So I can hire a guy to drive an hour
No.
out of his way, so
No.
I can.
You muppet.
No, you can hire You can hire telescope time online.
Ugh, that's not me doing it. Like,
Oh,
come on, man.
Okay.
He doesn't want to do it. This is what I'm saying. He doesn't want to do it. He won't trust other people's evidence and doesn't want to find out for himself. This is indicative
Yeah,
of somebody who does
do
not
it
want to know
yourself.
the truth.
Do it yourself. Don't trust people. Don't
How much
trust
have you spent?
online
How much have you
links,
spent?
online
How much?
satellites.
How much have you spent on internet connection to have these conversations? Spend a proportion of that.
Oh yeah.
There are so many time lapses online of Polaris doing a circle.
Right, but that's not him doing it. He doesn't want to do it, so he's not going to trust something that he hasn't done, and he's not going to do it, so he's never going to be convinced.
No,
That's what I'm saying. This is reluctant to
anything I
learn.
post, you're not going to trust. You're going to try to pick holes. You're going to
It's
do
not about
this
me though.
sophist
You're
bullshit.
not
So
going
there's no point in me
It's
spending
not
any
about me.
money
It's
to
about
put
you.
any video for any Glober because I know the Globers. There's no point in me spending any money to prove anything to anti-flat
Prove it to
earthers.
yourself. You want to prove it to yourself, don't you?
I
You want
already
to prove
know.
to yourself if Polaris moves.
I already know.
And
Right,
what's your
so
answer?
that's
Doesn't
what
change.
reluctant to finding the truth. It doesn't move across the course of a night. I've had this discussion so many times, and it demonstrates again and again. I don't want to
Rotating in a
know.
tiny circle still debunks the globe. Even if Polaris rotates in a tiny circle, it still debunks the globe because Polaris will be
So
long
now it
gone
might
in
be
the
true.
global.
So now it might be true, but it still doesn't mean anything if it is.
I want to hear his justification for debunking the globe. Please enlighten us how it debunks the globe.
Debunks his understanding of the globe.
Because if Earth is moving at 800 miles per second, then Polaris would have been long gone years ago.
Do you have any mathematics to back that
Oh
up?
yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
It's nice to hear Eggshell.
800.
It's nice to hear Eggshell's back on his honest side.
Well, I got worried you were going to ban me.
Very wondering why I'm not like.
I'm happy to continue my parody. I was having lots of fun, but you're going to ban me.
Well, it's just getting to the point where it's like
it's good.
It's just poisoning the environment because now you have this fake flat earther guy saying all these things that people don't like to say. And
to be fair, there were some pretty wildly crazy things I said that people were agreeing with. Like at one point, I said anything that is confusing and I don't understand is false, and a bunch of people are like, "True that." Like, jeez, guys, shit, man. Is that really like people? There's a number of weird things that I could say that people would be like, "Guy speaks true." I think he's. After I said that one, a bunch of people went, "I think he might be a flat earther." Like, come on, surely not, guys.
I think you're probably surprised.
I want to see Northern's maths for. I want to see Northern Rebellion's maths for Polaris. You know, not being where it should be over the course of years.
So, like your fallback's maths, which is not reality, so it doesn't even matter. Like,
well,
math
please
doesn't prove.
Back up your claim. Please back up your claim that Polaris should have moved.
I have the negative claim.
I was say if Earth is moving at 800 miles per second, then Polaris would have been long gone. It's just basic common sense. Like at 800 miles per second,
really
like,
long way away.
Long gone.
Because it's close and we keep moving.
What if Polaris is a really long way away, Northern?
Can you please provide evidence and mathematics and calculations to show that it's really a long way away?
You can't measure the distance to Polaris. You never did measure the distance to the sun.
He has
You
never
never
done it. He's never done it.
No,
like,
but you seem able to accept that the Earth would be moving at, what was it, 800
yes.
miles per second, but you somehow reject that Polaris might be 400 light years away. You can't just cherry pick
Yeah,
what you
it's too
accept.
far. No one's measured it.
Yes, yeah. Yes, I can.
So if I look at my backyard 20 years ago, I see Polaris, and I look out 20 years later, it's in the exact same spot.
Okay, how much do you expect it to have moved?
If I look at the hour hand on a clock, and 2 seconds later I look at the hour hand again, and it hasn't moved, that proves that time has stood still.
No, because the clock's not
Doesn't
spinning
discernibly
through
move,
space,
because I've
is it?
never.
The watch is not going through space separately.
No, it's not proof of anything. It's just really sketchy that when I'm going 800 miles per second, that the star is there always, and the constellations rotate perfectly every year into position. So it's just weird. If I'm moving 800 miles per second, like these things would change.
When you say perfectly, what do you mean perfectly?
It means he hasn't measured it, but he's pretty sure it's true.
Since I live under Polaris, I get to see the pretty much a beautiful rotation of the northern stars in a circular pattern.
Right.
The Big Dipper rotates east.
How much has Polaris moved in the last 50 years? However long you've been looking at it.
I've lived here for 20. I've lived here for 20 years. Okay. I've told writing this story where my north-south wall is lined up just off of Polaris. So I mean, for the last 5 whatever years, it's lined up in the same spot based on my wall position.
Right. But to
most of the highways here are north, south, east, west. Houses are usually built east, west, north, south. So,
what more evidence do you need?
Yeah.
It's all anecdotal.
What accuracy are your measurements that it hasn't moved?
Oh, like I said, it's all anecdotal. It's my own personal observations.
Do you accept that there are people that measure these things accurately?
Nope.
No. They're all in the pay of the government.
Yes.
The best way to do it is to eyeball it by the side of your house, which you admit is already a little bit off, and then go, oh, it doesn't look as much a little bit off. Looks like it's the same little bit off each day. That's the best way to do it.
Nobody lined up Polaris, just like the Georgia Guidestones. Supposedly, you could look through that hole and it'd be lined up with Polaris. I can't verify that, but that's it. It's before they blew it up. Many monuments, many structures are lined up to constellations.
Hang on.
Georgia
Guidestone.
just like. Have you ever heard of Manhattanhenge and certain things only happen because
Georgia Guidestones, all right? Now, the declination of Polaris is 89.25 degrees. Okay, so even through the Georgia Guidestones, it's making a 1.5 degree circle.
Convenient.
That's a huge circle, 1.5 degrees in diameter.
So you're saying they made the circle, but they were wrong?
Tell that to my girlfriend.
Still no evidence.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying their circle through their hole through the Georgia Guidestones is huge.
Have you ever been there and looked at it circle, Riv?
Oh yeah. See, even if it's huge, it's still like after it was built in like 1983. So I mean, 800 miles per second. You think that it would move from that hole, but it never moves from that hole.
But how much has it moved since 1983? That's 40 years ago. How much do you think Polaris has moved? I can tell you pretty precisely.
Zero.
No, it's moved about 12 milli-arc seconds in declination.
How would you prove that? You can't, and you
12 milli-arc seconds. You know that there are people that measure these things really precisely.
What, and you trust them?
How convenient.
You just have faith. Yeah, you just have faith they did it.
No, you're right, Dawn. It's better to eyeball
it.
Yeah. Your character's breaking eggshells over time. Geo even noticed.
No, Geo sent me a message, says he doesn't want me to do it anymore. I get the impression he's going to ban me if I keep parodying FE.
So what are you going to do?
Plus, I thought there was like seemingly nothing, wild enough that I could say that people from FE wouldn't be like, yeah, that's a good point.
I didn't say anything about banning. I just said that You've been doing this thing for the last couple of weeks of
So
kind
can
of
I?
pretending to be a
So
flat.
can I continue? Because
It's
I'm
like-
having fun.
It's like a parody thing, but it's just kind of trying to poison. It's starting to kind of poison the quality of the environment because you got this guy now that's like just constantly saying all these like things that flat earthers don't actually say, and you know all these. It's just like now you got this like random guy. So like if someone new comes in, they would just be like, "What is going on?" You know. Now you're getting this like inauthentic kind of troll
But every
thing.
20 seconds, somebody was saying he's not a real flat earther. I don't think
He
anybody's
might be
going to realize.
short-circuited.
What I was saying was not the way flat earthers say it, but it was definitely the things flat earthers say.
I don't think so.
We need one of my favorites, which was in Shane's room before it got shut down, was somebody was like, "Where's your proof of gravity?" I was like, "That's right. We need proof of things. We need concrete proof of things. Otherwise, they don't exist." And that rule is hard and firm, except when it comes to the container. Then it's okay. We can just reason there. They were like, "Yeah, hang on." Oh, it was good.
All right. Guess what time it is, people?
Time to feed the dogs.
Yeah. 7:45 p.m.
Why is that such an event for you? Like most people, it takes them like 10 seconds to pour some dog into dog food. You're like, for you, it's like this momentous, like it's time. It's like roll out the trumpets. It's time for Ruth.
It's the start of the nighttime routine, putting kids to bed and blah blah blah. So
Is it an extensive feeding ritual?
not anymore. Piggy died a few months ago, so it's a quick feed now. I used to have to put Piggy outside and separate her from the rest. But yeah,
Why? Because she would eat all of everybody else's food.
Yeah, and fight pretty badly.
Dogs are funny about that. Like they're like, you give them food, then you pat them, and they're like, "Get away from my food!" Like, did you not see me just give it to you?
Oh no, don't
Otherwise,
fight me. She'll fight the other dogs for their food.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same thing. You get between your dog and the food. It's just weird.
Yeah, well, she's called Piggy for a reason. So.
Hey, just real quick, I wanted to jump in about, I was listening to you guys talk about the stars and stuff and the calculations and Polaris moving. I just wanted to remind the room, the people that believe in the narratives of the heliocentric model, I guess. They believe that in 13,000 years, Polaris won't even be the center point anymore. I think they say it's going to be the Vega or something like that. Because the wobble, what was that?
It used to be in Ptolemy's time when Ptolemy made his Almagest, which was his map of the heavens. It could have been Brahe as well, but Ptolemy definitely it was Thuban. Brahe's much more recent. Yeah.
Okay, so
that was the central star was Thuban. He drew this very accurate map of the heavens, and we can match up, even though they've got different names. We can match up which one means which. And
yeah. So let's call the star Scooby Doo. It doesn't matter. That's not the point I'm making. I'm saying is that we, are being taught in textbooks, teachers, authority, telling young impressionable minds this is what is, and 3,000 years it's going to be this, and 5,000 years ago it was this, and 13,000. All that is nonsense. But somebody,
in your opinion,
yeah, why is it nonsense?
It's nonsense because no one is there yet, nor was there back then. When you were
several hundred years ago, Brahe measured Polaris at about 87 degrees.
Okay. Hold on. To say that the wobble of the Earth, is going to change from winter to summer, is going to completely flip the calendar because of the wobble of the Earth in 13,000 years. This is, if you want to be, of course, that's what it is. Then that only shows how retarded you are, to begin with, because you are now saying, I'm going to trust what this guy wrote on a piece of paper because he calculated this imaginary. No. How did you measure something 13,000 years in advance?
No. I'm talking about Brahe measuring.
Yes. How
measuring Polaris?
Okay, so how did you measure
years
Polaris
ago at 87
13,000 years ago? I'm sorry.
I'm not saying he measured something 13,000 years ago. I'm saying Brahe measured Polaris a few hundred years back at 87 degrees, right?
Okay.
We can then extrapolate that to what's going to happen in a few thousand years.
Okay. So you don't want to just say, well, maybe at that time when he was looking up that this was the position that he got. Well, this was his calculation. What if he didn't carry the one? I don't know. What if he? Whatever it is, when you start saying, oh well, then we're gonna take that number and fast forward 13,000 years from now, and we're gonna be looking at this in this position. The funny thing about that is, like kind of like what he was saying earlier, like the pyramids being built, for thousands of years. These things have been pretty accurate to the stars, but you want to
So
say a
can I
couple
ask?
hundred years ago, and that's crazy to me.
It sounds like your reasoning here, which I'm happy to accept, is that because it's so long ago and we weren't there at that time, we can't be confident about what happened then and how he did it and whether it's true. Do you apply that same thing to the stories from the Bible?
Absolutely. I will be the first to say, eggshells, that when I believe scriptures, it is 1,000% my personal belief. I believe it to be true. I wasn't there in the beginning when he said, "Let there be light," but I believe the stories. I will see. Here's the difference, though, between me and a
Faith.
baller. Yeah, I have faith that it's true. Totally different, because then a baller will be like, "Well, I know that there was a big bang." Motherfucker, you weren't there in your bullshit 4.7, 13 billion years, whatever the fuck it is. Like, but you know it to be true? Get the fuck out of here. You believe it. At
Okay.
least be
Sure.
honest with yourself the way I'm being honest with myself.
I think that's fair enough. Yeah. So yeah, people have faith that
Get another beer. Hold on. Get another
somebody.
beer. So hold on. Say hold on.
No. Seriously.
Oh no. Was that to us?
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to hear what you had to say, but I was grabbing another beer. Another beer. Go on, though.
So I think you're pretty much right. But the same reason I think many people would use to say, I think many of the stories of the Bible are true. You go, well, can we map them to things that we do know, right? Like, do we find archaeological evidence that seems to support it, or things like that, right?
True, and we have, yeah. So
if somebody's got a very accurate map of the heavens, right? So the angular measurements between all of the stars and sort of the way the stars are laid out is bang on, but they've got something that seems to suggest that the Earth is that the North Star was different. You go, well, all of his other measurements. This is how I might reason to it, to have more faith, as you put it. I think quite rightly. This is how I have faith that this thing is possibly true. All of his other measurements were accurate to within a degree, so I'm going to trust the rest of his measurements to within a degree. It might have been wrong, but it's a way I could think that might be wrong.
Okay, I will say this. Look, I do believe that there's water above the stars and below the stars. There's water, meaning there's water between us and the stars, and there's even water above, beyond the stars. I do believe that, right? So if you have a real world experience where we look at something through water and it deceives our eyes because it's just a weird phenomenon that happens, then I would say that if that water between us, if there was for some reason even a tiny bit more added of distance between us and those stars with this for certain liquid, that definitely could throw off all of our calculations, and we would see something different in years to come if you just added a little bit more water. Only because it could, like, you could seriously just, you add a little bit more water in a cup and it'll make that arrow look just a little bit more that way, the other, in the opposite direction. It's just crazy the way when you're looking through a medium, how light could cause this phenomenon. So if this guy way back then was looking at it and he's like, oh, look at this is where it's at, and then now we're measuring it today and like, oh, it's moved. Well, what if that's just because the environment or the medium, it has changed? Not necessarily even its position or our position. It's just the medium has changed, and that's now giving us a different reading because we're reacting off of that. That's all I just want to bring up. Like, I'm not saying it's even that, because guess what? I don't know it's that. I'm just saying, like, to counter the falsehoods of it being a ball spinning, hurling, because we obviously can't recreate that, never will recreate that in our reality, where water sticking magnetically to the center of a core of a hurling ball spinning through space at millions of miles per hour. That's just crazy. But here we are talking about it. That's let me take a drink. Too much talking.
What a lovely straw man.
Yeah, if I was alive in 13,000 years and I looked in my backyard, Polaris would be in the exact same spot.
How do you know that?
Polaris ain't going nowhere
How do you know that? Though? That's the question
because
we're
it's
at.
a
We're
firmament.
talking about epistemology.
Polaris is the northern rotation point. Stars rotate east to west always.
So you believe it?
Well, isn't it safe to say eggshells
You have
that
faith.
eggshells? Is it safe to say that when they have lined up the three pyramids, with Orion's belt, I believe, is that like just this fake, like story? Is that not real? Is that not true? Is that just like some Mandela effect going on? Like, I mean, if they built that and it lined up with the stars, and there's even other pyramids, in other continents that also line up with certain stars. So, like, if they built that thousands of years ago, isn't it safe to say that then, well, those stars are probably in the same area according to where Polaris is today? So, like, we can say, like, okay, well, if they built that, that's what 7,000 years ago, or 6,000 years ago, or even 4,000 years ago, whatever it is, then like, and it's still the same. Like, those three stars are still in the position over the night sky at a certain time of the year, or all whatever it is. Like, I think it's safe to say then that the stars have been the same for all of our time.
I mean, I don't fully understand their like anybody's claim about that they're the same and they haven't changed, nor haven't looked into the intricacies basically. But it could be the case. You're right. It could be the case that the ecliptic is different to, hang on, let me try and get this right. Whichever the one is the plane of the rotation, like the sort of orbit, doesn't change. It's just how we wobble on it has. So are they on the celestial equator or ecliptic? It could be a whole.
Well, is it calculated?
I'm not going to be confident with a guess either way. But what I would say is, if I were experienced or should know that, I would defer to the knowledge of somebody who's spent time, or basically it's an argument from competence. If I think somebody's competent at doing that, like they can measure the position of stars down to the arc minute or tenth of an arc minute, and they can say we can see the way the stars are currently moving down to a tenth of an arc minute, over 50 years or something, then because they're competent enough to measure that, I'd go, maybe they're competent enough to measure this.
Okay, but here's the thing though. Again, if they're measuring something off of an angle and they're saying, "Oh, this angle is off," well, does that stand true for over the pyramids and all the other structures that were built? Like, do they also have a 10 arc second difference from back when they were built? Because or are they still lining up accordingly? To where it's better or safer to say that, yeah, these stars have been on this fixed position, twirling around this entire time. For all of mankind has been documenting anything, they've been generally in the same area, typically.
Like the pyramids aren't even accurate with themselves to within the kind of degrees we're talking about.
Well, that's why I
Right?
asked. Is it that? No. That's why I asked. Is it? I have
No,
heard
there
that
are a couple
before.
of
I've never seen it.
Forget. I listened to it just last. I listened to a podcast just last night, and it was saying they're like accurate to within 12 arc minutes or something, which is insanely accurate. Like they were, way ahead of their time. It was just amazing. But it is not. I'm not sure if that is to within the accuracy that we could use to determine I'm not sure that kind of accuracy is what we're trying to answer. I'm not sure whether we're talking about something on the ecliptic, which is very different to the equatorial plane.
Okay,
a lot of
so
issues like that.
okay, so if we have an understanding as to what we think, whatever it is, But once you start like building on that, this really fallacious idea and model that doesn't even make sense logically in a lot of different ways.
But whether something makes sense to us isn't always, it is a good heuristic, but it isn't always a good indication of whether it's true, because you would have to admit there are some things on the flat earth that don't make sense.
Well, those
Right?
are
Like
all
the
phenomena.
South Celestial pole doesn't quite make sense on the flat earth.
What was that?
But you don't take that as evidence that therefore the flat earth is false.
I'm sorry,
So while
sorry.
it might
Say that
be
again.
sometimes
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. Say that again. What doesn't make sense?
Yeah, there's nothing
I'm
problematic
saying-
at all, dude. It's a magnetic field. There's nothing problematic about the southern stars, in my viewpoint, whatsoever. They look exactly, precisely like a magnetic field flux lines.
Right, but not many people. So there's disagreement about that answer for the celestial pole, right? Not everybody agrees with you. Many like Witsit's on his thing about the
Where's
azimuthal
your
grid of
videos?
observability or something.
Why don't you make your own videos of the southern stars?
Oh, man.
You're in the south. You were. How
but
come
H-
you don't make the southern star videos? Guess
But-
why?
All I'm saying,
I know
Oh
why.
my god, man!
just from
Such
a
a pointless
basic
thing to
level,
say.
Eggshells, I'm just saying from a basic level, we can look at magnetic fields and the way magnetic fields, the flux lines move, and we can look at the sky and be like, oh wow, they move exactly in the same way magnetic field flux lines do. And the fact that we live within a magnetic field, the Earth has a magnetic field. There's nothing problematic about the Earth being a stationary plane and the sky having a magnetic flux line field pattern to it.
Would you agree, at least, that that other flat earthers don't agree with your explanation, and there is almost as many explanations or lack of explanations as there are flat earthers when it comes to South
I agree with that explanation. I agree that there's a magnetic field. I totally agree with
It's
that.
not about whether there's a magnetic field, it's about whether that explains seeing stars rotate around a central point in the south, same as we do in the north.
Yeah, well, again, that's just it's all perspective, and it's a weird phenomenon that happens. But here's
that's
the
all
difference.
I'm saying. It's a weird phenomenon. It doesn't
But
make
here's-
sense to me.
but
But you
here's
don't
the-
consider whether it makes sense to me a good indication of whether.
No, but here's
true.
the difference.
That's the
though,
point I'm trying
Eggshells.
to get to.
Well, I hear you, but here's the difference, Eggshells, is that what doesn't make sense to you because it doesn't fit your model of the baller. It doesn't fit your model, so it doesn't make sense to you. But for us, while these things make
It doesn't make sense, as in I can't, if I try to understand what other people mean by that, it doesn't match up. It doesn't make basic sense on the face of it, or it doesn't match up with other observations. So Geo's one was about a quadrupolar system where you've got one north pole and 4 south poles. And the bit I don't get about that is why do Polynesians who live across a vast area not see, like they navigate using the South Pole when they're going south? Why do they not see that? Why is there no evidence of that?
Well, it's fair to say that there are some things that have been disinformation has been thrown into it to kind of discredit the reality and to make people look, stupid. I mean, there is that where there's a lot of disinformation going out. People don't even believe that stuff. Like you'll be in rooms and then a bar will be like, well, flat earthers believe this. And we're like, what the hell are you talking about? No one believes in a disc, like a pizza flying in this. They just like changed the, instead of a round ball and all the ball planets going around the sun, they think it's a disc going around the sun. Like that's not even what we believe. So there is a lot of disinformation and misinformation.
You do believe it's a disc under the sun, though, don't you?
I'm not saying it's even a disc. I'm saying that we don't know. I'm saying that we don't know the shape regardless. I don't care what anyone says. I'm just saying that we don't know because you can't tell someone the shape of something that you or anyone else that we know can't personally go verify. Like for instance, if I'm building a stadium, you can't tell me its entire shape and all the rooms and levels by me just showing you the kitchen of it. Like you can't go way and beyond. In other words, you're gonna have to just start like drawing your own stadium. Well, this is what I think it's going to be because you cannot go discover it yourself.
What if I stood on the roof and I had a few measuring devices?
If you stood on the roof, that doesn't explain it.
I could drop a measuring stick down from the roof and see how high.
No, because there's going to be a distance far enough away from your roof that you're on to where you're not even going to be able to see. You won't be able to see that far.
Travel from one edge of the roof to the other edge of the roof.
But that's not. But the Earth is not that small, so that's a false comparison.
You're
The
saying
Earth
it has to
isn't.
be big to look at.
There's no roof that you're going to stand on to see one end to the other. That you cannot see the ends. That's the whole point. You cannot even
You don't have to
travel
see it
to the
all at
ends.
once to measure it, do you?
You can't see the ends and you can't travel to it. So how are you going to tell me the
You
ends?
don't have to see it all at once to measure it. You walk around it and measure each bit, and then add it all up at the end.
Okay. So when did you travel?
The same way that flat earthers disprove it.
So
right?
when did you travel from the tip of South Africa around the bottom of your ball and you reached the tip of South America? When did you do that? Who has done that ever? I'm pretty sure they're going to say like one person did it, but it's totally false.
You prove it or show evidence for it in the same way flat earthers claim that they've disproven it. The way flat earthers claim they've disproven the globe is by saying it should have X curvature everywhere, right? If it's got X curvature everywhere, then it's a ball. And if it doesn't, if I don't see that in certain places, then it is not, right? So what you're basically doing is going, if ball, it's going to have a steady rate of curvature, which is fine, it's logical, makes sense. But then what the counter to that is to say, if it has a steady rate of curvature, then I can know it's a ball of a certain size, which is how they argue they did know it was a ball of a certain size, even long before, the maps in the south were terrible.
No, but that gets destroyed. But your curved ball gets destroyed the second you start seeing things that are 10 times further in the distance that you shouldn't be technically be seeing.
I'm just trying to answer.
I know, but it's related though. It's related though, because if you're trying to say they took the curvature of the Earth to then they can actually assume that it's, if they kept traveling on that curve. But I'm saying, well, once you destroy the curve, then it takes away the curve, theory. Because if you have a curve and there's a physical limitation of where you can see,
I'm not arguing for the ball at the moment. I'm not arguing for the ball at the moment. You got to listen to what I am saying.
Okay.
I'm just, when you're saying how can you know something without going all over it, the thing is, if it's a plane, you're right. You cannot know the extent of that plane. Is either finite or infinite, and when you get to the end of it, that's all you know. But if you're on something and it has a constant rate of curvature, and you go, right, I'm going to assume it's a ball, then you can know the full extent of that ball because you just go, well, what's the radius?
Okay,
you get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but you can't adhere to that, because the second that your curvature, the calculations of it get destroyed and they don't add up now, then you have to go back to the drawing board. But the problem is that you guys don't go back to the drawing board. You just stick with it. You double down on it. So like when you say there's a calculated distance that's going to be, it's going to work. So for that way, we know, you take the height of, how you see something and then the distance. And then, so technically to make that curve of your ball, it's going to be this 8 inches per mile squared or whatever, something close to that. Well, okay. If you want to run with that, that's fine. The second that we are now seeing something that would give our circumference.
You're saying my point to me.
If we're now seeing something that gives us a circumference of 218,000 miles circumference, because all of a sudden it's way, like we're able to still see, and it's no longer going beyond a curve, but way at that end, if that was the curve, then now this 25,000 circumference ball has to be 218,000 circumference just by math alone. Well, then why don't you be like, okay, yeah, maybe we fucked up somewhere. Let's go back to the drawing board.
Well, obviously, because we disagree on what you've measured. Like we all agree is something funky happens with optics. It's just that either side goes, the optics are funky when you measure and then I measure, versus they're funky when I measure but rather than when you measure. Right? All of us invoke bendy light, just invoke it for different things. So what doesn't make sense is to go, okay, when you see a south celestial pole or where you see the curvature where it should be, that's bendy light. But why don't you trust me when I show you things where I think they're meant to be? There is symmetry in these arguments. Disagreements are identical.
I hear what you're saying. It's just that I think that it's more of the time that it's somebody that is, let's say they've been pulled out of the lies, so they have a more open mindset to realize, like, yeah, that's not adding up. Things aren't gelling up. Things aren't making sense. to where someone that's still stuck in the lies and still wholeheartedly believes them, that they're not as willing to look at that same thing and be like, wait, yeah, hold on, hey guys, we better like take another look at this. You're not being as honest with yourself. Like, not
Well,
saying you,
obviously
but
we
any
both think that
baller.
about one another. So we need to pass the difference between who's not being honest with themselves.
Well,
Right.
okay,
Obviously,
so
I think you're not being honest with yourself, and you think
okay,
I'm not being honest with myself.
okay, so
What I
let's
think is a good way to do it is to go, are we consistent with our logic?
okay,
Because to
yeah,
be
that,
dishonest with oneself, I think what one has to do is use logic selectively. So we go, this is absolute logic here, and you cannot refute it. It's absolutely true. But I don't use that same logic when it gets to a different issue. And
okay, so
that's
well,
some of the joke I was making over the past 2 weeks when I was pretending to be a flat earther,
okay.
was point out that lack of logic. But astoundingly, people would agree with it rather than go, hang on, that sounds dumb.
Okay, so well then that's them, but I don't want to speak for them because there is a lot of idiots in here, but not here right now. But I'm just saying on Discord in general. So
Present company.
but
Yeah.
I want to say this. Okay, well then let's go back to that fundamental, principle
Yeah.
that we have a calculated, like, it has to be this for your ball to work. There's a calculation to where you should be able to see only this far, no matter good day, great day, whatever day. There has to be a point to where I walk behind my car and you no longer see the head as I go lower and lower and lower. There has to be a definite distance, a calculation, because light is not going to curve over the house to make me pop up on the roof as you look up at the roof. Oh, there you are. You're on the horizon of the roof, but I'm standing on the ground of the house. Like, come on, man. If you go to that point, then it's okay. If you don't understand that, then you're fucking retarded. And I
I mean,
apologize. I shouldn't talk to you like
you're
that.
saying nature has to be exact. There can be no
No,
nuance.
no. That's not what I'm
That's what it
saying.
sounded like.
Okay,
The
okay.
Earth has to
Let
be
me
an exact
let me
geometry, no
let me
nuance.
let me say it again. Let me speak in, okay, in reality, in a real world. Okay, nature does have these really cool phenomenons, yes, but if you're going to say that you're going to go far enough away behind a physical obstruction that is only going to just take light to bring you back from miles and miles down.
So
Okay,
let's explore let's explore the logic that this
Not
is
miles
applying.
down. No.
hold on, not just like 2 inches, not just 5 inches. We're talking about, like, you can fit like a 9 foot skyscraper behind a visual, or an obstruction. So like that's why I said, if I'm standing in front of my house and then you go to the back of the house, I can't claim like light's gonna bend over and then lift you from the ground that you stand on onto
Yeah,
the roof.
no one
But
claims that.
well, you guys actually kind of do. When you're seeing
No,
something at
no.
50 miles away, and it should be miles of curvature between you and the ball, then you're actually kind of putting that person on the roof. Like, come on, let's be real.
I don't believe in the miles of
See, this is
curvature
the part where you're not being honest. That's the part where you're not being
I
honest.
believe in some amount of feet being refracted up, not miles.
Mm.
Let's test the thing I was saying about the consistency of logic now. What you're talking about relies upon, like, the logic you're using says light definitely always travels in straight paths. And if light always definitely travels in straight paths, then I should see X, right? And the X you described perfectly, which is round a ball, stuff should be hidden. But do you still apply that logic when you see, like, the white swan picture where the oil rig is clearly the legs of even the first one behind a hump of water, appear to be behind a hump of water? Or do you say, well, on that day, something else could have been happening? Do you abandon this light travels in straight paths logic when you have evidence to the contrary?
No, eggshells. I think this is like the main problem, to be honest, is that there are phenomenons that happen with light all the time, just illusion after illusion. But the problem is that when you take this really cool, crazy, amazing effect and you correlate it with a curved ball, this is the reason why we're seeing something that we shouldn't be seeing, because it's actually opposite, actually, because refraction is usually actually restricting how far you can see something, because it actually like raises the water up to block out the thing behind it. Usually that's the case. It's not to say that refraction is looming up the platform that's 19 miles away. That's like, that's a good 10 miles away from where you should be seeing it. It's not that it loomed up the platform. It's actually that the water looms up and it blocks out the legs of that first platform you're talking about, because that's the way refraction truly works. But for some reason, somehow ballers have misconstrued that only to fit their argument. It was just retarded.
Right, but so what is the logic now? Is the logic that light still travels in straight paths?
No, it's a phenomenon because the light in the medium is actually raising it up. It's looming it up. It's an optical illusion. I know you know this. We all know this. The straw in the
So now
glass,
light doesn't
all
travel in
that
straight
stuff.
lines.
Well, it can be refracted through the medium. That's why it's called refraction. So yeah, it's
So that's
going
the point I'm
to
making.
bend, as we call it, right? It does bend, but
So as I just said, you're not being consistent with your logic, because when you say we can't see this because it can't be curved around the ball, you are invoking logic which requires that light travel in straight paths.
no. Hold on, but
And then
hold on,
and then when I point out something where that doesn't work, you're going, okay, but it does sometimes bend. It
No,
just
no, no,
doesn't
no,
bend
no,
when
no,
I
no,
don't.
no, eggshells. No. You're misconstruing what I'm saying, or maybe what I'm trying to say. Look at the light that is okay. Let's put you on a table, okay? And I put like flour in a beer can and an ashtray. I'm just naming things on this table right now, okay? There's a chair right here. Okay. Now, the things that you can see in perfect conditions are going to be there, okay? Now, we add like some cold, some heat, either way, because both of them do have an effect on what you're seeing. But we add an element that's going to distort how you see the things on this table as you put your face down to it to look down it. And this table, by the way, is probably like a good 12 feet long. It's a 12-foot table. So like, way at the end, I'm sure if I put my eyeball all the way to the edge, things are going to look different all the way down there. So anyways, now the refraction, quote unquote, that's going to be happening, it's not going to make the things that are beyond the table on the floor, the things that aren't on the table, no amount of refraction or crazy optical illusions is going to bring something that's physically behind this table up to my view. Now, there is
No bending of light could do that?
No bending of light is going to do that, because at least in our reality. Now, if you were to invoke this,
It sounds like you're not allowing for bendy light. If the light could bend significantly, then surely it could, right?
But it's not going to bring something.
What if you had a mirror there? Like, what if we
Okay.
go from bending to bouncing light?
Okay, then okay. So if you had a mirror, you're saying you're gonna bring up the object using a mirror.
No,
right?
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. Are you saying that even if whether light bent or bounce, I can't see something that's hidden by another object?
No, I'm just saying this. That the light that we're that's going to be actually hitting the objects, because that's the way we see, right? Light is just bouncing off something, and then it allows us to see it because light's hitting it. If the light's not hitting it, then we can't see it, right? That's just the way it works, right? So if we are seeing something at 19 miles away from where we shouldn't be seeing it, because technically we should only see something at 4 miles, then you're saying your explanation would be like, yeah, because light is bending over the curve and it's hitting it, and then it's bringing it into our view, up to our horizon, right? Is that
Right,
fair to say?
but what I want to make clear is I'm not actually talking at the moment about bendy light. I'm talking about consistency of logic.
Yeah, it would be consistent logic here would be that you can't see something that is behind an obstruction. That's pretty logical.
And what I'm saying is,
Could that happen if light bend, even if it bends severely? Because I
I'm
think
sorry.
there's plenty of examples where it does seem to show that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Say that again. What was that?
I'm saying, could we have? Hang on, I'm about to get attacked. What if light bent severely? Like, do we have any examples that appear to show light bending such that it could do that?
Well, it's in an extreme environment. Yeah, you're actually right. There's an experiment that somebody poured a I don't even want to say what it is. I think it was butane or whatever it was. But that condition though would represent, like, if you want to compare apples to apples, that would put a negative 200 degree temperature over the ocean. Here's the problem with that. Here's the problem I have with that. Show me in one time when you ever had those fucking measurements or those temperatures to even produce that. So there can be trickery, there can be some fuckery going on to where they're like, yeah, look it, I can see this green, red thing, because yes, there is light can do that. You're right. In these extreme, awesome, cool, little crazy conditions, but in reality, that never has that happened ever, ever, ever. You've never seen negative 200 degrees over the ocean ever.
But so what you're saying is, if there's extreme temperatures, they can cause extreme refraction, bending of light, but you can see something behind something.
Right.
So doesn't that then stand to reason that we then go, okay, if it's not extreme, could it be that there is subtle temperature differences that cause subtle bending? Is that possible?
Well, I mean, in that logic, yes. But in this case, like, let's compare apples to apples, not apples to oranges. In this case, if you're seeing something beyond that 4 mile mark, that means at a 6 foot height, that means you would have to be having this crazy cool little effect where the atmosphere, or the sky above the ocean would have to be reaching temperatures of negative 200 degrees Fahrenheit. So guess
You're not
what?
listening to me.
We don't
You're not
have that.
You're saying, I said, if you're accepting that subtle temperature differences can cause subtle bending, would you accept them? Sorry, if you're accepting that extreme temperature differences can cause extreme bending, would you accept that subtle temperature differences can cause subtle bending?
Yes. I will agree to that. But
Okay.
let me.
So then we don't need 200 degrees.
No,
a couple
you
of
do that.
degrees
No.
by a
You
very
don't.
small
No. You're not understanding though, Charles. You're not understanding that to get this phenomenon to where you can see beyond 4 miles, it will take the extreme temperatures to give you that same effect. You can't take
How did you decide that?
because it took those extreme measures to make it, to create it. This is the logic we're talking about. You have to use logic that if it took those extreme, measures to create that, and then say, oh, well, then if we just, so when it's 80, so guess what? When it's 80 degrees or 70 degrees over here in Long Beach, okay, and we're seeing a boat that is way beyond 4 miles behind the horizon where it should be dipping down of this ball earth that you believe in, guess what? Now you're saying 70 degrees is going to, oh, that's okay. It fits. No, it doesn't fit. Because in order to see something that's beyond that curve to raise it up, it was negative 200 degrees Fahrenheit. We're at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Those apples to oranges. That's simple logic. It's not. That's not subtle.
But you're still not listening to my point. If you're still saying the same thing, I'm agreeing. You need extreme temperatures to bend things extreme amounts. The point I keep making to you is, what about not extreme temperatures bending it by very small amounts? And you keep going, but I need extreme temperatures. What if you had? Okay, let me ask this question a different way. Let me ask this question a different way, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
What would happen what would happen with a subtle temperature difference in your mind?
Sorry, say that again. The pressure difference, what?
What would happen if there was a subtle pressure difference, temperature difference?
Then you would have a a phenomenon that's going to happen regardless. One way or another, there's going to be a phenomenon.
Right. What's the phenomenon you think it's going to be?
It's not going to be bringing up something behind an obstacle, a physical object.
And
That's
I'm
for
not
sure.
asking what it's not going to be. I'm saying what is it going to be?
Most likely, usually, typically, looking over, outside, on the beach, usually, it just raises the water at a closer level to you, or a closer distance to you. So, for instance, a subtle change in temperature
Will cause
will
a subtle bending of light.
will make something that is 2 miles out disappear, even though technically you can see that thing at 6 to 7 miles out on a good day.
Okay.
So like the more drastic the change, it's actually going to see, it's the opposite of what you guys make it. The more drastic the temperature change in over the water, it's usually, it cuts it off more. Like you can't, like, so like let's say you set a boat out and you set it out and the temperature is like 70 degrees. Okay, maybe that's perfect conditions, humidity is good, everything's cool. Then you might be able to see that boat reach its 4 miles out and then it disappears in the vanishing point. Okay, then on another day, you have it to where it's like, let's say like 90 degrees. That boat, you might lose it after 1 mile, only because the water is like that heat and everything is just like looming up. Like it makes it disappear at 1 mile. So these temperature differences are slight, but you're never going to have temperature changing to where you're bringing back something over a physical obstructed horizon. That's what I'm trying to get at. Now,
But that's just, if I can, that's just you stating your belief, not giving
no,
evidence.
those are facts.
Hey man, come
Go
on.
ahead.
You're saying a lot. I'm just saying the obvious.
Go ahead. All right.
The thing we're trying to test is what you're stating. We're trying to test, can things be raised up over something else if light bends a little bit? So stating no, it doesn't, isn't helping solve that problem. It's just you stating your belief, which is against.
No. I stated a fact of refraction. I told you exactly what happens. Like, guess what? Matter of fact, maybe like in 3 weeks, let me say, because I got a lot of doctor's appointments these next few weeks. Maybe in 3 weeks, I'll take the time to go, to Santa Monica, and I will record the temperature. I will record all the cool things you guys loved, the time of day, the humidity, all that stuff. And I'll just watch the boats go out from the port of Long Beach.
You're
Okay.
not really listening to what I'm saying, man.
No, I am, but I'm just saying this though.
You just go back to saying something.
No. But eggshells, here's the thing. I'm telling you that the temperature with a slight difference, okay, not extreme, with a slight difference, that is actually, you're going to see, usually the hotter it gets or the colder it gets, usually that decreases how far you can see a ship traveling out into the horizon. It doesn't extend it, it decreases it. Now, the only thing that
So how do you
extends
determine? Okay, that's interesting. How do you determine that? How do you, like you're saying,
because that's
when light
reality.
bends, it gets more ball-like, and that's the. But that, how did you determine that it was reality? Is my question.
Because that's what you can you can actually go and witness it yourself. This reality, see, this is the difference. I'm speaking reality. I'm speaking when you actually go out
You're
and
just
view
telling me
those
what you
things.
believe.
No, that's not what I believe. That's what I've seen. That's what we can go
How did you
visually.
determine that?
Okay,
How did you
okay.
determine that that's what you were
There
saying?
there
You
are
weren't
there are
saying
there
what we're
okay, there are people that have literally, and that's why I said maybe I should do it too. Maybe I should go rent a boat and be like, okay, let's figure out our coordinates, right? And then we're gonna, because we got to do it according to the Google Map, right? Actually, that's probably not a good idea, because over the ocean, I think things are weird. But anyways, we can get a distance from one point to another as you travel out away from the shoreline, and you can actually have maybe we could do it by speed. If I was at this point and I just kept this constant speed, traveling due west, then maybe we can figure out the distance from there just using simple math, right? That's simple enough. And then once you hit 3 miles, based upon the time that you traveled and the speed you kept, then you can say, boom, where am I at? And then report back to the person on the shoreline saying, yeah, I still see you, you're a mile out, cool, I can still see you. And then you keep going. Now I'm saying it's all going to depend on the temperature of that day, because the temperature will, if it's hot, that boat that you're traveling out on is going to disappear quicker than normal, to other temperatures of the day than usual, should I say? Because it's the heat is going to make that water look higher, closer. Does that make sense to you? Water
What
higher,
I'm saying
closer.
is, what you need is a sort of I don't know how, there's a word for it in science. It's like null result or something, like null hypothesis. You need no control is what I'm talking about. How do you choose which is the control? Right?
Right.
Because you'll look at one thing and go, that's it on the correct day.
Yeah. Yeah,
And I
actually,
will go, actually it's a different thing.
that's actually a good
You
point.
picked the wrong day.
That's actually a good point because I mean, originally, what did sailors use? Originally, they used light towers, right? They knew using light towers because they can physically see this, erected building in a distance, and they knew, oh, okay, we're this close to land because they knew, like, according to their position and how far that that light tower was from them. So that's what I guess sailors used to use back before satellites were in the sky, giving them or whatever you guys want to believe in. That's cool, but I'm just saying, like, there was a time when they understood why we live in today, where like it has to be a ball. I don't know, it is what it is, but I'm just saying, not
I speak
necessarily
on
that.
your belief, Poképhone.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you believe that light can refract over hills a tiny bit, whether Earth's flat or a globe, but you don't believe enough to prove it's a globe? The long distance photography still proves it's flat because you don't believe in enough refraction, right?
I believe that in extreme cases, then light can um go through that medium of this extreme case, and it will literally, it will present itself in front of your eyes. I do believe that because that is something that has been done.
But just not
I believe that.
enough to debunk flat Earth or prove.
And I'll tell you why it doesn't debunk a plain Earth. I don't even want to call it flat Earth. A plain environment, okay, or water being level as always. I mean, I don't know why we still argue that. Swimming pool, water is going to be straight across. Anyways,
Well,
so
we argue if it's curved or not.
okay,
We both think it's level.
okay, so yeah, but your level's curved. It was retarded, but that's okay though. I don't want to talk about
No,
that.
it's just another meaning for the word level.
Oh, come on, man. All right, so look at. So I will say this though: the over a plane, or or flat Earth, whatever you want to call it, I cannot take this extreme, even though it's been demonstrated. I'm just saying, okay, well then let's compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. Where in this Earth, be it ball or flat, where do you find such conditions to where you can say this is that's not the way science, well, you know that you're not stupid. None of you guys are not stupid. You know that that's not how science works. You don't use this extreme crazy experiment to explain reality. You cannot do that. You won't do that. I think you'll be laughed out of the classroom.
If you photograph the
seems-
city skyline across the water, some refraction has happened and it's still a globe. That's all we claim.
Well, but I mean, you're assuming that it's a globe, though. It's a presupposition.
I know it's
We're
a
just
globe.
we're
from
just
all the
taking the
evidence.
same thing you accept and going,
Okay.
yeah, like you're saying extreme refraction can happen with extreme temperature differences, and all we're saying is, yeah, and maybe less extreme refraction happens in less extreme conditions. There's nothing to be inherently logical about that.
No, because here's what you don't. Here's what you're
Seems
missing, though.
consistent.
Here's what you're missing, though. It takes extreme measures to produce even those
Extreme.
subtle, even those to produce those little subtle ones. Because if you want to say that
We need to
bringing
put
up
numbers on extreme and subtle.
okay, yeah,
That
exactly,
sounds like we need to do.
exactly. Because look at seeing a boat that is or seeing an oil platform that's 19 miles out when technically you should only be seeing at the max. I'll even give you more, 7 miles out. Okay, but you're seeing something at 19 miles. That is extreme. Okay, that would call for negative 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, but we don't have that. So you can't just, just hand wave the fact that, oh, you just believe it has to be extreme. Well, we can say that it could be subtle. No, 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 no. It takes extreme measures for even what you would deem subtle. And then maybe that's the misunderstanding.
Well, it's just I think we need to put numbers on. Like I've made it clear what I think is the general gist of what I'm saying. We just need to put numbers on like what kind of temperature difference causes what kind of refraction, what kind of refraction.
Well, I told you. Well, I told you. It's actually in reality, it's actually the opposite. When it's really, really hot, someone said
You haven't
in
shown
the
that. You
text
just
chat
said you
that
believe that.
someone put in the text chat, and you know what? I was like, dude, I'm so glad you said that. Somebody said that the water evaporates. That is actually what that's part of the problem. When you're trying to see something far down the road, but it's really hot, then you get this, this medium to where now it's evaporating. So it's creating an obstacle between you and that thing, which is what's blocking it out. It's literally that's kind of the point. It's going to take these extreme temperatures that is going to make you see what they have proven in this extreme experiment. But nowhere do we have negative 200 degrees Fahrenheit over the horizon to bring something back
Nobody
up from
thinks
over
we
the
do.
horizon.
Nobody thinks we do. I think we've got a small amount to cause a similar effect at a small scale.
But that's not even reality though. That's not even comparing what the
Just stating the
experiment
belief.
showed. No. That's not what the experiment showed. That's my whole point. That is not even what the experiment was saying.
Hey Charles, what's the contention here? What the hell's going on?
Consistent. I'm having a conversation about consistency of logic. Apoc was talking about whether generally it's about can the extreme effects we agree happen with extreme temperature differentials be translated to mean the smaller differences have enough to cause things to be refracted up from over curve.
And Apocryphon, what's your position?
Well, I was just stating
It would
how
need to be too extreme.
I would
need
just
to be 200 degrees, negative 200 degrees Celsius Fahrenheit. It's not extreme enough.
I was
Is that
explaining.
basically it?
Well, I was explaining how the experiment that proves how we can see something on the other side of a propane tank, a cylinder, should I say? But it took the this particular gas that was at a negative 200 degrees Fahrenheit temperature. It took that to make the thing pop up from behind the cylinder into view up over the horizon. And all I'm saying is that is not our reality. Nowhere do we see. Okay,
That's agreed. No, it's fine. That's agreed. Everybody agrees that that's not reality. What we're saying is that's a small scale extreme example to go. Could this principle, in principle, could this phenomenon, could this cause?
And I would
cause
argue
this
no.
effect?
And I would argue
Right.
no. I would say
I
no.
know. I'm well aware that that's what you're saying. Maybe.
Yeah. And with that no being said, then that reverts me back to, okay, then if you can accept the fact that you can't see beyond an obstacle that's going to obstruct your view, then it destroys the thing being beyond the horizon on a curved ball, like back when Bill
Yeah,
Nye
I don't agree
said
with
it
it,
as a
but I
kid.
know that is your view. Is what I'm saying. I'm not saying I agree with that. I still think that it's a good demonstration of a cause causing an effect.
Right. And I think that was Jerry that asked what's going on. The last thing I was saying is that refraction is actually the opposite. Refraction isn't going to allow you to see farther, it actually is going to reduce how far you can see because it's actually going to loom up the water and block out the object a mile, 2 miles, 3 miles away, depending on the temperatures that that are actually going to cause a refraction. But when you're seeing something way beyond that 4 mile line, even in the math of the curved ball, it's actually because there's less refraction, not because there's more refraction. It's because now you can see things, the conditions are better. This is why you can see farther if you have the right tools, I guess, and technology. But anyways,
That's
go
why we
ahead.
disagree.
Yeah, I know. That's like where the line is drawn, and then and here's why we disagree. I would say because if you agree to that, then it takes away your ball. If
We
you
can't agree to
disagree,
that. We can't. You
I
still
don't
believe
think it
that
does
stuff's
because
moving.
I still think I can
you can't have a
like
ball at
there are
that
many
point.
evidences that don't rely on this. What I would say is if you were to go like simply light cannot be trusted, like bends sometimes, and we don't know whether it's going up or down because we don't get a full corridor of effects and we're doubtful of blah blah blah, lots of stuff, then we can't know one way or the other. So what happens if we throw out all optical things and go, they're no good as measurements, all perspective, all optics, all how far away is this thing disappear? The problem I think for flat Earth with that is flat Earth's left with nothing. Ball's cut down a bit, but it's still got a bunch of actually quite compelling arguments in favour of it.
Well, you could just see which way the water flows. I mean,
No, we're trying to split between the two propositions, and that doesn't split between the two propositions. Both propositions suggest that if something's level, water will stay flat there. And if something changes in elevation, then the water will run to the lower elevation.
That's right.
That's not splitting the difference.
So if there's a drop, then the water flows.
Right, but that's just not splitting the difference. That's just not understanding the model. Right? And all that would do is disprove your understanding.
Well, so if you
I don't
believe
think
that
that's what
water
hypothesis wants
sticks,
to do.
well, you're allowed to think that somewhere beyond the horizon, water doesn't flow high to low, but we know that
No,
it
that's
does.
not what anybody thinks. Again, that's not the model. It's just showing the lack of agreement or understanding of the model.
Yeah, I understand the model, but it's what you have to believe happens somewhere beyond the horizon.
I don't think anybody agrees with that. If you can find if you want to disprove the globe, you need to take what the globe says. If you can find
I'm never
somebody,
going to disprove. I can never disprove that because people could just make up whatever they want. All I could talk about.
Right, but do anybody make up the thing that you're saying? It sounds like you're disproving something that people don't say. Nobody thinks that water starts flowing off the ball, except flat earthers.
Well, everyone thinks that water flows high to low, and if there's a drop from horizontal, the water's going to flow. Everybody knows that.
But nobody thinks that's. But nobody thinks that's low. Nobody thinks anywhere is more low than anywhere else at sea level, except flat earthers.
Okay.
Sure it is.
Maybe because Jerry, maybe it's because shells and the like, they believe that level is to the center of their ball. So like I get what you're saying. Like let's say like we have rivers and that run for miles through the United States. And if you look at it from a ball perspective, you're like, well, then that river is going down, right? Because it's like going to be bending down over the ball. But their belief is like, oh, no, you silly little simpletons. No, it's flat to the level of the center of the ball, which makes no sense. But, here we are.
Yeah, it goes, they think it goes upwards.
Mm-hmm.
I think rivers flow up. Is that what you think?
No, they don't. No, they don't. This is only a flat earth belief. Like, if I said you can't prove that the flat earth is a pizza disc flying through space, would you think I was doing a very good job of debunking flat earth? Or would you go, in fact, what you're doing?
No, because I just say Earth isn't flat, and because of elevation changes.
Right. Yeah, I don't even like to say. I don't even like to say that. I'm not arrogant enough to say that I know the shape of the earth just because some man said this is what it is. I don't even have that much arrogance because I'm humbled by the fact that I don't even know, and I never will know. I believe that man will never know the heights, the depths, or the lengths. That's just my position, though.
Solipsism.
No, it's just we've never seen an edge,
Bible.
right? I mean, like nobody's ever seen an edge, right? So
No, but you to say no human can ever, that's solipsism. You've got
Yeah,
to
well,
trust that some people could go and have a look.
yeah, well, no, but that's not true. But I mean, you can say that the same way I just said that. You can say that. I mean, we can play that game all day, right?
I mean, if the water's just supposed to flow from high to low anyway, like wouldn't it just be water be orbiting around the surface in a way, just be falling, slipping on a ball, right? It's just right.
well,
Isn't
it
it
would
constant
never flow.
watershed?
What does high? Okay, so
Do
quick
you know what I
test
mean?
now to all
Like
everybody here.
you'd have a different
What does
action on the
high
ocean.
to
Wouldn't
low
you?
mean
Like wouldn't
on a
your
ball?
ocean work differently?
No.
From one
What
horizontal
does
plane
high
to
to low mean on a ball? What is high on a ball?
Well, that's what I'm exploring right now. Like,
Oh,
don't you
I'm
think that
asking.
would mean that the water would be falling around the ball, much like a ISS
I'm
kind
trying to
of
get you to answer
around
the
a ball?
question because I think you can answer this for yourself. I think
I
if
think I'm
flat
trying
earthers are
to
going to
answer
go,
it
we know
right
the
now.
model.
I'm not even
well,
sure if
why
I
should we talk
require
about
help.
the model?
You don't have to. It's
Yeah,
understandable not wanting to.
so why can't we just talk
Spend
about
our whole day
reality?
doing it. We are.
I
No, but you're
love,
asking
I
me. So
love.
what would
We
happen?
model reality.
What? So what would happen on a ball is the water would flow off the ball. It's like, what are you talking about?
So
Here,
according to
just,
who would that happen?
just real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I love how we say a model. Let's talk about a model when we have the actual thing right here, the reality. So it's funny to me because, like, if you think of like
Just avoiding having a conversation.
just
You model reality.
I'm
Same
just
as you
saying this
model a
real quick.
house before you build it.
Right.
You model reality.
So imagine you model a house, right? And then you build a house, right? And then every time you talk about the house, someone says, "Well, let's go back to the model of it," instead of just looking at the house
Yeah,
itself. That's what's funny.
you can do both. You can do both, right?
That's
If,
what's
if you're
funny.
struggling to tell what the house should be, if you go, where is my plumbing? I've forgotten. Yeah, you'd go back to the model.
Yeah,
That's
and
exactly my point.
what happens
And if
the
you
water
do
when it hits the
where the
roof
plumbing's meant to
of
be
the house?
and it's not there, then the model's wrong and you need to update the model. It's that simple. That's why you
What
have
hap-
models of things.
What happens to the water when it hits the roof of that house? It goes high to low, right?
That's not splitting the difference between the two, Jerry. Like I can't tell if you're doing this on purpose or
I am
like
doing it on purpose.
I think it's a new game for you or something. But like you're
Aren't you
yeah.
both
Tell
doing
me
this
about
on
your
purpose?
pizza in space. Tell me about
Well,
your space pizza.
I'm just trying
Now,
to
what's your
talk about
space pizza
reality.
like? Is it near Jupiter or is it a long way from Jupiter?
Well, who said that anything is a space pizza?
He did.
I did. Just the same as you
Why?
said that water doesn't flow high to low. It's disproving my model that I didn't say. How's your space pizza going?
No, I would.
So dumb. It's
I
so
would
dumb.
never
Do
say.
things normally space pizza and do things normally high to low? I mean, one is true and one isn't. Things don't
Sure, if I throw a
just
pizza
space
high to
pizza,
low,
dog.
it'll be a space pizza.
Because if it was a space pizza, then I would just make up whatever I needed to fit the model, and I would make it as unfalsifiable as possible.
Right.
Okay. So here's the test I was trying to ask a while ago. For any flat earther here, what does high mean on a ball? So I'm standing at
Which
a
ball?
wharf in Sydney, and I go, that thing way over there is higher than me. What do I mean?
It's at the vertical, like there's a measured vertical change upwards from your horizontal plane.
No, that's not what I mean.
Yeah, that's what
Anybody else
elevation
want to have
is.
a crack at it? Right?
That's what elevation is.
Anybody else want to have a crack at what I mean if I say that?
I mean, a higher elevation to sea level, which is curved.
Thank you very much, but you're not a flat earther, Dawn. Does anybody else want to try and say what Dawn said and pretend to understand the model as we understand it? Otherwise, you're just disproving Strawman.
Well, in reality, sea level for a point, for a certain area, is a datum point, which is a horizontal baseline, and you measure upwards from that. Now, that might not be the same baseline everywhere, but for that area, yes, that is what it is. And you put all that
What
on a
you do
map.
when you do that is like it's silly, but it also disproves your comprehension of the model. So Geo was worried before that I'm making flat Earth look silly when I come in and laugh and say the dumbest things I can think of, and people agree with me. But that, I think, is worse when you go, oh, where would water flow? Because even people new to the argument immediately hear that and go, but that's not what the globe's saying. So you're not disproving anything except demonstrating to me.
Why should people throw out?
Not understand.
Why should